When everything you love is stolen, how far would you go to get it back? Welcome back to the gripping world of Vanished, Part 2. The second half of the thrilling romantic suspense from best-selling author T.K. Leigh. If you thought Part 1 kept you on edge, prepare for the heart-pounding continuation that raises the stakes and breaks your heart all over again. Rain Kilpatrick is consumed by loss and vengeance. After losing the man she was set to marry, her grief has turned into a chilling mission: make the man responsible suffer the same pain. And she won't stop until he feels her agony. But fate has twisted the lives of Rain and Alexander Burnham together in ways neither of them could have predicted. For Alexander, the clock is ticking. His daughter is missing. His world is falling apart. And the answers he needs might just lie with the woman bent on destroying him. As secrets unravel and motives collide, Rain and Alexander must face a chilling truth sometimes. The line between justice and revenge is razor thin. Raw emotion, unrelenting suspense, a story of love, betrayal, and redemption. Vanished. Part 2 isn't just a continuation, it's the explosive turning point that forces the characters to choose between forgiveness and destruction, hope and heartbreak. Hit play now and lose yourself in the story that fans are calling hauntingly beautiful and impossible to forget. Chapter 20, December 19th, 5:05 p.m. Walking down the hallway, hand in hand with Alexander, the sound of frenzied activity greeted Olivia's ears before they even stepped foot into the living room. Agent Moretti barked orders at everyone in sight, all of them jumping to action, typing furiously on laptops or making phone calls. Agents murmured in the background that the call was untraceable, that it would take weeks to pinpoint the origin because of the number of satellites he used. Olivia grew more nervous. The clicking of her heels on the wood floor caught Moretti's attention, and he looked up immediately. "Mrs. Burnham." He rushed toward her and placed his hands on her shoulders, staring into her eyes. "Do just what we discussed earlier. Agent Long will be right next to you and will help with what to say. If you need it, we're still working on a profile of this man, but we believe he has specifically requested to deal with you simply to upset your husband. He wants to get to him any way he can. He's arrogant and thinks he's untouchable. He chose to take your daughter from your home, making it look like the man you both trust more than anyone else was responsible, instead of abducting her from somewhere with much less security. He thinks he has the upper hand, that he's succeeded in making you both feel completely vulnerable and exposed. You need to act as if that's the furthest thing from the truth." Just trust me," he said slowly. "I know it sounds like we're playing a dangerous game, and we are, but this is the only way we can learn more about him, by catching him off guard, by making him think his actions haven't had the desired effect. I'll be right next to you the whole time," Alexander encouraged, placing his hand on the small of her back. "He's going to try to upset you," Moretti continued. "That's what he wants. If he veers off topic, don't respond. Just try to get him back on course. All we need to know is where he wants you to make the drop so we can get Melanie back. Ready?" Olivia didn't know how to answer. She didn't know if anyone could ever truly be ready for what she was about to do. This phone call would set into motion a chain of events that would be completely unstoppable once it began. She drew in a deep breath and nodded, then followed him toward the formal dining area where all the equipment had been set up. On shaky legs, she took a seat next to Agent Long. Alexander sat beside her, squeezing her hand. A younger FBI agent with dark-framed glasses met her gaze across the table and raised his eyebrows, mouthing, "Ready." She nodded once more. He pressed a button, then nodded at her. "Hello," Olivia said, trying to mask her nerves with a steady voice. "Oh, Mrs. Burnham." A man with an accent she couldn't quite place answered. It sounded Indian, or perhaps even Middle Eastern. Based on the bomb detonated during the press conference earlier, she guessed it to be the latter. "So nice of you to finally join us. I was beginning to think you weren't ever going to come to the phone, which would have been quite tragic for little Melanie." Olivia opened her mouth, a fire building deep in her stomach as she listened to this monster speak her daughter's name. He didn't deserve to even say her name, let alone be in her presence. When a hand touched her bicep, She whipped her head to her left. Agent Long gestured toward the legal pad in front of her. Reading it? Olivia struggled to calm her temper, forcing herself to do just that. She needed to play the part this waste of space wanted her to play. I have the money you requested. Where do you want me to make the drop? Ah, do you now? I'm actually rather surprised at this. You must be quite resourceful. Mrs. Burnham. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I call you Olivia? I'd much rather prefer that. Agent Long scratched on her pad, but Olivia ignored it, following her gut instead. If we're exchanging pleasantries, what should I call you? She could feel Agent Long's eyes burning through her, but brushed it off. She didn't want to follow some dumbed-down script. There was no guarantee this man would be true to his word and return Melanie once they paid him the money he demanded. Olivia wanted to try to get as much information from him as possible so the FBI could track him down. Oh, Olivia. Mrs. Burnham, she hissed back. I didn't agree that you could call me by my given name. Not until I know yours. There was a pause on the line and her heart raced, waiting to hear dead air any second. Maybe she should have listened to Agent Long and not been so impulsive. Very well then, he said finally. You may call me Malik. Is that what everyone calls you? Agent Long placed her pen on her pad, irritated. Nice try. Olivia, I will tell you my legal name is Malik, which is what I would like you to call me. His voice had an almost sinister quality to it. Mix that with the obvious contempt he had for her. It took everything Olivia had to remain calm. There was a flurry of activity around her, everyone in the room using all available resources to see if they could find out anything about someone with the first name Malik. Olivia looked at Agent Long, unsure of where to steer the conversation now that she had his name. She circled something on the pad and Olivia nodded. Okay, Malik, like I said, I have the money you requested. Tell me where to go. A little short on patience this evening, aren't we, Olivia? He replied smoothly, as if he didn't have a care in the world, as if he weren't currently holding her little girl hostage. Her sweet, innocent little Melanie, who still believed reindeer could fly and a fat man could slide down the chimney to leave her presence. Her green-eyed angel, who still called out to her mommy when she wasn't feeling well. Was she calling out to her now? Wondering why she wasn't rushing to her? Wondering why she had let this complete monster take her? Her throat grew dry, her entire body tensing. Flashes of her happy, carefree little girl were interspersed with her cries for help, cries that went unanswered. She closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling in an increasingly faster and irregular pattern. She felt like she couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't speak. She was blind with anger, outrage, a hatred unlike any she had ever experienced before. A squeeze on her thigh snapped her out of her rage. She looked to her right, meeting Alexander's green eyes. He didn't need to say a single word. In that one look, he told her everything she needed to hear. That she could do this, that she was strong, that he would be at her side until it was over, that he would find who was responsible and make them suffer. Except Olivia had a feeling she was the one responsible for this. No, not short on patience, she responded, but you sounded rather anxious on the message you left earlier. Malik sighed. Well, I do suppose the time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings. He paused. Olivia could imagine a smirk on his mysterious face. And why the sea is boiling hot, she continued, finishing the stanza. And whether pigs have wings. Ah, Olivia, you know one of my favorite poems. It's fitting you quote, "The Walrus and the Carpenter" to me. Isn't it a twisted tale of a monster who lures a dozen innocent babies away and feels no remorse whatsoever? You know something, Olivia. We're not so different. You and I don't even know you, she spat. But I can assure you, we couldn't be more different. You think so? Do you? That's true. You may not know me, but I know you. I've been watching you for some time now, Olivia. His voice was calm, even, collected. An unwanted chill ran through her. She had no idea who this man was or what he looked like, but just from his menacing tone alone, she felt as if he were able to see into her soul, all her pain, all her happiness, all her secrets. He knew it all. Olivia glanced at Agent Long, not knowing how to respond. She shook her head, indicating she wanted her to stay quiet. You believe it's okay to break the rules for the greater good, just like your husband, who I'm sure is sitting right next to you, having difficulty controlling that famous temper of his. Olivia faced Alexander. He gritted a smile at her, encouraging her to keep going, despite the personal attacks. Am I right? Olivia Malik asked. She swallowed hard. I haven't broken any rules. She was confident even a complete stranger could hear the uncertainty in her tone. Oh, I find that hard to believe. We all do. Some are bigger than others, having consequences that are hard to imagine. And why do we do that? Why do we stray from social norms and mores? Olivia stayed mute at his apparent rhetorical question. Her skin flamed. It felt like the walls of the dining area were closing in on her. Every set of eyes focused on her and the conversation she was having with a complete stranger. Her secrets and faults were laid bare for all to see. Every wrong, every mistake, every slip of the tongue were plastered on her face, because we believe in something. In a cause, if you will. Olivia, we believe so strongly in it. We're willing to break the rules, and even a few laws, to further that cause. Her face flushed, heat coursing through her body as her mind reeled. Her lungs tried to fill with the oxygen they needed to function, but no matter how many deep breaths she took, it wouldn't satisfy them. The room spun around her as she wondered if this man, this complete stranger, knew her secret. When she caught Martin's gaze from across the room, he gave her a reassuring look. What is it you believe in that could possibly justify you taking my daughter? She asked. Praying her voice masked the panic coursing through every inch of her body. She knew this conversation would be analyzed under a microscope by the FBI agents listening in. It was only a matter of time before they put the pieces together. Retribution. He barked in a clipped tone. Honor. Justice. There was a pause. Then he spoke in a subdued voice again. I believe there's someone at your front door. You'll find what you're looking for in there, as well as proof I'm not messing around. See you in an hour. Olivia. Wait, she exclaimed, jumping up. You didn't tell me where. She listened for a response, but heard only dead air, followed by the doorbell. Everyone snapped their heads toward the entryway, the extravagant chandelier hanging from the high ceiling overhead, casting an ominous light below. Alexander bolted from his chair and darted toward the front door. Mr. Burnham. Wait, Agent Moretti called out, chasing after him. I don't think… What? He spun around, his eyes wild with an emotion that was much more than anger or rage. The look on Alexander's face was one Olivia had never seen. This was a man at the end of his rope, a man who was done playing games, a man who was ready to go into battle for the ones he loved. You don't want me to answer the door to my own house. Well, thank you for your concern, Agent Moretti, but I can handle whatever this is. Before Moretti could respond with some half-assed justification to mask his need to always be the one calling the shots, Alexander jumped the few steps up to the entryway landing and pulled open the front door. Olivia inched towards the foyer, trying to peek beyond the open door at whomever was outside. He wore a navy blue cap, pants, and a matching jacket with the name of a courier service displayed prominently on the chest. Sign here, the man said in a disinterested voice with a heavy Boston accent. His lack of enthusiasm was a marked contrast to the intrigue and nervous energy contained within the four walls of the house. Alexander closed the front door, then turned to face the crowd that had assembled in the entryway, a square box in his hands. It's for you! He stared blankly at Olivia. All eyes went to the box he carried, as worried thoughts ran through her head, particularly after the events earlier in the day. Do not open that, Agent Moretti ordered, walking toward Alexander, keeping his eyes on the box. Gibson, go question the courier for any information he may have. I'll get the bomb squad out here as soon as I can. It'll be at least 20 minutes before they get here, Alexander yelled in frustration as Gibson dashed out of the house. You heard him. She has exactly 1 hour to get to wherever she needs to make that drop. It doesn't take a genius to figure out he sent this. It may be a clue as to where Olivia needs to go, because he certainly didn't tell her on the phone. He has no reason to send a bomb, not when he knows Olivia has the money he thinks we owe him. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to open this. Time is running out. Mr. Burnham, sir. Agent Moretti continued, rushing toward Alexander, his arms outreached as if about to wrestle the box from his grasp. Now this I'd pay to see. Martin mused in Olivia's ear. She glanced over her shoulder to see him standing next to Colleen, her mother-in-law's eyes concerned. His formal and serious with a touch of sarcasm. "Ma'am," he added, returning her attention to her husband. Olivia gasped when Alexander drew a 3-inch blade out of his pocket with incredible speed, just as Moretti was inches from him. Moretti stopped, holding up his hands. Alexander held his gaze, a somewhat mischievous expression on his face, and Olivia began to think he'd snapped from the weight he had been carrying. Then he grinned, sliding the knife under the tape securing the box, everyone holding a collective breath, except for Alexander and Martin. They both knew the chances of this guy sending a box containing some sort of explosive was slim. Olivia tended to agree with them, but there was still a part of her that held on to that fear. Alexander pulled open the flaps of the box and blinked, rubbing the back of his neck. "What is it?" Moretti asked, shaking his head. Alexander's eyebrows furrowed. He reached into the box and pulled out a stuffed penguin. Olivia's hand flew to her mouth, covering her quivering chin, as she let out a slight shriek. "Mrs. Burnham." Agent Long approached and placed her hand on Olivia's arm in a show of compassion. "What is it? What's wrong?" "That penguin." Olivia swallowed hard. "Melanie, go on," she pushed. "I take Melanie ice skating at the indoor rink in Newton at least once a week." She looked down at the penguin in Alexander's hands. "They have one of those claw games. You know, the one where you pay a quarter or something and try to maneuver the claw around to grab the prize you want. That penguin's been in the machine for weeks now. Weeks, and Melanie's been trying to grab it since she saw it. It didn't matter to her that she has a room full of stuffed animals. She wanted the thrill of mastering that claw game." "You took her there yesterday, correct?" Agent Moretti asked, pulling his notepad out of his pocket and scribbling in it. "Yes, in the afternoon." "And did she play the game then?" Olivia nodded. "After she skated, she was with a few of her friends from school and they all tried. I was talking with their moms and..." She trailed off, staring into space. "What is it?" "Do you remember something?" Alexander asked, taking a few steps toward her, still holding the penguin. Olivia grabbed it from him, inwardly laughing to herself. It was such a small thing, black and white with a yellow beak and orange feet. It had a goofy smile and a silly red bow tie. I noticed a man standing off to the side, watching them. As a mother, you're always on the lookout, sometimes to a fault, for anyone who seems to take an unusual interest in your child. This guy looked normal enough, dark hair, dark eyes, but something about his expression rubbed me the wrong way. Until I saw a little boy, probably the same age as Melanie, run up to him and give him a hug. She shrugged. "I guess I was just a little on edge after hearing about Misha." She grew quiet and took a quick breath. What is it?" Her eyes raced back and forth as she tried to recall everything about yesterday, the smells, the cold, the crunch of the snow beneath her feet, singing with Melanie in the car as they left the skating rink. Olivia straightened her spine, snapping her head back to Alexander. "I saw him leave without the boy. He was alone. And..." "Yes, he was carrying this penguin." Chapter 21. December 19th, 5:20 p.m. The house erupted with commotion, the noise amplified by the high ceilings in the formal entry. Alexander felt like this was just one giant game of cat and mouse. Like this guy, Malik, was simply trying to distract them from finding and bringing Melanie back home. "We'll get a sketch artist down here immediately," Agent Moretti said, nodding to one of the other agents before turning to Olivia. "Do you think you can describe what he looks like?" In a daze, she nodded. "There isn't time for that," Alexander roared. "Remember, we have 1 hour. 1. And all he sent was that damn penguin." He gestured to the stuffed animal in Olivia's hands, then looked back into the box. A white envelope taped to the bottom caught his eye. "It's the ice rink," Olivia mumbled. "It's got to be. There's no other possible explanation. This penguin." She held it up. "Melanie's been trying to win this damn thing at the ice rink for weeks now. Part of me thinks he knows that he was watching the whole time. But I was so absorbed in my own little world, I didn't notice him." Alexander gave her a reassuring look, letting her know he was in agreement with her, then turned his attention back to the envelope in the box. "Send the advance team to the rink to see if anything looks suspicious." Agent Moretti ordered one of his agents. "Anything at all. Be vigilant, but smart. We need to make it appear as if Mrs. Burnham will be alone, so you must blend in." There was a pause. "What is it?" Alexander looked up to see Moretti staring at him, his brow furrowed. "There's something else." "What?" Alexander held up the white envelope, his pulse quickening. Moretti reached for it, but he pulled it away. This was personal, not something he wanted Moretti to see and analyze, then bag into evidence. As much as he didn't want to open it and confirm his suspicions, he knew he had to. He slid his finger under the flap. Olivia's gaze locked with his and tore the envelope open, pulling out a folded piece of white paper. All eyes were on him. The room silent once more as everyone waited. Pinching his lips together, he unfolded it, every beat of his heart echoing in his ears. No parent should ever have to see what he was looking at. "What is it?" Olivia's voice cut through the space. He closed his eyes, barely able to even say the words. "Proof of life." Alexander returned his eyes to the paper, struggling to keep it together as he stared at a photo of Melanie. She wore her pink Snoopy pajamas, her hair in 2 messy braids, missing her left sock. She held up a newspaper. Looking closer, he saw it was today's edition of the New York Times. She sat with her back straight, her legs crossed in front of her. To the left of her was that damn penguin. Alexander studied this background and her surroundings to see if anything stood out to indicate where she may be. A small, boarded up, barred window was directly behind her. It looked cold and dirty, the walls cement. She could have been in any basement anywhere. "We're going to get her back," Agent Moretti said softly over Alexander's shoulder as he continued to stare blankly at the photo. Was she okay? Was she cold? Was she hungry? Would she ever forgive him for letting this happen to her? Alexander straightened his back, clearing his throat. "We're running out of time. What's the plan?" He faced Moretti. All business once more. "Everyone has been briefed on what their roles are. Agent Long will get Olivia ready. We're going to put a wire on her, just in case. In case of what Alexander shot back? Everything and anything," Moretti answered calmly, as if this were just another day in the office for him. Then he spun on his heels and headed back into the dining area. Alexander opened his mouth, his temper rising. Olivia caught his eye and gave him a look of warning. Reluctantly, he bit back his remark, not wanting his ego to stand in the way of getting his daughter back. True, he had advanced training in battlefield tactics, taking the enemy by surprise, hand-to-hand combat, freeing himself from a wide variety of restraints, hot wiring a car, and high-altitude parachuting, just to name a few. But he wasn't an expert in civilian kidnapping cases, not like Agent Moretti claimed to be. As much as it pained him, Alexander had to allow him some slack, on a very short leash, to run the investigation. Olivia grabbed his hand and followed Moretti toward a team of agents assembled around the large dining room table, frantically typing on laptops. "What are they doing?" Alexander asked, peering over the agents' shoulders at the computer screens. "Looking at satellite images of the ice rink," Moretti answered. "This is a tough situation because the rink is open right now, but he specifically demanded there be no police presence. This is certainly a safety risk to everyone there, but if we were to evacuate, he may grow suspicious and leave. We're not even sure exactly where he'll be anyway." "Yes, we are," Olivia piped up, glancing over her shoulder. She had her back to everyone as Agent Long taped a wire to her chest. Alexander hated everything about this. He had seen his wife in many different situations in the past, but never would he have imagined he'd be watching an FBI agent tape a wire onto her body. He'll be at the crane machine. And where exactly is that located in the skating rink? Agent Moretti asked. Everyone's eyes on Olivia. In the snack bar? Is it visible from outside the building? He pushed. She shrugged. I don't know. I never really thought about it. But she trailed off, looking into the distance. It could be at the right angle. She closed her eyes and raised her hands in front of her, as if imagining she were at the rink, not in her living room swarming with FBI agents. You walk into the building. To the left is the skate rental booth. Just past that are all the restrooms and locker rooms. To the right is the snack bar. The crane machine is pretty much right at the entrance to the snack bar. Then there's a bunch of tables in front of the counter. She opened her eyes. It's possible it could be visible from outside. That's not good enough for me. Not when there are civilian lives on the line. Moretti stated, I'm going to send some undercover agents inside. But he said Olivia began, we'll make it look like they're on a date or something. He assured her, they'll be roaming the area, looking for anything suspicious. Under no circumstances are you to look to either of them for guidance. Don't even make eye contact with them. The second you pull into that parking lot, he'll most likely be watching you to make sure you've followed his instructions. Don't give him any reason to think you haven't. He'll pick up on it. The best thing we can do is give him a false sense that he got away with the cash. Then bring him down. And believe me, we will bring this guy down. But we need to do so with your daughter's safety in mind. Now, unless you have any more questions or concerns, it's imperative that we all get in position before the drop. He turned to Alexander. We'll give you two a moment alone. He removed his holster in an attempt to look less like an FBI agent and more like a regular civilian. Pulling a thick ski jacket over his button-down shirt, he kicked off his loafers, put on a pair of work boots, then walked toward the front door. Okay, you're good to go, Agent Long said, stepping back from Olivia, allowing her to button her blouse. Agent Moretti will be able to hear everything that is said, but won't be able to respond. We find people in your shoes are less likely to act in a way they shouldn't if they don't have someone else's voice in their ear. It's all right if you look nervous. He'll expect that. But remember what Agent Moretti said. Under no circumstances should you look around for any of the other agents or your husband. They'll be there keeping an eye on everything, making sure no civilian is harmed. But you can't let on they're there. Okay, Olivia closed her eyes and inhaled a long, steadying breath, then nodded. Got it. Good luck. I'll see you when you get back. She smiled, then headed toward the kitchen where Alexander's mother was still cooking. He had a feeling she wasn't going to leave that room until Melanie was home. She had already sent Martin out at least once to get her more supplies, once the FBI had cleared the room. Alexander turned to Olivia, a jittery feeling in his limbs, ready. Would you think less of me if I said no? She tilted her head back and met his eyes. Exhaling, he pulled her against his body and wrapped her in a strong embrace. He breathed her in, her eyes, her smile, her trust, her loyalty, her stubbornness, her love. She rested her head on his chest, placing her hand right beside his heart. Thump, thump. She tapped out the rhythm with the words, thump, thump. What are you doing? Alexander asked. He was more than aware Agent Moretti could hear everything they said through Olivia's wire, but he didn't care. He needed this time with her. He would regret it if he treated this as just another op. Memorizing your heartbeat, she murmured. That way, I can take a piece of your heart with me in case. Hey. He grabbed her chin, forcing her to look him in the eyes. Nothing's going to happen to you, Olivia. We've been through a lot together. Biting her lower lip, she nodded, her eyes remaining locked with his, and we made it through it all. You and me. He clutched her cheeks and drank her in, imprinting every dip and curve to memory. The feel of her smooth skin, the heat of her body, the fire in her eyes. We're survivors. Olivia. Even when the odds were stacked against us, even through all the bumps and hiccups along the way. And that's all this is. Just another bump in the road. We'll get through this one, just like we've gotten through everything else. Together, leaning down, he lowered his lips to hers, and left her with an unhurried kiss. It was soft, simple, delicate. There was no moaning, tugging, or groping. There didn't need to be. There were "I want you" kisses and "I love you" kisses. Then there were kisses they'd always remember. This was one of those. A kiss that said everything they may never again have the chance to say to each other. "You need to get going," he said with a quiver, pulling away from her. Closing her eyes, she nodded, taking a moment for herself. Reluctantly, she grabbed the keys to the armored SUV and started to walk away. "I'll see you later," she murmured over her shoulder. Chapter 22, December 19th, 6:15 p.m. As Alexander sat in the rundown old station wagon he was pretty sure was around when Gordie Howe played for the Hartford Whalers. He remembered why he hated surveillance so much. He had to hand it to Moretti. Though, no one would suspect the FBI would use this heap of metal to conduct surveillance. Hell, there was no way this car could even muster the horsepower to apprehend a suspect in a high-speed chase. Moretti cranked up the receiver, the sounds of the ice rink filling the car. 4 footsteps, a drag, then 4 more footsteps. "She's pacing," Moretti observed. "Wouldn't you if you were in her shoes?" Alexander pulled his jacket closer, able to see his breath as they sat in the cold, dark car. The night was still, a starless sky over them, the calm before the storm that was expected to drop several feet of snow on the state, which would start in just a little over 24 hours. Alexander prayed Melanie would be home by then. I suppose. Alexander kept his eyes trained forward, looking for anything that appeared suspicious. It had been over 20 minutes, but no one matching Malik's description had entered the rink or approached the dark SUV containing the cash. They were taking a risk even being here, but letting Olivia do this alone was not an option. The parking lot was relatively full of cars of all different types, from the typical Mercedes and BMWs to the more economical Fords and Hondas. It was a Saturday night a week before Christmas, and the ice rink was filled with kids of all ages enjoying time with their friends, just like Melanie should have been doing. The sound of Olivia's shoes were like the ticking of the clock, bringing them closer and closer to 0 hour, every second that passed. Alexander's heart rate increased, his muscles growing more and more taut. He hated all this waiting, not knowing what to expect. He recalled what one of his Bud's instructors had said: "There are no unpredictable situations. Read the clues and you'll know what to expect." But he was out of his comfort zone this time. There was something about this ransom demand that hadn't sat well with him from the start, and it had nothing to do with sending Olivia to do the drop. Read the clues, Alexander thought, replaying the past few days' events in his mind. Misha's murder, Rain's reappearance, Melanie's empty room. They had to be connected, but how? The explosion, the message left on the tip line, $10 million. For someone who appeared to have done his research on Alexander and his family, this guy should have known that $10 million was just a drop in the bucket for him. Hell, he had that amount of cash available through his security company. He called it their rainy day fund. He didn't like to call it what it really was, a stash of unmarked, non-consecutive numbered bills to be used in case any of his operatives were abducted while on assignment. He never had to use it. Until today. Alexander furrowed his brow and glanced at Moretti, who appeared incredibly relaxed. "Doesn't something about this seem fishy to you?" "What do you mean?" Alexander shook his head. "This guy seems to have had his eye on me for a while now. He knew how to manipulate my home security system, making it look like Martin was responsible for Melanie's disappearance. He's done everything to ensure he can't be found, and nothing traces back to him. Sure, he gave Olivia a name, but based on everything else, I can pretty much guess your men haven't been able to pull anything up on any Malik. Am I right?" Keeping his eyes trained forward, Moretti nodded. "Nothing to match the brief description your wife was able to give us. We've checked with Homeland Security, but I don't expect anything to come back. As you probably saw back at the house, we tried tracing his phone, but he bounced the signal off dozens of satellites. It would take our tech team days, if not weeks, to pinpoint the source. Then answer me this. Why would a guy go to such lengths to cover his tracks, but make no mention of unmarked, Non-consecutive bills for the ransom. That's ransom demand 101 if you ask me. Your team logged all the bills and marked a few of them with a GPS tracker, Moretti added. He didn't say we couldn't. He shrugged. Exactly my point. And why demand Olivia use one of my company's armored SUVs? He must know we'd be able to track it. Maybe he knows how to disable the GPS. When the footsteps keeping time in the car stopped, Moretti and Alexander straightened, their eyes glued to the large glass doors of the skating rink. What is it? Moretti whispered. Can you see anything? Squinting, Alexander tried to make out what was going on. I think she sees something in the snack bar area, he answered, observing his wife's back facing them. She was oddly still. Agent Moretti got on his communication device. What's going on in there? He asked the agents working surveillance inside. A teenager wearing a red polo shirt with the skating rink's logo is approaching. An agent Alexander recognized to be Gibson replied in a low voice. I assume he works here. Alexander craned his neck, struggling to see Olivia's tall body through the fogged-up window. He could faintly make out her red-belted coat and wavy brown hair. He's handing her a piece of paper, Agent Gibson observed. Alexander inched toward the edge of the seat, ready to spring into action at any moment. It could be nothing, Moretti murmured. Or it could be someone Malik sent, Alexander retorted, thinking this teenager had gotten instructions from someone to approach Olivia, then hand her that piece of paper. He's walking away, Gibson said hurriedly. Alexander kept his vision trained on the front doors, waiting for Olivia to leave the keys somewhere, then walk out. Instead, she glanced over her shoulder, seemingly directly at the car he sat in, then headed farther into the ice rink. What's going on? Alexander shouted, his pulse quickening. She's heading around the rink toward the locker rooms. Gibson's voice cracked over the receiver. Follow her, Moretti ordered. Under no circumstances are you to let her out of your sight. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Is there a back entrance to this place? Alexander asked Moretti, his mind spinning. Something didn't add up. Yes, he answered calmly. The locker rooms each have exterior entrances for use during hockey games. The other team has had eyes on it while we watch the main entrance. Aside from a few random cars driving around the building, looking for parking, they've noted nothing suspicious. Shaking his head, Alexander threw open the door to the car, cursing under his breath. Where are you going? Moretti bellowed as Alexander took off sprinting. You're going to blow our cover. This isn't a ransom drop. Alexander couldn't believe he didn't see it all sooner. This is another abduction. The pavement was slick from the rain and ice, but it didn't slow him down. He bolted across the large parking lot, passing row after row of cars. He gritted his teeth, thinking about all the happy families enjoying time together on a Saturday night while he was trying to bring his family back together. Moretti's footsteps sounded behind him in the distance, but Alexander was on autopilot. The lights of the parking lot grew dim as he raced around the right side of the building, running faster than he had in years. Just as he turned the corner to where the locker room entrances were located, a dark, compact car drove around the opposite corner and stopped. Alexander hid behind a dumpster, peering past it to keep an eye on the sedan. The driver was shrouded in darkness, his face protected by the night. He looked down, as if checking his watch, then glanced back to the locker room entrance. Alexander held his breath as Olivia exited into the crisp night air. The front passenger side window of the sedan lowered, and Olivia ducked, as if speaking to whomever was behind the wheel. If this were simply a ransom drop, she could just hand the keys through the window and walk away. Instead, she reached for the handle of the back door, about to pull it open, only thinking of keeping Olivia safe. Alexander rushed toward her, his weapon drawn. His heart raced, his entire body heating from the adrenaline coursing through him. His legs felt weighted down, the distance between him and the sedan seeming like miles instead of just a few yards. No, he bellowed. Olivia snapped her head in his direction, taking a step back in surprise. He threw himself toward her, pushing her away from the car as the squeal of tires reverberated through the cold night air. Aiming his weapon at the back of the car, he fired a few shots, staring at the license plate as it disappeared around the corner. Repeating the combination of 6 numbers and letters in his head, he holstered his gun, spinning toward Olivia, She stared at him in confusion, disoriented. "What did you do that for?" she shrieked. He could see her terror and panic as she searched his face for an answer. "He has Melanie. He was going to bring me to her." Alexander grabbed her face between his hands and gazed deep into her eyes, resting his forehead on hers. "No, Olivia, he wasn't. This was all a setup." "A setup," he said. "I should have seen it before." He interrupted. "I was so caught up with finally having some answers. I overlooked one rather important detail." What she asked in a grim voice? His ransom demand. This guy took every precaution imaginable from the beginning, even being so bold as to make it appear Martin had taken Melanie. It makes sense he wouldn't want us to use the ransom to find him, too, doesn't it? She nodded. "Yes, of course, but the cash," Alexander said hurriedly as FBI agents began swarming the area, Moretti bellowing orders. He never asked for non-consecutive, unmarked bills. He didn't care about the money because he had no intention of taking it or returning Melanie. This was his way of drawing you out alone so he could... He trailed off, grateful the light had come on before it was too late. If a few more seconds had passed, he shuddered to think what would have happened had Olivia gotten into that car. "But what could he possibly want with me?" she asked, biting her lip. Alexander shook his head, still as dumbfounded as ever about what was going on. It was now past 6 at night. Melanie had been missing all day, and they were still clueless about why she was taken or where she could be. "I don't know. Love, it's probably just another way to try to get to me." She quivered. He ran through the list he had made in his head of everyone he had pissed off in his life. It wasn't short by any stretch of the imagination, but not one person on it stood out. He had thought this was about money. They all did. His firm had worked hundreds of cases for private citizens and very large corporations where they recovered stolen cash and goods. They had been responsible for people losing their jobs, their livelihoods. Some even lost their families as a result of the investigations. But now he knew he had it all wrong. This clearly wasn't just about money. Malik was after something else. But what? He absently wondered whether it was connected to Misha's death and Landon's time in Afghanistan. But he couldn't be sure of anything until he knew for certain. Everyone was a suspect. "I don't know," he admitted. "But we have a description and a name. You're going to sit down with a sketch artist so we can blast this guy's face all over the country. In the meantime, we'll do our best to track him down with what information we do have." "And what's that?" This was our one shot at finding Melanie, but we're now back to the same place we were before she said, fighting back tears. "No, Olivia. Now we have a plate number. Even if he ditches the plates, he's got a busted taillight." A look of understanding washed over her. "So that's why you intentionally missed. I thought you were slipping. Even I could have made that shot." She smirked, lightening the intensity momentarily. "As much as I would have loved to put 2 in the bastard, he may be the only one who knows where Melanie is." "We'll find her, right?" Olivia asked, looking up at Alexander through wet eyes, wrapping his arms around her and staring at the black sky. His mind went to dark places, thinking of Melanie alone and scared. "Of course we will." Chapter 23, December 19th, 9:30 p.m. "Does this look about right?" a young man named Robert asked, flipping his tablet around and showing Olivia the final version of a sketch they had been working on. He had asked questions about so many intricate details regarding Malik's appearance: the shape of his eyebrows, the fullness of his lips, the curve of his chin, the darkness of his eyes. After over an hour of sketching and resketching, Olivia now stared back into a pair of 2-dimensional eyes that espoused evil and superiority. It was as if he were here with her, laughing at her, mocking her. They finally got it right. All she could do was nod at the sketch artist, who didn't look a day over 18, even though he hinted he had been with the Bureau for close to a decade. He was extremely talented, able to translate Olivia's lackluster description with ease, guiding her every step of the way. "Great," he responded, punching a few buttons on his tablet. Olivia marveled at how technology had evolved over the years. She had expected him to show up with pencils and an art pad. Instead, he was armed with a large tablet and stylus pen. with the click of a button. His rough sketch was distributed to every law enforcement agency in the state, as well as the rest of the country. It, along with the car description and plate number Alexander had provided, was added to the BOLO, the law enforcement term for be on the lookout. Still, Olivia had her doubts whether anything would come of it. Alexander had assured her he was working other angles, unbeknownst to the FBI, but refused to tell her what they were. Part of her began to think he simply said that to assuage her fears. The other part of her was terrified of what he would find if he dug too deep. The house that, just hours ago, had been a flurry of activity in preparation for the ransom exchange was now quiet. Moretti thought Malik would make contact with her again, but the call never came. After several hours, most of the FBI agents decided to relocate to the command center down the street from their house. It was nice to have some privacy again, but with the lack of activity and noise, it felt as if nothing were being done to find Melanie. Olivia prayed she was still okay, that Malik hadn't carried out any of his threats. While she hated the FBI's presence in her house, their absence terrified her. With them here, she was an eyewitness to the frenzied pace at which they moved to find her daughter. Phones constantly rang. People appeared at their door with more files, more computers, more everything. Now, it was eerily silent, no longer surrounded by chaos. She felt more alone than she could bear. Mrs. Burnham. Robert's voice cut through her thoughts and she glanced up, dazed. She didn't feel like herself. She felt like an outsider watching the drama unfold as a strange family navigated through a horrible tragedy. Yes, Olivia heard herself say. It didn't sound like her voice. It was distant, alien, obscure. Thanks for your time tonight, ma'am. He stood from the chair across from her and collected his things. If you think of anything else that could help with his description, please call. He handed her a simple white business card. The FBI's logo dead center. It's my understanding Agent Long will be staying here with you to keep you apprised of the investigation. He raised his eyebrows. Olivia nodded. After most of the agents and officers had dispersed, Agent Long stayed behind, informing the family she would be camping out at the house until the investigation came to an end. Olivia wondered whether that was the real reason for the agent's presence. It was just as easy to keep them updated on any developments via phone. Still, it gave Olivia some sense of security, regardless of how fleeting it truly was. She had always felt secure and protected by her husband. His need to keep her safe was one of the things she fell in love with before she even realized it. His loyalty, his protectiveness, his willingness to risk his life for hers. All reasons she fell madly in love with this man when she had avoided love for so long. But all that had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. She no longer felt as if her home were an impenetrable building where they could live out their happily ever after. A black cloud hung over the house, under her skin, in her soul. The void left from the absence of laughter and little feet running down the halls made her ache with a pain she couldn't describe. I'll let you get some rest, Robert said. Olivia simply stared blankly at him. He paused for a moment, probably waiting for her to say goodbye. But she had no words left. The helplessness she had avoided all day as they were swept up in the whirlwind of the investigation crashed over her. She stood from the couch, leaving Robert standing there, and walked out of the room. Olivia, love, Alexander called after her, excusing himself from the hushed conversation he had been having with Martin as they toiled over his laptop, probably trying to find Malik before the FBI did. She stopped as she approached the ornate staircase, the focal point of the grand entrance to their extravagant house. Yellow police tape roping off the table and broken centerpiece caught her eye. It took some convincing on Alexander's part for the FBI to allow them to stay when the house could be considered an active crime scene. Olivia understood the FBI's need to maintain the integrity of the evidence, but this was their home. She refused to allow anyone to chase her out. She turned to face her husband, concern and worry etched on his strong face. What can I do? Alexander always had a way of asking the right question. He knew not to ask what was wrong or if she was okay. Those questions could be answered without words. Instead, he asked the question she needed at that moment. Approaching him, she ran her hands through his dark hair. "You're already doing it, Alex." She placed a soft kiss on his lips, trying to hide her true anguish. He had enough on his plate at the moment. He had the resources and ability to track down their daughter. Olivia, on the other hand, felt completely useless, like she had nothing to offer. Even worse, as she had watched Alexander do everything within his power to find Melanie throughout the day, she kept thinking about Misha. She'd barely had time to mourn her death before her world was tilted on its axis. "You look exhausted. Why don't you go upstairs and lie down?" he suggested. "I'll come get you if I find anything." Olivia nodded, allowing his promise to bathe her with a modicum of comfort. She wanted to ask if he had heard anything more from Dave about Misha's case, but stopped herself. What kind of grieving mother would she be if she didn't devote all her anguish, heartache, and tears to her missing daughter? One wrong move and the media would crucify her. "I love you, Mr. Burnham." She placed a lackluster kiss on his lips before heading up the staircase, which was lined with framed photos of their family. They were so happy, so peaceful, so secure. They would never have that again. Even if they found Melanie and she had been spared any physical scars, the psychological ones would never vanish. Olivia was living proof of that. She'd suffered a traumatic event in her early years, having witnessed her own mother's death at the age of 6. To this day, even over 30 years later, it still haunted her. She had done everything in her power to shield Melanie from enduring anything like that in her life. She'd failed her. Stepping onto the second-floor landing, Olivia continued down the corridor, the sound of voices fading. The hallway was practically pitch black, another reminder of Melanie's disappearance. She breathed life into the four walls of this house. Without her, there was no energy, there was no heartbeat, there was no soul. Most nights, her laugh could be heard throughout the halls as she played make-believe or chased runner. Olivia normally looked forward to the nights Melanie planned to sleep over at her cousin's or a friend's house so she could have a moment of peace and quiet with her husband, a rarity most of the time. Now she craved to hear her daughter's infectious giggle. Olivia slowed to a stop outside a door blocked with yellow police tape. They had been warned, rather strongly, by Agent Moretti not to cross any of the areas they had marked off. There was a chance they may need to comb the areas again for any evidence that had been overlooked the first time they thoroughly examined each and every nook and cranny of this room. What she was about to do could compromise the entire investigation. But she was no longer concerned with that. She was desperate to feel her daughter's heart, hear her pulse, revel in her spirit. Ducking beneath the police tape, she turned the knob and entered Melanie's room. The space seemed different now. This was no longer home to a fearless girl who had more love for Olivia than she deserved. This would now become a place of nightmares for her daughter. Would she ever be able to sleep in this room again? Would she ever want to sleep alone? Would she ever feel safe? Olivia struggled to come to terms with what Melanie's life would be like if she survived this. She hadn't done anything to deserve this. Alexander wasn't without his faults, and neither was Olivia. But Melanie was so young, so pure, so innocent. Now, at far too young an age, she would be jaded by the cruelties of the world. Would she ever see her smile again? Would she ever hear her carefree laugh? Would she ever feel her unconditional love as she flung her arms around her? Bleakness invaded Olivia right down to her marrow as she fell onto Melanie's unmade bed. Sheets that were once warm from her presence had grown cold, and Olivia could no longer keep it in. She wasn't just watching a made-for-TV movie about a successful, semi-famous family losing their daughter. She was living the nightmare, wishing with everything she had that this would all be over soon, that it wasn't real. "Wake up!" Olivia screamed, slapping her face as relentless tears streamed down her cheeks. She curled into a ball, the torment growing inside her becoming unbearable. It felt like someone was ripping her open with sadistic apathy, the pace languid and sluggish. taking pleasure from each strained breath she struggled to capture. Her skin prickled with the heat of 1,000 branding irons. No matter how loud she screamed, it wouldn't dull the pain. "Wake up, Olivia!" she bellowed again, louder and more desperate. Nothing worked. No matter what she did, no matter how loud her cries, nothing would wake her from this nightmare. Sobs racked through her body as she fought for air. She tried to gain control over her body in tears, but it was useless. She was no longer in command of her own destiny. Even the seemingly innate task of inhaling and exhaling had become arduous and complicated. Melanie was her lifeline, her reason for living. Without her, Olivia's heart gave out. Her lungs refused to work. Her body shut down. Suddenly, a pair of familiar strong arms cradled her, lifting her off the torturous bed, cocooning her in a shelter only they could provide. They comforted her sobs, giving her exactly what she needed. She cried into her husband's chest, 100 tears falling for every regret. No words were spoken. Lowering himself to the floor and leaning against the wall, Alexander simply held her in his lap, wiping her tears, providing her with warmth in this cold, hateful world. She didn't know how many minutes ticked by as he remained there, silently assuring her with his presence that they would get through this, that everything would work out. Still, she knew they would never be the same. This had shaken their family to its core. There was no returning to the way things were before. Olivia cried harder. She cried for all the time she should have spent with her daughter, instead of working tirelessly for one charity or another. She cried for all the time she told her no when she should have said yes. Yes, we can have pancakes for dinner. Yes, we can go feed the ducks at the pond. Yes, we can make Christmas cookies in July. Exhaustion set in as her cries subsided and she closed her eyes. The last thing she saw before drifting off was Melanie standing alone in a dark room, a blank expression on her pale face. Chapter 24, December 19th, 11:15 p.m. Alexander tried to remain completely still as he held Olivia in his arms. She looked so peaceful as she slept, her chest rising and falling evenly. The anguish that had consumed her when he first found her in Melanie's room had all but disappeared. Now, she was finally resting, able to keep her worries and fears at bay, if only for a minute. Moretti would lose his mind if he knew they were both in here, but that was the least of Alexander's concerns at the moment. Olivia needed this. She had held her head high all day, showing great strength, but everyone had their breaking point, and she had reached hers. "Do you remember our first night in this house?" Her voice cut through the silence. Alexander looked down to see her studying his face. He wondered how long she had been awake, kissing the top of her forehead. He tightened his hold on her as they sat on the floor. Alexander's back against the wall. "I do." A nostalgic smile crossed his face. "There was a mix-up with our furniture delivery. Instead of staying at Ma's for the night, Melanie convinced us to camp out here, so we put sleeping bags in front of the fireplace." She nodded. "We roasted marshmallows and told scary stories. And you told her your idea of roughing it was a hotel with no room service. Now every time we stay in a hotel, she asks if we're roughing it." She let out a small laugh as they recalled some of the happy times they'd spent in this house. All married couples hoped the good times outnumbered the bad, and Olivia and Alexander had been blessed for that to be the case, just like everybody else. They'd hit a few bumps in the road along the way, but those had been few and insignificant in the grand scheme of things. They'd been fortunate enough to be happy, healthy, and safe. Until now. From the very beginning, Alexander knew both his current position and his status as a discharged SEAL could potentially put all their lives in danger. He had considered walking away from everything the day Melanie was born, but he liked knowing he had a purpose, that people needed him. It didn't occur to him his family needed him more than his employees ever would. Waves of regret washed over him. He didn't know where he went wrong, how he didn't realize he had been making the same mistakes as his father, the very ones that drove him away. His phone buzzed, bringing him back from his thoughts, and he pulled it out of his pocket. Reading the text Martin had sent, he tried to hide his disappointment from Olivia. "What is it?" she asked. "We got a hit on the plates of the car. Came back to a stolen vehicle out of Peabody. It was found ditched near Boston College." Nodding, she snuggled against him once more. "You always knew it was probably a dead end," she assured him with a heavy sigh. "I know, but it didn't prevent me from hoping," he responded quietly. "Me either." They continued to sit in the stillness of Melanie's darkened room. Alexander with his back against the wall and legs stretched out in front of him. Olivia curled in a ball on his lap. This was the first time in weeks, maybe months, they had a moment to themselves. He hated that their daughter's abduction was the reason. They had both been so busy. Alexander with the company, and Olivia with all the charities she was on the board of. When they did have time together, they always spent it with Melanie. Since the very beginning, Olivia had been insistent on raising Melanie with minimal outside help. With the wealth they had, most would assume they'd have a full-time nanny, but Olivia refused. It takes a village to raise a child, and they'd been fortunate to have a village at their fingertips. Still, life changes after having a baby. Moments alone are rare and valued, like this. Just them. The more he thought about it, though, that wasn't necessarily the case. Alexander felt Melanie's spirit surrounding him, her energy, her enthusiasm, the eyes that always looked at him as if he were her hero. "Thank you, Mr. Crenshaw, for taking the time to tell us all about working in finance," Melanie's teacher said, clapping in a way that encouraged the rest of the class to follow her lead. Doe-eyed with brunette hair cascading to her mid-back, she barely looked like she could have been more than a day out of high school. Yet here she was, instilling knowledge into Alexander's little girl. He glanced around the classroom as he sat in front of a few dozen desks arranged in a circle. It was a far cry from the classroom he remembered from his school days. Then again, he went to public school. His father's company didn't take off until he was a teenager, and even when it did, his parents didn't let that wealth go to any of their heads. Nothing changed, except they were able to take more vacations, drive nicer cars, and not worry about how to make the money stretch to pay all the bills. The decision to enroll Melanie in private school didn't come easily. Alexander wanted her to have the same kind of upbringing he did, but his need to keep her safe outweighed all that. The other students here were the sons and daughters of politicians, CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and anyone else wealthy enough to spend more on a year of first grade than most paid for their freshman year of college. Next, we have Melanie's dad here to talk about what he does for a living. "Class, give Mr. Burnham a warm welcome." She clapped, the rest of the class following her lead. Alexander looked at the group of students, Melanie standing out with her wide grin and proud eyes. Standing up, he adjusted his tie and made his way to the center of the room, sitting down in the chair. "Thanks for being here today, Mr. Burnham," Miss Killingly said, sitting in the chair next to his. "We've been learning about different careers and jobs over the past few weeks. Melanie has told the class you're a veteran." Alexander turned his attention to the group of 6-year-olds in front of him, a sudden bout of nerves overtaking him. He had no problem being put on the spot in meetings, confrontations, or interrogations, but there was something uninhibited about children. They asked whatever came to mind. They hadn't yet grasped the concept that there was a time and place for everything, that certain questions just weren't asked. Based on the previous few parents who had been in the proverbial hot seat, Alexander knew he could expect anything and everything from these kids. Melanie's teacher certainly encouraged them to ask questions and learn. He had a feeling they would have a lot to ask him. In the grand scheme of things, the other parents worked relatively mundane jobs: real estate investors, hedge fund managers, stockbrokers. Alexander doubted they'd ever had a bullet fired at them, let alone shot a gun. "Yes," he answered. "I joined the Navy when I was 18. "You didn't go to college?" one of the kids asked. "Thomas," Miss Killingly scolded. "Remember what I told you about not speaking unless you are called on." "I'm sorry, Miss Killingly." He raised his hand. Alexander nodded at him to go ahead. "Did you go to college, Mr. Melanie's dad?" "Burnham," Miss Killingly corrected. "Mr. Burnham," Thomas said, grinning. I went to college for a semester, but decided I wanted to serve my country instead. At first, I had planned on going back after leaving the Navy, but I became an officer, then went to BUDS training. Why don't you explain to the class what BUDS stands for? Mr. Burnham. Miss Killingly encouraged. It's basic underwater demolition, SEAL training. Hands shot up all around him. Alexander nodded to a little girl with perfect blonde curls. You trained SEALs. Her eyes were wide and innocent, and she could barely contain her excitement. All the students were on the edge of their seats, honestly believing he was a SEAL trainer. No, Alexander replied, trying not to laugh. Miss Killingly gave him a grateful smile. Teachers were so underappreciated. This moment reaffirmed that belief. She dealt with the absurd on a daily basis, keeping her composure when Alexander was sure she wanted to laugh at some of the crazy things these kids said. A Navy SEAL is a special type of seaman. That's what people who are in the Navy are called, seamen. Alexander thanked his lucky stars. This was a class full of 6-year-olds and not 16-year-olds. That sentence would have had a completely different reaction if the latter sat before him. That's right, kids, Miss Killingly said. Do you remember when we talked about 9/11 and the bad man responsible for that? They all nodded. Well, it was a team of Navy SEALs, like Melanie's dad, who captured that bad man so he wouldn't do something like that again. Oh, several of the kids said, a look of understanding crossing their faces, although there was no way they could truly comprehend exactly what that meant at this age. So you killed that bad man, the little boy named Thomas asked. Thomas, Miss Killingly berated. Remember to wait until you're called on. It's okay, Alexander said. No, I didn't kill that bad man. I left the Navy more than a decade ago to take over my father's private security firm. Hands shot up all around, and he nodded to a sandy-haired boy sitting in the front row. Have you ever killed someone? He rubbed his hands on his pants and turned his eyes to Miss Killingly. She gave him a look, as if saying he were on his own. My team had been responsible for taking down numerous threats to the safety of our country. When I joined the military, I took an oath to do everything in my power to protect this country. I still keep that promise, even to this day. I want to be a SEAL trainer when I grow up, Thomas said, a look of awe on his face. Alexander smiled, scanning the intrigued faces in the classroom, catching Melanie's eyes. She had a look of pride on her face. He hoped the day would never come that he did something to make her resent him. Alexander's phone buzzed in his pocket, startling him. He blinked, reacquainting himself with his surroundings. He glanced down to see that Olivia had fallen back to sleep. He must have dozed off at some point, too. He had been running on maybe 5 hours of sleep over the past 3 days, and his limbs ached from exhaustion. His back throbbed from falling asleep in such an uncomfortable position. After everything Olivia had been through today, she deserved better than sleeping on the floor. He gingerly extracted himself from her and stood before picking her up and cradling her in his arms. Heading toward the door, he pulled it open and carefully ducked under the yellow police tape, then padded down the long corridor and into their master bedroom. The bed had been left unmade, everything precisely as it was the last time he stepped foot in this room, before he realized Melanie had been taken. It was like it had been frozen in time, a moment of their history he would do anything to change. Olivia stirred slightly when he placed her on the bed and pulled the duvet over her. A small moan escaped her lips as she nuzzled into the warmth of the silky sheets and down pillows, comforting her, regardless of how short-lived the relief was. Alexander paused and gazed upon his wife lying in the bed they had shared for years. Too many nights. He'd worked late in the office and came home after she had fallen asleep. There was nothing like waking from a dreamless sleep to the feeling of his wife and daughter, who had found her way into their bed at some point during the night, snuggled next to him. He had taken those moments for granted. Never again. When this was all over, he wanted to give his wife and Melanie something he'd yet to provide them with, a normal life. He placed a soft kiss on Olivia's forehead and retreated from the bed, allowing her this time to sleep and forget about the reality of what had happened 24 hours ago. Stepping into the hallway, he pulled his phone out of his pocket and saw a missed call from Simpson. A momentary flash of hope filled him. He'd been having Simpson do everything he could to keep tabs on the FBI's investigation. Alexander was more than aware that Moretti probably wouldn't share everything with him, but Simpson would, and he had the talent to access the FBI's computers without their knowledge. Most of his other agents had the brawn and training from years of military service. Simpson had never worn a uniform of any kind. Alexander often joked that he was born with a computer glued to his hands. He knew more about firewalls and secure IPs than most people could ever fathom. He truly was the brains behind the security firm. Dialing his number, he waited for the call to connect. Simpson picked up almost immediately. "You called," Alexander muttered quietly as he headed down the stairs and toward the east wing of the house where his office was located. "Sorry for calling so early, sir, but this couldn't wait." "What is it?" He glanced at his watch and saw it was after 5 in the morning. He wondered if Simpson ever slept. He kept stranger hours than Alexander did. Regardless of the time of day, Simpson answered whenever he called, sounding as if he were wide awake. "I've been keeping an eye on the FBI's investigation into..." He cleared his throat. "Well, everything." Alexander knew this was his way of trying to avoid saying Melanie's name. Aside from Martin and Tyler, Simpson probably knew Alexander better than anyone else at the office. "What did you find?" he pushed, running his hand over his face and rubbing his tired eyes. His body screamed for rest, but his brain wouldn't allow it. Not until Melanie was safe. He'd already wasted too much time sleeping tonight. So much could have happened in the last 5 hours. The forensic report on the explosion at the press conference came back. "I don't follow." Alexander entered his office and sat behind the desk. He had hoped Simpson was calling with some sort of identification from the sketch he had sent him. "Well, normally I wouldn't think anything of it, especially when an extremist group is involved." Alexander's pulse quickened. He straightened his spine, staring out the windows at the dark, snow-covered lawn, only shadowed trees visible. The design and chemical makeup of the bomb was pretty much identical to an explosion credited to the Islamic Union that happened 1 year ago. 1 year, Alexander tightened his jaw, a sinking feeling forming in the pit of his stomach. He wanted to ward off the words he knew were about to come out of Simpson's mouth, but nothing could stop the truth. "Yes, sir," he said reluctantly. It could certainly just be a coincidence, but the chemical makeup of the bomb that caused the explosion at City Hall is practically identical to the bomb that destroyed the shelter in Afghanistan. Mr. Tate was operating. Alexander let out a slow breath, running his hands through his hair. All day long, he had held out hope, regardless of how small, that Melanie's abduction was completely unrelated to him and what he did for a living. That hope had been squashed in the blink of an eye. Now he knew, without a shadow of doubt, that Melanie's abduction was tied to his company's involvement overseas and Landon's disappearance. "Anything new on Misha?" Alexander asked. "I thought the same thing. I've been looking through Boston PD's files on her death. Aside from her being Landon's sister, there's nothing in her background to tie her to the shelter, so any connection to Melanie's abduction would be tenuous at best." Alexander sighed. His mind pulled in 1,000 different directions. He knew he should stay close in case the sketch of Malik yielded new information, since he was the only concrete lead they had at this point. But he was itching to have the opportunity to rummage through Misha's house. He had spent the hours leading up to Melanie's disappearance, looking into Misha's background. Even with all the tricks Simpson had up his sleeve, there was nothing to tie her to his company's short-lived shelter in Afghanistan, aside from being Landon's sister. They never rebuilt after the explosion. They had done everything within their power to find the women they had provided safe harbor to, but it was as if they had disappeared off the face of the earth. Working with NCIS, Alexander had come to the conclusion the explosion was most likely a distraction. They had found enough evidence to suggest that the women were, in all probability, returned to their families and the antiquated, barbaric traditions of the tribal communities within the country carried out. Years from now, a body may turn up that they may be able to connect to one of the women he failed to help. Until then, all he could do was assume the worst. That was the only option when someone vanished into thin air. The idea that someone was now targeting Alexander and Misha for their connection to the shelter seemed outlandish and improbable. especially considering a year had passed. Memories of the last time he saw Landon forced their way to the forefront of Alexander's brain. He couldn't help but wonder whether his friend's odd request was related. "What do you think's going on?" Alexander asked Simpson. "I wish I knew, sir. All I can tell you is what I find. And I find all of this to be too suspicious to simply be a series of isolated, unrelated events." "I agree." He paused. "If you find anything else, let me know." "Of course, sir," Simpson replied. Then the line went dead. Alexander slumped in his chair and rubbed his temples as he tried to collect his thoughts. He looked to the corner of his desk, his eyes falling on a framed photo of Olivia and Melanie. He needed to share this new information with her, but didn't know how. How could he possibly tell her Misha was murdered and their daughter taken because of his company's involvement in Afghanistan? Alexander snapped out of his thoughts when he heard a knock on the door, followed by the creak of it opening. "I apologize for interrupting, sir," Martin said, standing in the doorway. His voice was low, exuding the exhaustion he couldn't hide on his face. They had gone days with little sleep before, but had never been put through the emotional wringer of losing a family member. And Melanie was family to him. "There's someone to see you." Alexander furrowed his brow, eyeing the early hour on the clock. "Who?" "O'Malley. He just came from the command center where he's been answering tip line calls." Nodding, Alexander ordered, "Let him in." His skin prickled with anticipation as Martin retreated from the office. In the cloud of trying to figure out what was going on, Martin had the forethought to have a few of their agents volunteer to answer tip-line calls, unbeknownst to the FBI. Crises like these always seem to bring out the humanity in people, and the command center had been flooded practically all day by neighbors and other people wanting to help. Most of them had been arranged into search parties to comb through the heavily wooded areas that made up this part of the state. However, a few volunteers came with a background in law enforcement or social services, like Alexander's agents. Fortunately, the FBI decided to put them to work on the overloaded tip line. Alexander certainly hadn't expected any of his agents, or anyone else, to actually get any information by answering those calls. Based on his experience, tip lines were simply a way for law enforcement to make it appear like they were doing everything they possibly could to find a missing person. These days, most people barely looked up from their phones long enough to avoid getting hit by a car when crossing the street, let alone identify a rough sketch of someone. "Mr. Burnham, sir," O'Malley said quietly as he entered the dim office. "I'm sorry for barging in at such an early hour." "It's quite all right." Alexander gestured to the seat across from him. He lowered himself into the chair, glancing at Alexander with a nervous expression. He was a newer agent, but Martin had appeared confident he was perfect for this task. Said he could get a monk who had taken a vow of silence to talk. "Have you found anything?" Alexander asked. "Yes, sir. I was answering calls when I noticed a bit of commotion. An FBI agent got a call on his cell, spoke for a few minutes, then went to get Agent Moretti." "He's still there?" Alexander raised his eyebrows. "Yes. There's a room with a few cots set up so the agents can get a little sleep, but are still close by in case there are any new developments." Alexander nodded. "Go on." "I tried to make it appear as if I wasn't eavesdropping on what was going on and kept answering calls. I'm able to read lips. Though, apparently, a man who works at a convenience store in Roxbury called, responding to the photo the FBI released of Malik. He claimed a man matching the description of the sketch has come in at least once a day for the past several months to buy cigarettes, that he lives in a 2-level house across the street from the store. At first, the clerk wasn't sure whether the sketch was the man or not. Then he remembered seeing something suspicious after 1 in the morning on Saturday. Alexander straightened his spine. That was in the same time frame in which Melanie had been taken. The clerk saw him drive up to the house and back into the driveway. Then he saw someone get out of the passenger seat. "Did he leave a description of his passenger?" Alexander asked. "No. He said it was dark and couldn't make out any details. He did mention his passenger was on the shorter side, maybe a few inches over 5 feet. They both went around the back of the SUV and opened the rear hatch. The clerk watched as they carried what appeared to be a heavy object around the back of the house. They didn't enter through the front door, so he assumed they used the back door or the storm door leading to the basement. Alexander's heart raced in his chest as he absorbed O'Malley's report. And how did Agent Moretti respond to all of this? He put together a team to head over to the address in question right away. One of the other agents asked if they should inform you, and he said no, that this may turn out to be just another caller looking for his 15 minutes of fame, that he didn't want to get your hopes up until he was certain it was a viable lead. Alexander slammed his fists on the desk and opened one of the drawers, withdrawing a pistol and securing it in his holster. Bullshit. He knows damn well it's a viable lead. He bolted from his seat. Martin. He turned to him. Yes, sir. As much as I want your help. He began with a sigh. I need you to stay with Olivia. Sir. He responded, nodding. As Alexander headed out of the office and down the hallway, how does he know it's a viable lead? O'Malley called after him, following him toward the front door. Because O'Malley. Alexander spun around. The FBI never said this man was wanted in connection with Melanie's disappearance. They simply said he was a person of interest wanted in connection with an ongoing investigation. This wasn't just another caller looking for his 15 minutes of fame. This is the real deal. Chapter 25, December 20th, 7:10 a.m. Olivia's eyes fluttered open, and she looked around, disoriented. The last thing she remembered was falling asleep in Alexander's arms as they sat together in Melanie's room. Now, she was in their bed, alone. Pushing back the covers, she noticed she was still in the clothes she wore the night before. But it was no longer night. The sun had risen, trying to break through the heavy gray clouds blanketing the sky. She glanced at the clock, wondering how long she had been asleep, seeing it was already after 7 in the morning. Her chest grew tight thinking about all the time she had wasted. It was selfish to sleep so soundly and comfortably when she should have been doing something. Anything. Jumping out of bed, she dashed into the bathroom and splashed some water on her face. After putting on clean clothes and pulling her hair back, she headed downstairs in search of an update as to what was going on. The smell of bacon met her as she drew near the kitchen. Agent Long sat on a stool at the large eat-in island in the center of the room as Colleen fried bacon, whipped up some scrambled eggs, and toasted bread. There was already a plate of blueberry muffins, as well as trays upon trays of different kinds of Christmas cookies. Olivia wondered if Colleen had slept at all, or if she simply stayed in the kitchen, baking and cooking away her heartache. Olivia, dear, Colleen said when she saw her enter. She stopped what she was doing and walked up to wrap her arms around her. After a longer than usual hug, she pulled back and met her eyes. Olivia could see her pain, her fear, her unease. She looked like a woman doing everything to keep the pieces together. How are you holding up? Okay, Colleen. Okay. She squeezed her arm, holding her gaze. Okay, Olivia repeated, drawing in a shaky breath. Would she ever be anything more than okay again? Is Alex here? No, he's not, Agent Long answered in a curt tone. Olivia whipped her head around to face her. Sore subject, dear, Colleen murmured into Olivia's ear. He left the house earlier this morning, without my approval. Where did he go? Olivia pushed. And I didn't realize we needed your approval to leave. It was my understanding we could come and go as we pleased. That your job here was to simply answer any questions we may have or to offer us support, not to restrict our movements. I also have to ensure your safety, particularly after last night's ransom demand that could have led to another abduction. Olivia crossed her arms in front of her chest. You really think you can do a better job at keeping my husband safe than he can? She scoffed. Not likely. Where did he go? Agent Long flipped the page of the newspaper. He went out on his own, even after Agent Moretti warned him not to interfere, and is following up on a lead received earlier this morning. A lead? Olivia perked up. Yes, Mrs. Burnham, Agent Long replied with a heavy sigh. It's our general rule of thumb to investigate leads before involving the family so we don't raise any hopes. She glanced up from her paper and met Olivia's rapt gaze. But we received a call from someone who said they recognized the man in the sketch. I wouldn't put much faith into it just yet. It could be nothing, but it could be something. Couldn't it? Olivia asked, holding the one glimmer of hope she had left. Perhaps. Agent Long agreed, returning her attention to this morning's Boston Globe and sipping her coffee. A million thoughts racing through her head. Olivia grabbed her cell out of her pocket and dialed Alexander, holding her breath as she listened to the call connect. Olivia, he answered in hushed tones after 2 rings. Alex, she breathed. What's going on? I woke up and I'm in Roxbury, he interrupted. One of my agents overheard a conversation at the command center about a possible lead on Malik's location. Moretti had no intention of telling me. Thankfully, my agent knew enough to come over and inform me about what was going on. And what's that? He sighed. Olivia could sense his frustration through the phone. After living with someone for so long, you could anticipate their emotions with little warning. I still don't know. Olivia. A clerk at a convenience store believes the man living across the street is Malik. Just after Melanie's abduction, he saw him pull up with another person, then carry something heavy around back. Olivia gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. She's there. We haven't been inside yet, but she's not here. No one is. How can you know she's not there? She asked urgently. Why haven't you been inside? Based on what happened at the press conference, Moretti is using an overabundance of caution and wants the bomb squad to send in a robot to secure the house before anyone goes inside. In the meantime, they used a thermal cam and there were no heat signatures. Although the technology isn't exactly accurate when going through walls of a house. What does that mean? She asked, his words not registering. Based on the readings off the camera, they don't believe there's anyone inside the house, but they want to wait to enter it until they're sure it's not rigged in any way. If this is Malik's house, it stands to reason there could be explosive material here that he used to make the bomb Rain carried into the press conference. Regardless, there's no guarantee the man the clerk saw is actually Malik or that Melanie was ever here. Until we can get inside, we won't know anything for certain. But the second you get inside, you'll call and let me know what you find. Right? Of course. Okay. Olivia sighed, defeated. It felt like this was all one big waiting game. She didn't know how much longer she could survive without hearing her daughter's laugh, without feeling her small arms wrapped around her. The bomb squad just got on scene, Alexander said urgently. An audible commotion in the background shouting, trucks driving by. They're going to jam all the cell phones in the area to be on the safe side. I had Martin stay at the house. If you need to go anywhere, even at the FBI's request, he'll take you. Do you understand? Olivia closed her eyes, nodding. Yes. Just be careful. Always, he said in a sweet voice. I love you. Olivia. She clutched the phone tighter, closing her eyes briefly, listening to Alexander's breathing. She could almost picture him right beside her, whispering those words. In the midst of everything going on, that was exactly what she needed to hear to make her heart full. The nickname for her that belonged to him and only him. And I love you, Alex. Hurry home. She remained on the line, only to be met with dead air moments later. Checking the screen, she saw the call had disconnected. With a heavy heart, she returned her phone to her pocket and lowered herself onto one of the bar stools, staring out the window at the bleakness surrounding her. Hungry, dear Colleen asked, placing a plate of eggs, toast, and fruit in front of her. Thanks, Colleen, but she pushed the dish away. I know eating is the last thing you probably feel like doing right now, but it'll make you feel better. Believe me. She met her mother-in-law's bloodshot eyes. As much as Olivia couldn't stomach the thought of eating, she did it for Colleen. She needed to feel wanted, as if she were doing something to bring Melanie back, even though they were all completely helpless at the moment, Alexander included. A stiff silence fell over the house on that Sunday morning as Olivia pushed her breakfast around her plate. She kept looking out the window, hoping to see Alexander drive up. Colleen was just as worried, but did a better job at masking her unease. Every 15 minutes, Olivia tried Alexander's phone, only for it to go straight to voicemail. "He'll be fine, ma'am," Martin assured her. All Olivia could do was nod. After an hour, she couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't just sit around and wait. She needed to do something to help ward off all the thoughts circling around in her head. Grabbing her coat from the hallway closet, she headed toward the door leading to the garage, Martin jumping to his feet and following behind her. "Where are you going?" Agent Long asked. "Catching up to them?" "Out," Olivia replied curtly. "I see that." "Where?" Turning around, she sighed heavily. "Over to a friend's." Agent Long placed her hands on her hips. "If you want to see any friends, I recommend having them come here. I need to get out of this house." Olivia responded through a clenched jaw. "I can't just sit here anymore. Everywhere I turn, I'm faced with another reminder of my daughter. I need to go somewhere to clear my head." "Don't you want to be here? If they find anything, I'll have my cell with me. If they find anything, my husband will let me know. Goodbye, Agent Long." Olivia headed into the garage and followed Martin to a dark SUV, hopping into the back seat. She expected Agent Long to put up a little more of a fight. Maybe she realized it was pointless, that there was no reason to keep Olivia as a prisoner in her own house. Jumping into the driver's seat, Martin caught her gaze in the rearview mirror and nodded. No words needed to be spoken. He knew exactly where she wanted to go. After turning the key in the ignition, Martin drove out of the garage and down the long driveway, pulling onto the street. Silence engulfed them as Olivia watched the miles zoom by, acutely aware of her surroundings, worried someone would follow, worried someone knew exactly what she had done, worried someone had put the pieces together and all her work had been for nothing. As Martin merged onto the interstate and headed north, her racing heart began to slow, but she still couldn't relax completely. She felt as if the people in every car that passed stared at her, telling her with their eyes that they knew her secret, that she wouldn't be able to keep it from her husband much longer. She just didn't know how he would react. Just before 9, Martin pulled off a residential road in Arlington. After punching a code into the gate, he navigated down a long driveway leading up to a Tudor-style home that was over a century old. "I'll wait in here, ma'am," Martin said. "Thanks, Martin. I won't be too long. Take your time." Church bells chimed and she glanced at the tower to her right. Stepping out of the car, she could almost make out angelic voices singing a hymn as the services began. She wondered if anyone in the congregation would pray for her daughter's safe return. A strong breeze blew through the air and she tugged her jacket closer, refocusing her attention on the house in front of her. A melting snowman greeted her as she trekked up the path to the front door. She smiled to herself, picturing one of her best friends building that creation with his 3 boys, climbing a set of concrete steps. She pulled back the screen door and inserted her key into the lock, letting herself into the house. A warmth surrounded her as she listened to the sounds of laughter emanating from the kitchen. "Hello," she called out, the chatter ceasing immediately. "Auntie Olivia," 3 small voices exclaimed, followed by the sound of chairs being pushed away. She was soon met with the barrage of arms wrapping around her legs. An olive-skinned man rounded the corner to where she stood in the formal living area, a dish towel flung over his shoulder, his brown eyes awash with sympathy. His dark hair sported a touch of gray now that he was on the other side of 40, but he still had a youthful appearance about him. "Livy." She tried to retain her composure when she saw the worry on Mo's face. She bit her bottom lip, taking a quick inhale of air. "Boys, go back into the kitchen and finish eating your breakfast," he ordered the 3 kids flanking her. She gazed down at them affectionately. seeing a mixture of both their mother's and father's best features. They had dark, inquisitive eyes like their father, and light hair with a hint of red like their mother. Olivia didn't know how Kira and Mo kept up with having 3 boys under the age of 6, with another baby due any day now. Having one child was a lot of work, even with plenty of help. Olivia didn't know how they were going to deal with 4. Mo had taken a break from touring with his band, Groove Delay, to be here for the birth of their 4th child. He was being hounded by his record label and manager to get back on the road and promote the new album that had soared to the top of the charts in its first week. Their lives had changed almost overnight, and Olivia couldn't be happier for them. But she knew this newfound fame was difficult on both Kira and Mo, particularly when it came to having time for family. Kira supported Mo with everything, assuring him they would find a new routine, a new normal. But Mo had recently confided in Olivia about how guilty he felt, particularly after being gone for over a month. Once Kira hit her 3rd trimester and had been ordered to remain on bed rest, he couldn't take it anymore, putting the tour on hold to be with his family. "You can visit with Auntie Olivia later." "Okay." He narrowed his gaze at the boys. "Okay," they all said in unison, and released their hold on her, heading back into the kitchen. The sound of forks hitting plates echoed as Mo faced her once more. Satisfied, they had a brief moment to themselves. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her tight against him, hugging her with everything he had. She took a deep breath, struggling to keep it together. She didn't know if she had any tears left to cry at this point. "I wanted to stop by to see how you were holding up, but I couldn't leave Kira." "I got your message," Olivia said. "I'm sorry I didn't call you or Kira back. It's just been a bit crazy." "No need to apologize," he offered, pulling back and holding her at arm's length. "You have a lot on your plate. The last thing you need to worry about is calling me or Kira. We're okay. Everything here is okay." He gave her a knowing look. "Is that Libby I hear down there?" A familiar shrill voice boomed, despite having to remain in her bed or on the couch, apart from showering. Kira sounded like her normal self. "Get your butt up here." Olivia allowed herself a laugh. Kira had been a mom for 6 years now and still had trouble watching her language around the kids when she first got pregnant. They often joked that the baby's first words wouldn't be mama or dada, it would be shit. Luckily, that didn't come true. Although her oldest, Brian, learned God damn it at one of the most inconvenient times, a funeral for one of Mo's aunts. He walked up and down the aisles of the church saying it over and over again. Kira was horrified. Mo, along with most everyone else, laughed it off, thankful for the levity, shrugging at Mo. Olivia headed down the hall and up the stairs toward the master bedroom. Entering, she smiled at her friend. Aside from being bedridden, she looked like her regular self. Her fair skin contrasted with the strawberry blonde hue of her vibrant hair, her bold green eyes brimming with compassion. "Oh, Libby." Kira exhaled, holding her arms out. Olivia rushed to one of her closest friends and hugged her. They remained in each other's embrace for several long moments, neither one wanting to say anything or break the connection. Nearly 2 decades ago, Olivia had met Kira her first week of college, and they had remained friends through all of life's ups and downs. "God, this whole thing just sucks," Kira said through her tears. Olivia pulled back, biting her lower lip. "Don't go getting upset," she warned, eyeing her enormous stomach. Kira was tiny to begin with, only hitting 5'2" on a good day. Each pregnancy took a toll on her body, but she insisted she wouldn't change a thing. She loved being a mom, and was about to become a mother again to either a beautiful girl or a handsome boy. They never wanted to know the gender and were happy as long as the baby was healthy. Still, Olivia held out hope that Kira would finally get a girl. "I don't want you going into labor just yet," Olivia winked. "You and me both." Kira rubbed her stomach. "You've got to cook just a bit longer, little one." Olivia smiled at her, then caught the time on the clock. She didn't want to be gone too long, and there was still something she needed to do. Understanding fell over Kira's face and she nodded. I know. Go ahead. Mo walked into the room, sitting on a chair in the corner. I'm sorry for putting both of you in this predicament. I promise it'll just be maybe another day at most, Olivia assured them. Martin is working on that whenever he can. Obviously, his priority is helping Alexander, but he's doing what he can to fix this situation without Alex finding out. Misha would be so grateful for what you're doing for her, for everyone. Kira squeezed Olivia's hand, telling her in that one gesture that she would gladly do everything she could to help. Do you think what happened to Misha could be connected to? Mo trailed off, but Olivia knew what he was getting at. The thought has certainly crossed my mind, she admitted. But it doesn't make sense. No one knew of my involvement, aside from Misha and Martin. And now you two. I've kept this from everyone for months. Even Alex has never picked up on anything going on. If he never put the pieces together, I doubt anyone else would be able to. There's no paper trail. There's nothing. I honestly think these were two isolated events that just happened to occur in close proximity to each other. Mo nodded. I hope you're right. Olivia stood from the bed. Me, too. She gave Kira a kiss on the forehead, then walked out of the room. The floorboards creaked below her feet as she padded down the hallway toward a back staircase. The original house was built by a wealthy landowner in the 1700s. Over the years, it had deteriorated and was torn down to its foundation, then rebuilt in the early 1900s. Most of the original house had been lost, except for the underground walkway the original owner had constructed, so his household staff could still get to the main house from the smaller servants' quarters, which was now a guest house, even in the most brutal of snowstorms. Grabbing her cell phone, Olivia illuminated the dark stairwell in front of her and climbed down the winding, narrow stairs. When she reached the bottom, a chill set in. Cobwebs hung from the corners of the old basement. She shined her 21st century flashlight around the room, searching for the wooden door. She didn't know why the tunnel hadn't been filled in over the years, but Olivia was thankful it hadn't. If it had, she didn't know what she would do. This was the only place she could think of on such short notice. If someone had figured out her involvement, nothing about visiting two good friends would raise any red flags. The door hinges screamed through the silent house as she pulled it open and shined her light into the empty tunnel that probably hadn't been used in ages, until recently. With each step she took, the more her stomach churned. She didn't know why she was so nervous. She knew everything would be okay, but it didn't help settle her unease. Nothing would until she saw with her own two eyes that Misha's legacy was still alive and well. Reaching the end of the tunnel, a dim light illuminated a set of stairs. Olivia climbed them and opened a heavy door, emerging into the basement of the guest house. She found a staircase leading to the main floor and climbed it, stopping outside a closed door. Drawing in a long breath, she raised her hand and knocked on it in a specific pattern. Short, short, long, long, short. When the door opened, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 26, December 20th, 8:30 a.m., all clear. A man clad in a green bomb suit from head to toe declared, turning away from the front steps of a two-story white house with black shutters. The roof was in a serious state of disrepair, and Alexander didn't think the siding of the house had ever been pressure washed. He looked at Moretti, who stood to his left, and their eyes met. When Alexander miraculously showed up at the house, Moretti had made it readily apparent he was annoyed with his presence. Alexander couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Sure, Moretti had one of the highest solve rates in the Bureau, but what if this was the one case he'd never be able to get to the bottom of? What if he missed something Alexander needed to be here to make sure that didn't happen? Exhaling in obvious annoyance, Moretti handed Alexander a set of shoe covers and gloves. Fine, but you'd better not touch anything, he hissed. I mean it. If you touch so much as a particle of dust, I know. I know, Alexander cut him off. It could compromise the integrity and admissibility of the evidence. This isn't my first rodeo. I want this fucker to burn for what he's done. So the absolute last thing I intend to do is give him a get-out-of-jail-free card. He pushed past him and toward the front steps of the house, Moretti catching up to him with ease. As they approached the front door, one of the bomb squad technicians stopped them. "Agent Moretti," he began. "Yes, I just wanted to let you know that, although the thermal cam couldn't pick up on any bodies, our robot found one inside." What Alexander's heart fell to his stomach. His legs were on autopilot as he darted into the house, frantically scanning each room, unsure of what he would find. He feared the worst, that he would stumble on a scene no parent should ever have to. As he ran from one room to the next, all he could think was, he should have been more watchful, more caring, more involved. If he had, maybe this never would have happened. He tore down a short hallway, past a bathroom that had seen better days, and paused briefly outside a door that was ajar. Entering the room, he looked around, falling to his knees as he stared at a body slumped over a desk. He had never been so relieved, yet so distraught at the same time. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, coming to a stop behind him, hanging his head. Alexander slowly stood and walked to the desk, careful not to touch the body. Moretti was probably anxious to get forensics in to figure out what happened, but Alexander needed this. He needed to look into those eyes. Squatting beside the desk, he tilted his head, staring directly at the bastard's face. He had a darker complexion than Alexander had pictured, and it was evident he was of Middle Eastern descent. His eyes were blank, having long blinked their last. The through-and-through bullet wound in the center of his head confirmed that. Straightening, Alexander stepped to the side, surveying the back of his head. "Entry point," Moretti asked, standing next to him. "That's my guess. Probably never even saw it coming." "Fucking Christ," he breathed, running his hand over his face. Alexander felt his frustration. He didn't know how much more of this he could go through before he lost it. Every time they thought they were getting closer to finding Melanie, something would happen to bring them right back to square one. Glancing out the window to see small snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky, dread flowed through his bones. The nor'easter was on their doorstep, but there was no telling where Melanie was or whether she had ever actually been here. "I want every inch of this place searched." Moretti tore his attention away from the corpse, issuing orders to his team of agents and crime scene technicians, all of them staring. "Document everything. Find out how this happened and where the hell the girl is." His face reddened with each word he spoke. Now he bellowed, the team jumping into action. A chill set in when Alexander looked at Malik's body once more, analyzing his face. He seemed familiar, and it wasn't just because of the sketch that had gone out. There was something else. He studied his features inch by inch, searching his brain for a memory he feared wouldn't come. Frustration sprouted into anger. He had been trained to memorize impossibly long combinations of numbers and letters. He could recognize someone he had seen driving alongside him during his morning commute. He could recall exactly what he was wearing when Olivia went into labor. But when it mattered, when he needed to remember something that could bring his little girl back home, he drew a blank. He ran his hand through his hair, tugging at it, letting out a defeated groan. "What is it?" Moretti asked, eyeing him. "I feel like I should know this guy." He narrowed his gaze. "Why's that? I don't know. He looks familiar. And it's not because of the sketch." Alexander kept staring at Malik, racking his brain. He did everything he could to force a forgotten memory to return. He mentally went back in time, thinking perhaps this man was connected to Misha. Did he work for her organization? He hadn't yet told Moretti his theory that Misha's death was connected to Melanie's disappearance. The only people who knew were Simpson and Martin. Maybe they weren't connected. Maybe Alexander was just a desperate man at the end of his rope, grasping at straws. "Agent Moretti." A young blonde called, out of breath as she ran toward them. "What is it?" he replied, turning his attention away from Alexander. She stopped in her tracks, swallowing hard when she saw Malik's pale, cold body. It was apparent she hadn't been to many homicides. "Agent Gibson asked me to come get you. He needs you upstairs." "Did he find something?" "I believe so. Thank you, Agent." Moretti raised his eyebrows. "Stalker, sir. Agent Stalker. Please go across the street to the convenience store and ask if the clerk has seen anything suspicious over the past 24 hours. See if he or she remembers seeing any cars parked along the street or in the driveway, anyone coming or going from the house." She smiled in excitement. Alexander had the feeling she hadn't been out of the academy for too long. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." She practically ran down the hall and out of the house. Moretti headed toward the living room, Alexander following. "Get blood spatter in there," he ordered another agent, gesturing with his head toward the room they had just come from. "I want to know exactly where the shooter stood when he fired the weapon. I want to know what kind of bullet was used and the gun that shot it. Understand?" "Yes, sir." A man clad in a white jumpsuit answered as Moretti and Alexander headed up a narrow staircase leading to the second floor. More agents filled each room, combing through every nook and cranny for anything that could put the puzzle together. Moretti Agent Gibson called out from the end of the hallway, "In here." They followed the sound of his voice, curious as to what was so urgent, but neither could have expected to stumble on what awaited them. Crossing the threshold into a square, 10-foot by 10-foot room, Alexander tried to wrap his head around what he was staring at. A desk sat in the center facing away from the door. The windows were boarded up with plywood, and there was a musty smell, probably from the lack of air and sunshine for who knows how long. Photos, newspaper articles, and handwritten notes covered the walls from floor to ceiling. None of it made sense until Alexander turned around and stared at the wall adjacent to the door. As his eyes fell on 4 rows of black and white passport photos, his mouth fell open. He approached the wall, running his fingers across every photo. A name, along with a list of various offenses, was scrawled below each one: adultery, sexual promiscuity, refusal of arranged marriage, seeking divorce. Each woman had been accused of something different, but the intended end result was clear. Just as it was the day Landon had convinced Alexander to finally do something good with the massive fortune the security company made. Every single one of these women was Afghani, except one. Alexander continued along the wall, stopping in front of a black and white photo, her face obscured with a large red X. She was so vivid, so full of life, even in the 2-dimensional photograph. It was a stark contrast to the last time he had seen her. Bruised and bloody, stuffed into a metal container. Agent Moretti approached, staring at the name below the photo. "Misha Tate," he read. "Is this the same?" "Yes." Alexander cut him off, swallowing hard. His theory that Misha's murder could be connected to Melanie's disappearance was no longer just a theory. The two events were part of something bigger. "It is... I see." Moretti mused, staring straight ahead. "And the rest of these women?" Alexander shook his head. "Some of their faces look familiar, I think." He scanned the rows of photos, all of them looking nearly identical. Did he really know any of them? Or did he just think he did? He couldn't be sure. From where Afghanistan? Some of these women... He ran his hand over the wall. "I won't know for certain until I can cross-reference my files, but I think they went missing from the women's shelter my company ran there." Moretti grabbed his notepad from his coat pocket and flipped through the pages. The shelter Ms. Tate's brother, Landon, was in charge of the one destroyed by an explosion most likely to cover up his abduction by the Islamic Union. Alexander nodded, not even bothering to ask Moretti how he knew so much. Of course he knew all about Landon's death. He knew everything. And Ms. Tate's connection to all these women. Moretti raised his eyebrows, staring at the photos. Alexander let out a heavy sigh. Apart from being the sister of the man running the shelter where these women lived, none that I'm aware of. Maybe Moretti was right. Maybe Alexander was too invested. Maybe he needed the agent's detached brain to put the pieces together because Alexander had come up empty. The girls, Landon, Melanie, Misha. What was going on? He stopped abruptly as his eyes fell on one of the names. He glanced at the photo above, his breath hitching. He'd recognized that face in his sleep. It was something one didn't forget. Her scars had faded, and the bruising and swelling had diminished. But those haunting eyes would stay with him forever. The last time he saw them, they pleaded with him to put an end to her suffering, as well as the suffering of all other women in her position. Now they looked at him, mocking, telling him it wasn't enough, that he should have done more. Chapter 27. 14 months ago, Alexander stepped out of the SUV and onto the sidewalk in front of his office building. A crisp breeze blowing through the city on the sunny October day. Entering the lobby, he nodded a greeting to Jerry, one of his security guards. He was already looking forward to the end of the day when he would get on a plane and take his daughter to Disneyland for the first time. He'd left Olivia and Melanie in bed as he got ready to head into the office, both of them watching The Little Mermaid for the 100th time. Melanie was fascinated with the movie and kept asking if she would ever be able to turn into a mermaid, not wanting to crush her hopes and dreams. He did what any good parent would. He lied. "Melanie, sweetie, you can be anything you want," he had told her. He truly believed that if she wanted to be a mermaid, in her mind, she would be. A child's imagination was a gift that shouldn't be broken with the dark cruelty of the real world. Thinking of how blessed he was, Alexander smiled to himself the entire way up to the 29th floor, still in his own little dream world as he headed down the corridor and entered his office. "A bit of a late start today, don't you think?" a familiar voice said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Alexander shot his head to the right, curious as to why Landon was lounging on the couch in the sitting area, his cap over his eyes. He hadn't mentioned he was heading stateside, and Alexander wondered what had brought him here, especially considering he had just been back not even 6 weeks ago. Maybe Rain convinced him to finally stop dragging his feet and marry her. They had been engaged for longer than many people remained married. Landon. Alexander strode toward him as he jumped off the couch. They hugged briefly. "Good to see you, you bastard. You too, you dumb prick." Olivia always shook her head when they got together, not understanding why they would call each other such names. After persevering through something as mind-numbing and grueling as buds, you formed a certain camaraderie with your teammates, and part of that included terms of affection, such as bastard and dumb prick. "I wasn't expecting to see you for another few weeks," Alexander admitted. Landon's brilliant smile faltered and he ran his hands over his pants. "Yeah, I know, but..." He trailed off. "What is it?" Alexander sat down on the couch, Landon lowering himself beside him. "I didn't know what else to do." "Alex," he admitted, his jovial voice turning serious. "I'm in deep here and I don't know who else to turn to." "Slow down, Landon. Being in life or death situations with someone teaches you a lot about that person." Alexander knew all of Landon's tells. Anytime he was nervous, he would speak in vague terms. The bigger the problem, the more obscure the words. Whatever the problem this time, Alexander had a feeling Landon was in way over his head. "Start at the beginning and tell me what this is all about." Landon let out a sigh. "It's the girls! The girls!" Alexander furrowed his brow, not understanding. "I thought everything at the shelter's been manageable, aside from a few expected hiccups." Shaking his head, Landon ran his hand over his face. In an instant, he looked years older than he was. His eyelids drooped, a forlorn weariness seeping into the lines around his eyes. "We've been able to handle it all, between myself and the staff. as well as some help from my buddies in the Marines and Navy stationed over there. We've been able to thwart various threats. Then what's so important that you flew all the way here to talk to me in person? Landon hesitated. Promise you'll let me finish what I have to say before you blow up. Studying him. Alexander looked for some sort of indication about what had his friend so wound up and acting incredibly out of character. At least you're not asking me not to get mad. I know you better than that, Landon replied. Turning toward Alexander, he paused, taking a breath. It started about a month ago. As you know, we've been working with the Ministry of Women's Affairs every step of the way, and we still are. Alexander nodded. He had met with a few liaisons in the ministry numerous times. Without their help, the shelter never would have seen the light of day. We're still meeting all the requirements the ministry has set forth. We're not technically breaking any protocol. Okay, Alexander replied in a drawn-out voice, waiting for the punchline. Typically, the ministry's goal is to reunite the family unit. They arrange supervised meetings with a facilitator between the girls and their families to try to make each side understand where the other is coming from. It can be a long process, sometimes taking a year or more, but in the end, the ministry wants the family unit to become whole again. As you know, our shelter's different. We take the worst of the worst. Women who the ministry believe face a great risk of death or severe injury if the family members even knew their location. Our liaison handpicks these women, sending them to us for safe harbor. No one knows it's even a shelter. For all intents and purposes, it's just a medical clinic. Yes, I understand all of that. Everything was going great until he closed his eyes. Until what? Sighing. His shoulders fell. A few months ago, our ministry liaison, Rahima, went missing. Her body was found a few days later, a bullet to the head. He briefly closed his eyes. Immediately following her disappearance, the clinic was hit for the first time. I think someone figured out what's been going on and went through her to find out these women's location. Police brushed it off as just a group of locals unhappy with the Western presence, but it's got to be connected to Rahima's disappearance. Have you spoken to your new liaison about this? He nodded. Aaliyah tends to agree with the local police. She says clinics get hit all the time, especially those operated by Western organizations. I guess she has a point, but my gut tells me there's more to it. He drew in a long breath and met Alexander's eyes, his expression pleading. These women have lived in fear for so long. For a second, they could finally breathe. But now, he bowed his head. All that's gone again. They jump at every loud noise. They're just waiting for the day our protective services aren't good enough. I thought a shelter was the best way to keep them safe, but it's not. These women are forced to live suspended between two worlds. It's not a safe haven. It's a jail. Yes, they're alive, but they're not really living. And it's only a matter of time until it all crumbles beneath us. Alexander continued staring at his friend, waiting for him to drop the bomb. Landon rubbed his hands on his pants, his jaw clenching before he turned to Alexander once more. I don't know who else to go to. You're the only one I know who can pull something like this off. He ran his hands through his hair, drawing in a deep breath. If I could just have help getting them to Ecuador, I can get them here. Here Alexander straightened his spine, disbelief covering his face. He didn't know what he thought Landon was going to say, but it certainly wasn't this. What about the rules of engagement? Alexander roared. Fuck the rules of engagement, Landon shot up, glaring at him. When did you start caring more about diplomacy and bureaucracy than just saying fuck it and doing what you want? The Alex I remember from our SEAL days worked outside the box, and we did amazing things together. We can do that again. Here, we can make a difference. We can save lives. Alexander buried his head in his hands as he tried to reel in his anger. They'll never be safe there. Landon bellowed, his face turning red. I can't just do nothing, knowing each morning they wake up may be their last. Some of them are just girls with babies of their own. One of them is pregnant from her rapist, and the family wanted her to marry him. Marry him. Can you imagine I have to do something? But I need your help. Landon, please. I know you have a lot of pull with all your contacts. I just need help getting them on a transport out of Afghanistan. Not even all of them. We'll just get one out at a time so we don't raise suspicion. If anything goes wrong, your name will never come up. Alexander shook his head. Landon was asking him to break every rule in the book, not to mention violate federal immigration law. How do you choose who gets to go and who stays behind? Who decided that you get to play God? I'm not playing God. I'm just being a decent human being, helping those most at risk. Come on, Alex, you've never played by anybody's rules before. Why start now, Landon? I may bend the rules, Alexander stated firmly, standing. But I don't break them. We don't smuggle women out of the country. That's not our purpose over there. Our purpose is to provide a temporary safe haven for those who need it. But it's no longer safe. There's no other option. Not anymore. How do you expect me to explain the missing girls to the ministry? If they walk in and see empty beds, they're going to want to know what happened. I'll figure that out when the time comes. And you don't think the ministry will become suspicious when they notice girls start disappearing from the shelter they send their high-risk cases to? And when that shelter is no longer safe for them, what am I supposed to do? Nothing. Yes. Landon. Alexander argued, the vein in his neck bulging. Nothing. You provide medical care, a bed, food, clothing, limited protection. But what you don't do is smuggle them out of the country. Alexander strode over to the wet bar and poured a tumbler of scotch, slinging it back. It was barely 10 in the morning, but he needed a drink. What if it were Melanie? Alexander swung his eyes toward Landon. We don't have those sorts of customs here, so she'll never be in that position. True, Landon shrugged, but domestic violence is a big problem. What if Melanie's in an abusive relationship when she's older? What if you're not there to keep her safe? What if she seeks safety in a women's shelter? But it's not enough. Wouldn't you want someone to help her? Alexander drew in a breath, his eyes catching a framed photo of Melanie on one of the accent tables in the sitting area. His stomach churned at the thought of anyone harming her. He would fight for her, would do anything he could to keep her safe, would make anyone who hurt her suffer. But this was different. This was bigger. Landon was asking him to put his company's reputation on the line to help a handful of women. Alexander employed over 1,000 people around the world. What would happen to their families if the company folded over his momentary lapse in judgment, Landon? You know I love you like a brother, and I would normally do anything to help you. He placed his hand on his shoulder, their eyes locking. But I just can't this time. I'll give you anything else you need. More staff, more money to do everything you can to keep those girls safe. But I have over 1,000 people's livelihoods I need to consider. I can't put this company's reputation on the line for the sake of a dozen Afghan women. A blank expression crossed Landon's face. Alexander had hoped to see some sort of emotion. He wanted Landon to berate him for being an insensitive prick, for thinking about the bottom line and the numbers in his bank account rather than acting like a decent human being. Instead, he quietly headed toward the door. I understand. Alex, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking. It's not our place to interfere. Alexander shook his head as Landon walked out, quietly closing the door behind him. Chapter 28. Present day, December 20th, 9:15 a.m. Alexander continued scanning the photos of the women, ghosts of his past, recalling that October day. That was the last time he had seen his friend. 2 months later, an explosion destroyed the shelter, and Landon's brutal death was broadcast for all to see. Except for Martin. He never spoke of their conversation to anyone. He had put it all behind him. Even when the Ministry of Women's Affairs conducted its investigation into the missing girls, Alexander never brought it up. He'd had Martin reach out to his contacts in the intelligence field, wondering if Landon had been able to smuggle the girls out. But he found nothing. The pieces were all falling into place. After countless attacks on the clinic, Alexander had simply assumed the explosion was a way to return the girls to their families, using Landon's murder to send a message about trying to interfere with age-old traditions. Perhaps there was more to it. Perhaps someone had figured out what Landon had been able to do, using the explosion to cover his abduction. Over a week passed between his abduction and murder. Alexander imagined he spent that time being tortured, not because of his position in the shelter, but to disclose the girls' location. Alexander doubted whether he even knew where they had ended up. Landon was smart and probably didn't want to know for that very reason. Now, a year later, someone still wanted to find the missing girls. They went after Misha, thinking she may know something. Rain was most likely a victim in the whole thing, too. She was distraught and vulnerable, an easy target. They took Melanie as leverage to force him to return the girls his company was charged with keeping safe. Unfortunately, he was clueless about where they could be. For all he knew, they could be anywhere between here and Afghanistan. Studying the photos, Alexander knew he couldn't keep Landon's secret any longer. Regardless of the potential backlash, he needed to alert the authorities to the situation, starting with his liaison at the Ministry of Women's Affairs in Afghanistan. He supposed now was as good a time as any to inform her what Landon had apparently done. "Excuse me," Alexander said to Moretti, pulling his phone out of his pocket. He wanted to comb through every inch of that house to see if there was a clue as to where Melanie could be. But he had another lead now. If this had to do with a dozen missing girls from Afghanistan, he could narrow the pool of suspects down substantially. With the help from his contacts overseas, he may even find precisely who was behind all of it. He inhaled a breath of fresh air as he emerged from the house into the cool temperatures. He ignored the media circus and all the nosy onlookers snapping photos as police tried to control the crowd surrounding the house. The sky was gray, the air damp, a few light flurries falling to the ground before disappearing. Everything about the weather said it would only be a few hours until the clouds opened up and covered the city with snow. Searching through his contacts, he found the one he was looking for, not even checking to see what time it was in Kabul. As it began ringing, he held his breath. "Mr. Burnham," an accented voice answered almost immediately, her tone soft and full of compassion. "With everything going on, I didn't think I'd hear from you." "Yes," he cleared his throat. "I got your email. Thank you for thinking of me and my family during this time." Of course. I was just beside myself when I heard the news. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know." Alexander paused, collecting his thoughts. He was walking a fine line. Not only did he need to tell this woman that one of his employees smuggled a dozen women out of her country, women she was charged with keeping safe, but he also needed her help in finding out if any of their family members were angry and resourceful enough to pull something like this off. He prayed she would be able to look past the wrongdoing and help him. "Actually, Ms. Faraj, how many times have I told you? Call me Aaliyah. We're not as formal as you Americans. It seems... I apologize. Aaliyah, that's better. Now, I'm guessing you called for a reason. Why don't you tell me what that is?" A chill bit through him as he glanced up, wondering where he went wrong, how something like this could have happened. He launched into the events of the past few days, from Misha's death to Melanie's abduction and everything in between. He even went as far as to tell Aaliyah about his last conversation with Landon. She remained silent, listening attentively, not asking any questions. The skilled social worker she was, she knew enough to just let him talk. When he reached a point where he didn't know what else to say, he grew quiet. Seconds ticked by as he straightened his spine in anticipation of her reaction. He hoped this wouldn't tarnish his company's reputation, But none of that seemed to matter at this point. He needed to tell her everything. She could be the key to getting Melanie back. Well, I wish I would have known about your conversation with Mr. Tate several months ago, she finally said. I understand it was selfish of me to keep that to myself. I honestly believed he wouldn't actually follow through with his plan. He was upset I refused to use my connections to help him. But I figured, after he had time to cool off, he'd come to his senses. I never would have thought he'd find another way to get those girls out. I didn't think he could without my help. Do you have any idea where these women are now? Obviously, since it involves several Afghan women, the ministry is going to want to be involved with the investigation. I wish I could tell you, Alexander answered. At this point, all I know is someone thinks I'm behind all of it, and the death of Mr. Tate's sister. The only explanation I can come up with is perhaps they believed he may have confided in her. They were rather close, so it was entirely possible. I've combed through her background over the past few days and have found nothing to suggest she was involved. This man you believe is responsible for taking your daughter. What is his name? When he made the ransom call, he asked to be called Malik. The line was silent. Does that ring a bell? It's a rather common name here, Mr. Burnham, like your Mark or Michael. I have several family members with that name myself. But, if memory serves me correctly, I believe one of the women who went missing from your shelter had a brother named Malik, whom she was in fear of. His breath hitched. Aaliyah must have sensed his hope building over the phone. This was more than they had an hour ago. It could all just be a coincidence. She added, I understand that, but over the past 48 hours, I've stopped believing that anything is just a coincidence. It could be nothing. But it could also be everything. You say he was killed? Yes, he answered. Gunshot to the back of the head. One theory is he wasn't working alone, and someone wasn't happy his face was blasted all over the media, deciding to cover their tracks. Do you think you could send me information about the Malik you're thinking of? I'd be happy to, as well as anything else I come up with that could be relevant. And I will await a call from your law enforcement over there to keep me apprised of the ongoing investigation. Of course. Thank you, Aaliyah. No, Mr. Burnham, thank you. There was a click on the phone and the line went dead. Alexander turned back toward the house and took a deep breath. This case was about to blow up with government involvement. Once he relayed his suspicion that this was about smuggled girls, Homeland Security was going to want to get to the bottom of how something like this could have happened. Yes, finding these missing women was important, but it wasn't Alexander's priority. There was only one missing girl he cared about. One missing girl whose chances of coming out of this alive dwindled with each minute that ticked by. Entering the small dwelling, it was even more chaotic than when he had walked out. FBI agents snapping photos and bagging anything and everything that could be relevant. We found a bunch of IDs under the sink, a voice said. Alexander turned to see Moretti and another FBI agent sorting through a tub of dishwasher pods at the dining room table. Hid them in the bottom of this. Alexander strode toward him as Moretti placed over a dozen IDs on the table, all from different states, but bearing the exact same photo. He picked one up. Mark Draco's from California. Tilting it, he saw the hologram and whistled. It's good work. It looks real. Sure does. But here's what we believe to be the real ID. Moretti threw a bag marked evidence across the table toward him. He peered at the photo page of an Afghan passport. All the information provided in both Arabic and English. That's our guy, Malik Abdar. Afghan national. I put a call into Customs and Border Protection, but they didn't have any record of that passport being used to enter the United States, so he either snuck in or used a different passport to enter. Have you been able to find out how he was connected to Rain Tech's found a bunch of journals in his desk dating back months? He answered. They're still going through them, but it looks like Malik had been watching her for some time, several months ago. Ms. Kilpatrick began going to a group therapy session at a church in the North End. He followed her there. Gave her some sob story about how he lost someone he was close to and was able to manipulate her. He shook his head. This guy is one conniving bastard, preying on someone already vulnerable like that. Alexander bit his lip and nodded, fighting off the guilt he felt about Rain's downward spiral. We found some other things that may be of interest to you. Like what Alexander raised his brow, intrigued. This. He shoved another evidence bag at him. What's this? His wallet? Moretti shook his head. Not his. I flipped through it. I'm sure you can imagine my surprise when I found an employee ID for your security firm. Does the name Gregory Fisher ring a bell? Alexander pinched his lips together, racking his brain. I wish it did. I can call my secretary and find out. No need. Mr. Burnham? Moretti interrupted. I already took the liberty of reaching out to your office. Mr. Fisher worked in IT. Apparently, he took a leave of absence about a month ago, claiming a family emergency regarding his sister. Alexander nodded, rubbing his chin. I think I remember something like that. His sister was Jennifer Fisher. Her body was found about 2 weeks ago, stuffed in a barrel. Fingernails ripped off, throat slashed. Let me guess. Alexander interjected. Another victim of the Castle Island killer, one and the same. It looks like our guy was the Castle Island killer. We found a gun matching the type used in all those murders, as well as a 6-inch blade. My guess is it will match the knife used to slash all those women's throats. So Malik made Mr. Fisher manipulate our online servers so he could abduct Melanie, threatening to harm his sister if he didn't. It appears so. My guess is we'll find Mr. Fisher's body stuffed in a barrel within a few days. Alexander ran his hand over his face, fearing the worst, that his daughter would be found the same way. But what about all his other victims? Moretti shrugged. According to his journals, he witnessed them acting in a way he found disagreeable, so he took matters into his own hands. One man had placed illegal bets, another had cheated on his wife. One woman drank too much. I guess we should be happy he's dead, but who killed him? We're running every background check we can get on this guy to see if we can find out, Moretti assured him. I'm assuming that's who has your little girl. Alexander narrowed his gaze. We don't know for sure she was even here. Moretti hesitated. Come with me. Standing from the kitchen table, he headed out the back door, Alexander following. Blue pop-up tents had been erected in the small backyard, bags upon bags of evidence sitting on long tables, being organized, Moretti led Alexander around the corner to where a pair of storm cellar doors were propped open, permitting a subtle glow to escape. Alexander peered at a wide set of cement stairs before they disappeared into darkness, his heart thumping in his chest. He glanced at Moretti. Alexander had come over here because he wanted answers. Now that he was on the threshold of possibly having them, he didn't want to take another step. He didn't know if his heart could handle being anywhere Melanie had been, where she had suffered, where she had her spirit crushed, where she lost her belief in the goodness of people, where he prayed she hadn't drawn her last breath, a heaviness in his limbs. He placed one foot on the first step, then the next, the basement slowly coming into view, crime scene techs taking photos and dusting for prints. It was cold, wet, dank. Exposed pipes dripped onto the cement, and a chill set in as he tried to absorb everything with a timid curiosity. It seemed like a typical unfinished basement, but Alexander knew that wasn't all. There was only one small, boarded-up window, bars mounted over it. There was no light. The only entry point was from a set of heavy metal doors most 8-year-old girls wouldn't be able to lift. Clear the room, please, Moretti bellowed. Instantly, all the techs finished what they were doing and retreated up the steps, leaving Alexander to take everything in. When his gaze landed on a dingy mattress against the wall, he halted. He pulled his jacket closer to his body, needing the warmth. His breathing increased, and he could see the chill in the air every time he exhaled. He could hear the ghost of Melanie crying for help, begging for someone to warm her in the frigid night air. Alexander took an unsteady breath, fighting for oxygen through the heaviness in his lungs and heart. He imagined Olivia's reaction if she were in his shoes. No parent should ever have to see what he was currently facing. He didn't know if he could ever share this with his wife. He wanted to protect her from the stark reality of what was happening. Without saying a word, Moretti handed him a pair of rubber gloves. Alexander slipped them on. His feet echoed against the barren walls and floor as he walked toward the mattress. It all looked exactly as it had in the photo he received 12 hours ago, squatting beside the mattress. A flash of pink caught his eye. He lifted the edge slightly. "What is it?" Moretti asked, stepping toward him. "Her sock." He stared at the pink material, fighting the urge to pick it up and feel his daughter's warmth through that small article of clothing. "You're certain it's hers?" Moretti pushed, glancing at him. "Can I say beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's hers?" "No. It's a pink sock. It could belong to any number of young girls. But I know Melanie had socks just like that one. I've seen that sock on her foot countless times, and this was the same color sock she was wearing in the proof of life picture the bastard sent us. So, based on everything else we know, I'd say it's Melanie's sock." Standing, he continued taking inventory of the room. Crime scene markers dotted the area, tagging the location of potential evidence. He followed a line of yellow-numbered tags deeper into the basement and into a padlocked room that had been cut open. "What the?" he murmured, having trouble comprehending what he was looking at. A chair with leather restraints sat in front of him. Dark stains of what had to be dried blood set into the wood. A lone spotlight hung overhead. Chills ran through him as he struggled to reel in his emotions. He tried to stop himself from thinking the worst. But how could he not while looking at something so sinister and vile? "I apologize, Mr. Burnham," Moretti said. Approaching him, "I should have warned you. What is this?" he demanded, his voice strong, yet shaky at the same time. A solemn look on his face. Moretti closed his eyes briefly. "We believe this is where he held his victims. According to your brother-in-law, who's on his way here as we speak, he beat his victims before killing them, except for Ms. Tate. In her case, he stoned her to death." Moretti tore his eyes from Alexander and glanced at a large white bucket in the corner of the room. Alexander didn't have to look in it to know it most likely contained the large rocks that took Misha's life from her. Alexander stepped toward the chair, pinching his lips together. He ran his hand over his face, unshed tears prickling his eyes as he struggled to hold himself together by a thread. He had tried so hard to remain positive and not think the worst. But as he stared at what appeared to be a chamber of torture and death, he had reached his breaking point. A loud sob escaped his mouth. He gritted his teeth, fighting against his emotions. He needed to stay strong so he could get through this. "Hey!" Moretti placed his hand on his shoulder. Alexander spun around. "How am I going to tell my wife she's—" He trailed off, looking at the chair once more, thinking the worst. "You can't think that way. We know what this guy was after. And based on what Gibson has learned from his journals, it appears he wasn't working alone in regards to taking your daughter. The only leverage this guy has over you right now is Melanie. If he no longer has that, he has no bargaining chip. She's still alive. I know it. And I'm not going to stop until I bring her home. I don't care how long it takes. I'll admit we may have gotten off to a rocky start, and I apologize for my unprofessional behavior, but I want you to know that I take my job very seriously." Alexander nodded, not looking at him. As much as he disliked him at first, he kind of reminded Alexander of himself, which was probably why he actually cooperated with Moretti instead of did what he would normally do, conduct his own investigation outside the protective glare of law enforcement. He just prayed. Between the two of them, they could find Melanie. "I've always operated within the law," Moretti said, lowering his voice. "Without law, There is disorder. But this... He glanced at their surroundings, hatred filling his eyes. I will get the bastard who took your daughter and exposed her to this. He stepped closer to Alexander. If you ask me, he doesn't deserve the protection of our laws. He passed Alexander a knowing look before taking a step back. Alexander held his gaze, understanding washing over him. Moretti didn't have to spell it out for him to know what he meant. Agent Moretti, a hurried voice shouted from up the stairs. They spun around to see Gibson barreling toward them, somewhat out of breath. What is it? It's one of the computers in his office. I was going through all the journals to see if anything stood out, like you asked. All of a sudden, one of the screens sprang to life with an incoming FaceTime call. I let it ring through and, after a few minutes, the person dropped the call. But then it started again. Same person. No name in his contacts. It just says, number 1. Moretti and Alexander shared a look, then sprang into action, bolting up the stairs, around the backyard, and into the house. The evidence team stayed out of their way as they dashed toward the office, slowing to a stop when they reached the computer, seeing the FaceTime call still coming through. Without hesitation, Alexander approached the chair and sat down. He stared blankly at the screen, wondering who was on the other end. He had a feeling in the pit of his stomach this call was about to turn the case on its head. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, glancing down at the screen and inconspicuously hitting the record button, then placed it next to him on the desk. Returning his attention to the computer, he clicked on the answer icon, everyone waiting with bated breath as a video popped up on the screen. Alexander didn't know what he expected to see, but it certainly wasn't this. Daddy Melanie's sweet voice filled the room. Melanie, he quivered, reaching for the screen, wanting to feel her, wrap her in his arms, promise her that everything would be okay. I want to come home. Daddy. Tears prickled his eyes. I know. Peanut, I'm doing everything I can. He drew in a shaky breath, collecting his thoughts. He didn't want her to see him upset, weak. He had to stay strong. Sweetie, can you tell me if you're hurt anywhere? Despite her curly hair being disheveled, she looked relatively unharmed. She shook her head. I'm scared. Daddy, I promise. If I can just come home, I'll never bother you about making pancakes when you have to work. He shoved his fist into his mouth, biting back a sob that wanted to escape. I'm going to find you, Melanie, and when I do, you can have pancakes every day for every meal, if that's what you want. Do you have any idea where you are? He asked in a bold move. A figure dressed in black, a ski mask over his face, approached Melanie, covering her mouth with his dark-gloved hand, muting her screams as he pulled her away. No, don't you dare hurt her, he fumed, his eyes rabid. Oh, Mr. Burnham, a voice said through a modulator as the camera shifted and a figure came into view. It was reminiscent of television interviews where the person didn't want to be identified. A figure sat in the shadows, a dim light illuminating the area just enough so he knew someone was there. It was impossible to make out any distinguishing characteristics, apart from the ambient background noise of cars rushing by. He immediately suspected he knew this person. If he didn't, why would he feel the need to disguise not just his face, but also his voice? Alexander's mind began spinning, running through all the connections he had made in Afghanistan. It appears you finally figured out what I'm after. I'm rather disappointed. I thought this little game would be more fun, more exciting. Game, Alexander roared, slamming his fist on the desk, causing journals, pens, and paper coffee cups to bounce slightly. You think this is a game? You took my daughter. So help me God. If there is one strand of hair out of place on her head when I find you, which I most certainly will, you'll wish you'd never been born. I learned one very important thing during my time in the Navy, and that's exactly how much pain the human body can endure. It's quite interesting how long a person can cling to consciousness while suffering excruciating, mind-numbing pain. And I can promise that you will beg for death to end your suffering when I get my hands on you. You think I don't know how you feel? That I can't sympathize with what you're going through? Wrong, Mr. Burnham, he hissed. I've been there. I've been in your shoes. The anger, the frustration, the regret, the second-guessing, the hopelessness. I've been there. I didn't think there was anything I could do. But I was wrong. We're not so different. You and I. Alexander's fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, the vein in his neck straining against the skin. He vaguely heard Moretti pleading with him not to engage any further, but he refused to listen. I am nothing like you, he spat. I would never target an innocent little girl and use her as a pawn in whatever sick game it is you're playing. Melanie has nothing to do with this. You want me? Stop being the coward you are and come face me. The line went silent. Apart from the sound of church bells in the background of the video, you think this is about you? The voice laughed. Alexander's face flamed. This was never about you. I know. Alexander interrupted. It's about the girls. But that is where you fucked up. I have no idea where they are. I didn't even know they were still alive until I walked into this house a few hours ago. Taking Melanie from me isn't going to make me suddenly have knowledge I never had in the first place. The more he spoke, the more he grew frustrated with the situation. What if he didn't believe him? What if finding the girls was the only way to get Melanie back? Even if he did know where the missing women were, would he be able to live with the knowledge that he most likely put their lives at risk to save his daughter? Was her life worth more than theirs? Alexander knew it wasn't. But in his mind, her life was worth more than anyone's, including his. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The voice muttered. I really did think you were smarter than this. I'm more than aware you are absolutely clueless about the location of the women who were unlawfully taken from their families. Alexander shook his head, bewildered. If you know I'm in the dark here, why did you take Melanie? You may be in the dark, the sinister voice said, but your wife certainly is not. Part 3. Justice. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Chapter 29. 14 months ago, fear can seep into your bloodstream, into your soul, freezing you like a human ice sculpture. You're no longer a living, breathing thing, but someone molded to behave and act a certain way through manipulation. You're held prisoner in your own head. Your thoughts become grim and dark, every noise causing you to jump and overreact. On more than one occasion, you consider ending your suffering the only way you know how. No one will miss you anyway. Then something happens. A smile, a kind word, a warm hug. For the first time since you can remember, you feel loved. The fear you were living with slowly drains from you, but not completely. It's always there, dormant, ready to return at any time. Layla's fear returned the night she sat huddled in the bunker of the shelter and heard two voices she prayed she'd never have to listen to again. Her brother, Tariq, and Waleed, a 60-year-old man with whom she had been forced into marriage at the age of 13. After 5 years of suffering mental, physical, and sexual abuse, she had enough and fled. She thought she would be safe here. Aaliyah, the woman from the Ministry of Women's Affairs who had transferred her to this shelter because of her situation, assured her they would never find her. She was wrong. Layla didn't know how, but they had come for her, and her husband's unborn baby now growing inside her. I know she's here, Tariq bellowed through the lobby of the shelter that actually functioned as a medical clinic. No one was supposed to know what was really behind the locked door to the operating room. 12 women with some of the most heartbreaking and uplifting stories of perseverance. There were girls as young as 13 and women as old as 55. each of them running from a custom the elders in their respective villages held on to with everything they had. Some proudly wore the scars they suffered from the slashing of a blade. Others were quick to cover the marks left on their skin from being beaten with whips and chains. A handful of women limped around, even after receiving the best medical care possible, due to broken bones that had never properly set. Despite no longer being forced to wear a full-body burqa, one woman still donned the traditional Muslim dressing each and every day to cover a face that had been eroded by acid, an injury she had suffered from failing to wear the headdress she now wore like a shield. 12 women. 12 stories of endurance. 12 survivors of legal domestic violence. 12 women who would be dead if their family had a say. 12 lives that had been saved. But for every 12, there were thousands who wanted to defend this antiquated notion of female subservience, and they would stop at nothing to do just that. "Who are you talking about?" the man running the clinic. "Landon," responded in Pashto. "My sister, Lila. I know she's here. There's nobody here by that name," Landon assured him. "Go ahead and take a look." The women sat huddled together, hugging each other, jumping at each loud noise as the two men stormed through the clinic, rummaging through each and every exam room, dumping out trays of medical supplies. Layla felt horrible, thinking this was all her fault. Her brother and husband weren't to be messed with. She was living proof of that. They would stop at nothing to bring honor back to the family after. According to them, her actions tarnished the family name. She didn't know if she would be able to live with the guilt if something happened to any of the staff members protecting her, caring for her, smiling at her. "It's okay." Fatima, one of the other women, comforted her. "He'll make them leave. He's a good man and won't let anything happen to us without a fight." "That's what I'm afraid of," Layla responded, meeting her eyes, then returned her attention to the locked door, the commotion growing closer and closer. Just when she thought they would come barreling through the door, the voices retreated. Minutes ticked by. Layla feared her brother or husband had slashed Landon's throat, just as they had threatened to do to her, just as they did to her own mother when she tried to intervene in the arranged marriage. After her father had died at the hands of the Taliban, her brother became the patriarch of the family, making all the decisions. It didn't matter that their mother raised them, fed them, loved them. She was a woman and, according to custom, incapable of making decisions for the family. Her father died fighting against the customs her brother was too eager to embrace. The sound of loud footsteps grew closer, bringing Layla back from her memories. All the women tightened their hold on each other, fearful of what would greet them on the other side of the door. Keys jingled, and the door opened. Relief flooded through her when Landon stood in front of them with one of his guards, another American. "It's okay," he assured them in their native language. "They're gone. You're all okay." He beamed his brilliant smile at them, then found Layla's concerned eyes. The idea that anyone would put his life on the line to keep her alive was completely foreign to the way of life she had grown accustomed to over the years. She had been led to believe she didn't matter, that she didn't have any worth, that no one cared whether she lived or died. But Landon cared. He was a complete stranger, yet he found it in his heart to keep each and every one of them safe from harm. Because of Landon, they each had a reason to keep going. If they gave up, all his effort, all his sacrifice would have been for nothing. So they carried on, returning to their usual routine. They woke every morning before the sun, as they had been accustomed. It didn't matter they no longer had to prepare meals and clean before the men of the house rose. They did so partly out of habit, partly out of fear. As the days stretched on, the other women assured Layla that everything would be okay, but she could see the concern in their eyes. They were worried for her, but also for themselves, if she could be found. What about the rest of them? Were they at risk, as well? Just when they had all but forgotten about the incident and began to breathe again, Tariq and Walid came back with more men. Voices Layla recognized as belonging to people from her village, her neighbor, boys she grew up with who were barely old enough to be called men, her uncles. They had all come for her. The women crowded together, hugging each other, mumbling prayers as guns fired in the background. "I know you're hiding the girls," one of the men said, his voice loud, demanding, brutal. "What girls?" Landon shot back. "You were here just a few weeks ago and found nothing. What makes you think you'll find anything this time? Because this time, you're outnumbered. That's still not going to make people appear out of thin air." Shots rang out. Layla buried her head against her legs, trying to warm herself, catching a glimpse of her stomach. She shuddered at the idea of raising a child in a world of hate. It went on for hours. Finally, in the dark of night, silence fell over the clinic. The women held their breath, nervous expressions on their faces as the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder, just like the night a few weeks ago. They prayed it was Landon on the other side of the door again. Tension rolled off each of their shoulders when he entered the room with another one of his guards. "It's okay," he said. "They're gone." But unlike a few weeks ago, there was a weariness on his face. Dried blood was caked on his boots, his knuckles scarred and dirty, his hair was disheveled, and cuts were visible on his lip and brow. Layla hoped no one had died protecting them. Her life wasn't worth more than any of the staff who had vowed to keep them safe. She could end all of this right now. She could just go home and face the consequences of her actions, sparing the lives of the rest of the women here. It was careless of her to stay and put everyone at risk. These men wanted her. She needed to make this sacrifice to save everyone else. Standing from the tile floor, she went to her bed and opened the chest beside it that contained her things. She began to fill her bag with a few mementos, photos, a book, a journal, and pen. She paused when her eyes fell on a tarnished gold locket. Opening it, she stared back at a photo of her mother and father, wishing with everything that they were still here. She'd do anything to feel their love surrounding her, to hear her father's stories, to listen to her mother's beautiful singing voice. "What do you think you're doing?" someone said. Layla spun around. She adjusted her hijab, ensuring it covered her hair, and lowered her eyes. Years of subservience had taught her to always lower her head when being addressed by a man. "Layla, look at me," Landon said softly, his Pashto remarkably good for a Westerner, pulling her lip between her teeth. She gradually raised her head and met his eyes. She'd only been at the shelter for a little more than a month. She'd spoken to Landon on occasion, but always avoided his eyes. Now, as she looked into the brilliant blue hue for the first time, she saw something she hadn't in months, if not years. Compassion, grace, humanity. "You can't give up. I know what you're thinking. You can't. I'm going to help you." How a tear fell down her cheek. Those men! She looked at the door that acted as a barrier between the girls and the rest of the world. They're not going to stop until they get what they want. They believe I've dishonored the family name, and the only way to restore it is to kill me. They don't care how long it takes. They will keep coming for me, killing anyone who gets in their way. I can't have that on my conscience. So you're just going to give up after you've gotten this far? You've made it through the most difficult part. You had the courage to run, to be free. Don't stop now. You need to keep fighting. For what? She shook her head, looking at her surroundings. While she was lucky to have all the luxuries in life, she'd never been afforded running water, heat, electricity, a soft bed, sufficient clothing. It was still a prison. She could never leave. This isn't living. All of us, every single one of us, will never be safe beyond these walls. We're stuck here. We ran to save our lives, but we didn't realize the second we left. We died anyway. It doesn't have to be this way. He ran his hand over his face. "I can help you," I'll get you out of here. I'll get you somewhere safe. Somewhere you'll never have to worry about them finding you. Somewhere you can walk the streets and play with your baby when he or she arrives. Somewhere he or she doesn't have to worry about being subjected to the same customs you have. How Landon placed his hand on Layla's arm and she jumped from the contact. For years, every man's touch had been unwelcome, unwanted, but this didn't cause her pain. It was warm, kind, caring. It gave her hope. Hope that her life didn't have to end. Hope that there was more out there for her. Hope that Landon would follow through on his promise. He smiled. You leave that up to me. A few weeks later, Landon nudged Layla awake in the middle of the night. What is it? She asked groggily. Come with me, he said in hushed tones, giving her a knowing look, wiping the sleep from her eyes. She raised herself from the bed and started to grab a few things. She knew this was it. She was leaving. No. Landon shook his head. I'm sorry. You have to leave it all here. You can't bring anything that can connect you to who you were. Who I was. Yes. From this moment forward, Layla no longer exists. Okay. With a heavy heart, she followed Landon out of the room in which she had spent the past several weeks. She looked over the rows of beds, all of the women sleeping as peacefully as they could. She had only known them for such a short time, but they were like family. She wondered if she would ever see any of them again. Hours passed as Layla rode in the back of a truck, hidden by stacks of fresh produce and bread. Finally, the truck came to a stop and she heard the sound of a door opening and closing. She remained on the floor, covered with blankets. Landon had instructed her not to move. She had no problem following his orders. It was better than the alternative. She heard muddled voices and tried to make out what was being said, but they spoke English. After what seemed like an eternity of listening to her own heartbeat and trying to steady her breathing, the door opened. A few seconds later, the blankets were pulled off, and she looked into Landon's caring blue eyes once more. He held his hand out to her, and she took it, allowing him to help her up. Emerging from the back of the truck, she took in her surroundings. A one-level building sat several hundred yards away. Around her was nothing but sky and miles of paved runways. Just off in the distance was a large airplane being loaded. Landon turned to her, placing his hands on her arms. Without saying a word, he planted a loving kiss on her head, then jumped back into the truck, peeling away, leaving her alone with a woman she'd never seen before. Her features almost reminded her of Landon's, and Layla wondered if they were related. Then again, most Americans looked the same to her. Where am I? Layla asked. Kandahar, the woman explained, but not for much longer. She gestured to the airplane as its engines roared to life. Where am I going? Somewhere safe where no one will be able to find you, she answered, placing her hand on Layla's shoulder. She looked up, knowing it would probably be the last time she ever saw the Afghan sky. She drew in a breath and basked in the aroma of tulips and jasmine. From that moment, she would always associate that scent with freedom. Chapter 30, Present Day, December 18th, 4:30 p.m. Lila stood in the kitchen of her apartment in Woburn, a city northwest of Boston. When the alert came, she'd been living there for nearly a year, thanks to an angel sent from God himself. Landon's sister had done everything she could to get her out of Afghanistan and set her up somewhere safe, somewhere she could start over again, somewhere she could raise her son without the fear of being found. No one will ever find you here, she had assured Layla, whose new name was Selena, according to the American passport she was given once her plane landed in the United States. But if we ever believe there is a threat to your safety, we will alert you through this phone. She handed her a small, black flip phone. The first few months, she carried it with her wherever she went, expecting it to ring at any moment. But it never did. She went on with her life. She began taking English classes at a local community college and could now speak it with relative ease. Misha helped her find a job at a daycare center. Once her son was born in June, she was able to return to work within a few months and take care of him, as well as the other infants she was in charge of. She planned on starting at a 4-year university within the next year, in the hopes of working toward a degree in education. The chiming of that phone cut through the sound of Mickey Mouse on the television, making her heart fall to the pit of her stomach. She almost didn't think it was real. As she peered at the screen, no information on it apart from an address. She wondered if it was a wrong number, glancing at her son sitting on the floor, playing with his toys. She knew she couldn't take that risk. Dashing into the bedroom, she threw a few things together: diapers, clothes, bottles, blankets, toys. She re-emerged into the living room and strapped her little boy into his car seat, glancing around her apartment one last time. Then she left. After taking several different city buses in the hopes no one followed her, she arrived at the address on the text. She stared at the steeple of the brick building, angelic voices finding their way to her ears. It was so peaceful, so serene, at complete odds with the pounding of her heart. Entering the church, she was greeted by a man in a dark suit. "Come with me," he said. Layla glanced over her shoulder, unsure of whether she could even trust this complete stranger. What if it was a trap? What if they had found her? "I'm here to help. Something's happened. What is it? I can't say. But we need to get all of you in one place to make sure you're safe." "All of us?" Layla asked, raising her brows. "Yes. You mean?" She trailed off. "Yes." The man cracked a small smile, then turned toward a staircase. She followed him down a narrow set of steps, having difficulty keeping up with his long strides. Stopping at the end of the hallway, he paused and knocked a peculiar rhythm on the door. After a few seconds, it opened. Her heart filled with joy when she entered the room to see 11 women she never thought she would again. They spent the next few hours sharing their stories. Landon had gotten each and every woman out of the shelter. Layla was grateful to see them again, but she feared something horrible must have happened to have forced them together once more. Landon had already given his life for them. How much more blood had to be shed? As darkness fell, Layla grew more and more restless, as did the rest of the women. They were tired, confused, and scared. Finally, the man in the suit reappeared. "Follow me, ladies. We're leaving." "Leaving?" Layla asked. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere else. Now hurry, we don't have much time." "What is going on?" she demanded. "We've been sitting here for hours and have absolutely no idea what's going on, other than all of us getting a mysterious text with an address." He let out a sigh. "I can't tell you exactly what's happened, but we need to get you to safety. There's a warm, comfortable house with food, water, a bathroom, and beds for all of you. Everything you'll need." Layla shook her head. "I'm not going until you tell us what's going on." "You want to know what's going on?" The man shot back, annoyed. "The woman who helped you all into this country was found dead. It could have just been a coincidence, but there's a very real possibility someone figured out what she was doing and is coming for each of you." He paused, allowing that information to soak in. "Now, come with me." Silence fell over the women as they followed him from the room, then piled into a large passenger van painted with the logo of some airport shuttle service. Not a word was spoken the duration of the drive. Some would exchange nervous glances. Others kept their heads lowered, mouthing the words to different prayers. It was reminiscent of the uncertainty the women lived with on a daily basis in the shelter where they all met. Layla never wanted to feel that again, yet here she was. An hour later, the van pulled up to a gated driveway. After pressing a 4-digit combination into a box, the large gates opened, allowing him access to the long driveway. "Isn't that the church we just left?" a woman named Bahara asked. "It is," the man in the suit replied. navigating the van past the main house and toward what appeared to be a decent-sized guest house. "Why did you drive all over the city?" Then she pushed, in case anyone tried to follow us. He clicked a button, the garage door of the guest house opening. He drove the van inside, then turned off the engine. The women looked at each other as he jumped out of the driver's seat and ran to open the doors for them, on shaky limbs. Layla followed the other women inside the house, carrying the car seat with her sleeping baby. "You'll find everything you need here," the man said as they congregated in the main living area. "Keep the shades drawn and do not open the door. I'm the only one with a key. If anyone who is part of Misha's organization stops by, they'll knock on the door leading from the basement, not the front door. There's plenty of food, water, and other amenities, such as diapers." He looked directly at Layla. "Do not contact anyone. We're going to try to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible. But until we do, it's imperative you all remain here to ensure your safety." He paused. "Goodbye, ladies." He spun on his heels and opened the door leading to the basement. The remainder of the night passed at a sluggish pace. The women congregated in the living room, all of them trading the semi-privacy of a shared bedroom for the security of being together. It reminded Layla of the days they spent in the shelter. She missed having that bond with another human, but she didn't miss the uncertainty. In an instant, she had been transported back to that time in her life, every sound making her jump, never knowing if the door was about to open, someone who wanted to do her harm standing on the other side. An entire day had come and gone. The man in the suit visited a few times to check on them, still refusing to answer any further questions. They were all anxious for answers, to know how long they would have to stay here. Just as they came up with a plan to find out, a knock on the basement door tore through the living room. It was in the same pattern the man in the suit had used back at the church. They shot their heads toward the door in unison. Layla could feel her heart thumping in her chest. "What do we do?" one of the women asked. "Answer it," Layla responded. "But what if we've been waiting for answers? Whoever's on the other side of that door may have them." She jumped up, her little boy in her arms, and strode toward the door. She knew the fear each of these women dealt with right now. She had lived with that same fear for the past several years. But she had put her life on the line and escaped Afghanistan so she didn't have to live suspended between two worlds. She refused to go back to that way of life. Glancing over her shoulder, she gave the women an encouraging smile, then faced forward. Placing her hand on the doorknob, she took a deep breath and turned it. A tall, slender brunette stepped into the room. Her brown eyes were full of compassion, sorrow, and even a hint of relief. "Who are you?" Layla asked. "My name is Olivia Burnham. Misha Tate was a very good friend of mine." A few quiet voices translated in Pashto to those who didn't understand English very well. "What happened?" The woman took a deep breath, briefly closing her eyes before looking around the room at all the women. "As you may have already heard, she was murdered. I apologize for all the uncertainty and lack of communication, but it was imperative to get all of you to a safe house in case her death was related to her work with you." She paused. "Based on the autopsy results, I fear it is." "How did she die?" one of the other women asked. "The official cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head causing severe cerebral hemorrhaging. The method is what got my attention." "Which was?" Layla asked, her skin crawling with nerves. She pulled her son closer to her. "The police believe she was stoned to death." Several of the women gasped. Layla shared in their horror, her stomach queasy just thinking of what Misha had endured. She glanced at Fatima, one of the other women Landon had helped save. She was the reason he started the shelter in the first place. She had been a victim of stoning, but she had survived, albeit barely. After discussing with one of the only other people who was aware of, well, all of you, he agreed it was most likely related, that Misha was probably... Olivia trailed off, closing her eyes before regaining her composure. She was probably tortured by someone desperate to find one or all of you, then murdered. We didn't know whether any of your identities or locations had been compromised, so we erred on the side of caution and brought everyone to a temporary safe house. We're in the process of securing a safer option for each of you. It's best that no one return home until we can ensure there's no longer a threat to your safety. How long is that going to take? Layla asked. Olivia opened her mouth to answer, but something stopped her. She stepped farther into the room, heading toward Layla. You must be Selena, she said in a soft voice. Misha told me all about your little boy. Layla opened her mouth to correct her, then closed it. For the past 36 hours, she had been living in a vacuum, all but forgetting about her new life here in the States, including her new name. He's my life, she said, holding her baby a little tighter against her. I don't want his life to be tainted with the darkness that has followed me. He needs to know that good really can overcome evil. Olivia tilted her head and gazed at the dark-skinned little boy. What's his name? Layla peered at her son, then met Olivia's dark eyes. Landon, she answered. She believed it fitting to name him after the man who saved her life. He was born here in the States, so he's an American. I wanted him to have an American name. I probably wouldn't be here today if it weren't for... That's a beautiful name, Olivia interrupted, giving her an encouraging squeeze on her arm. And I promise, I'm going to do everything I can to keep you, Landon, and the rest of the women here safe from harm. I can't go back, Layla pleaded. Little Landon, his father. Her body began to tremble as she was forced to face memories she would rather leave buried. She gazed down at the boy with all the affection a mother could bestow on her child. A family should be built on love and devotion, not honor. Family should not toss a loved one out for not wanting to marry a man 50 years her senior, for not wanting to be subjected to daily abuse, for wanting to be a normal teenage girl. He won't find you, Olivia assured her. I promise. Misha swore to always keep you safe, and I promised Misha I would carry out her wishes if anything ever happened to her. She was a wonderful woman with a beautiful heart. Looking around this room, I see her legacy, her life's work. I will not let her sacrifice, or her brothers, be in vain. Chapter 31, December 20th, 10 a.m. My wife, Alexander, murmured in disbelief, staring at the black figure on the computer screen. Swallowing hard. His mind. What did his wife have to do with any of this? It was his company that set up the women's shelter in Afghanistan. It was his employee who ran it. Then apparently decided to take matters into his own hands and smuggle women out of the country. Olivia had never shown an interest in the workings of the shelter. Granted, she was involved with quite a few charities here in the States, but she had absolutely no connection to the shelter. The man said, his voice still obscured. The last of the church bells rang in the background. Alexander glanced at his watch to see it was just after 10 in the morning. People across the city were sitting in church, praying for forgiveness for their sins, while he feared he would never have the chance to atone for his... It appears you do not know your wife as well as you think you do. You may want to rectify that if you want to find your daughter. He opened his mouth to speak, but the screen went black. A flurry of activity erupted behind him as Gibson tried to get the man back on the screen. Alexander knew it was useless. He wouldn't answer. He'd given them exactly what he wanted them to know. Nothing more. Jumping to his feet, Alexander scanned the faces around him. He wasn't sure where to begin. All he knew was he needed to get to Olivia before anyone else did. He'd already lost a daughter. He wasn't going to lose his wife, too. The only thing that gave him any peace of mind was knowing Martin had stayed behind to keep an eye on her. Pushing through the crowd of agents, Alexander stormed toward the door. Where do you think you're going? Moretti asked. He spun around. I need to talk to Olivia. See whether any of this is true. Oh no, you don't. He stepped toward Alexander. She's a person of interest in this investigation now. I'll be the one speaking with her. Person of interest. Person of interest. Fuming. Alexander's skin prickled with heat. She's my wife. If you two are as close as it appears you are. Moretti leaned into him. How is it you claim to know nothing of her involvement in this? If this man is to be believed, she violated over a dozen federal laws by smuggling these women into our country. We don't know anything for sure. Even if she did what that guy wants us to believe, we shouldn't treat Olivia like a criminal. She's a better person than me, than any of us. He glanced around the room, one of the black and white passport photos catching his attention. He stormed toward the wall. Look at this face. He ripped the photo of Fatima off the wall and held it mere inches from Moretti's eyes. Alexander could see the anger in his fiery gaze at his disregard for the crime scene. It used to be covered with scars and bruises. With all the swelling, you couldn't distinguish her eyes from her nose. Thanks to my friend, Landon. She got better. She finally had a safe place to call home. And not in the shelter, here in the United States. And you know what I did? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Alexander roared, the regret he felt from failing Landon returning with a vengeance. I should have done something, like he asked me to. He continued, lowering his voice. He returned to the wall, running his fingers over Misha's photo. I could have used my resources to make sure these girls had a better life, but I didn't. His shoulders slumping, he faced Moretti once more. I followed the rules. I didn't engage. I walked away. Even after Landon came to me asking for help, even after the clinic had been attacked, even after knowing these girls' lives were in danger. He drew in a shaky breath, a year of remorse leaving him as he exhaled. He couldn't turn back the clock, but he could do what was right going forward. If my wife played a part, we should thank her because that means these women. He gestured to the photos. These women are all alive today because of her, because of Landon, not because of me. If you want to treat her like a criminal, I know nothing I say is going to stop you. We don't even know what her role in all of this was. If anything, instead of jumping to conclusions, I'd prefer to work together to bring all this madness to an end, to bring my daughter back home. He looked back at the photos, and find these women before someone else does. Alexander stormed out of the house, ignoring Moretti's orders that he come back and answer his questions, rushing down the street toward his SUV. He avoided the press the best he could without seeming like a prick, repeating no comment over and over again as he fought off microphones and cameras. It took all the restraint he could muster not to punch a reporter in his face when he asked if they had found Melanie's body. Finally, in the relative solitude of the SUV, Alexander sped away, heading toward his house as he tried to get in touch with Olivia. Alex, she answered, picking up on the third ring. Is everything okay? He hesitated, not sure what to say to her. Did his wife really help smuggle dozens of women out of Afghanistan and into this country? How did she keep that from him for so long? How did Misha factor in all this? Regardless of what Olivia did or didn't do, this wasn't a conversation they could have over the phone. Malik's dead. He told her. He's an Afghan national. Afghan. Her voice rose in pitch. He could sense her surprise and unease, as if she were putting the pieces together. Yes. And Melanie? He drew in a breath. She was here, but she's not anymore. Where I don't know. Love. But... Pausing, he glanced out the window at the snow falling at a steady clip. I know what they want, what they're after. You do? What is it? Pulling his bottom lip between his teeth, he shook his head, his eyes drooping. We'll talk when I get home. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Alex, what I love you. Olivia, he interrupted, then hung up. She probably had 1,000 questions about what he found at Malik's house, where Melanie could be, why she was taken. He simply couldn't answer any of those questions without looking her in the eye and asking her the question he feared the answer to. If she was involved, he wanted to be angry. He should have been absolutely furious that she kept it from him for so long. Something like this could have destroyed his company's reputation. Despite it all, he was proud to call her his wife. He should have done what she found in her heart to do. Instead, he was too concerned with keeping the lucrative contracts that had made his company as profitable as it was. He didn't care about helping people. He didn't care about doing what was right, about being a good person. All he cared about was what would make the company the most money. He was selfish, and because of that, he lost a dear friend. This was his penance, his retribution for his failure to act. But Melanie shouldn't pay the price. This was his burden to bear, and his alone. Struggling to keep his tired eyes open, he cracked the window, allowing the chill to fill the car. For days, he hadn't slept for more than a few hours, and it was starting to wear him down. He used all the little tricks he learned in the Navy when forced to stay awake in some hole. 1 minute of sleep could mean the difference between life and death. He tried to keep his mind busy, thinking about everything from the beginning, about who could have been behind his daughter's abduction. He swallowed through the heavy lump in his throat when his thoughts roamed to Melanie and what she could be going through at this moment. His stomach churned when flashes of her face appeared before him, begging him to let her come home. These were people who placed little value on human life. They took what was arguably one of the most peaceful religions and distorted it, waging a war against everything they disagreed with in the name of their perverted views. They preyed on the vulnerable, promising them everything a young, poor boy from a remote village in Afghanistan could want. These young men had nothing to believe in, until now. He had seen it too many times. Alexander ran his hand over his face, slapping at his cheeks to keep himself awake. Every time he blinked, memories from his past flashed before his eyes. Growing up in Connecticut, moving to Boston, going to Red Sox games with his dad, his father's vacant seat at the dinner table, his mother's excuses that he had an important job, cutting class his first semester of Harvard, and going to the Navy recruitment office, boot camp, deployment. The last time he saw his father the night before he left for Bud's training, meeting Landon for the first time. The last time he saw Landon alive. He wondered if his friend had gone to Olivia immediately after begging him for help. Would he really go behind his back and ask his wife for help, then keep it a secret from him? That didn't sound like the Landon he knew. Then again, the Landon he knew would certainly bend, perhaps even break the rules to get what he wanted. Alexander tried not to jump to any conclusions before he had a chance to talk to Olivia about what she did or didn't know. Despite not wanting to believe he had been so blind as to not see it, he feared his wife held the missing piece to this puzzle. Chapter 32, December 20th, 10:15 a.m. Alex. Olivia repeated into the phone, her pulse racing, but there was no response. She glanced at the screen and saw he had ended the call. She didn't know what to think. All she knew was it had to be one hell of a coincidence that Malik was an Afghan national. Pulling her lip between her teeth, she straightened her spine, blinking back the tears fighting to escape. She knew the risk involved when she had agreed to help. In the final days before her murder, Misha had warned Olivia she thought someone had figured it out. Olivia was simply a silent conspirator, for lack of a better word. She only provided the funds for Misha to do what she needed to ensure these women landed safely in this country, then had enough financial support to begin their new lives here. She was largely ignorant of most of the details, until she went over to Misha's for coffee at the beginning of the month and she shoved folder after folder in front of her, telling her names, cities, phone numbers, how to go about getting in touch with each and every one of them if something were to happen to her. Never did Olivia think something would. Now she was left to carry on her legacy, but at what cost? The instant Olivia realized Melanie had been taken, she feared her association with Misha may have had something to do with it, but she didn't think it possible. No one could have known of her involvement. It was impossible to trace anything, even the money, back to her. They made sure of that. She had told herself it was just a series of unfortunate coincidences. Now she knew it was all connected. She had a feeling Alexander knew, too. She prayed her secrecy wouldn't be their undoing. Dropping her phone into the pocket of her jeans, she headed into the kitchen and straight toward the coffee maker. For the first time since this all began, Colleen wasn't in there. Instead, Olivia found her in the living area just off the kitchen, talking in hushed tones with Tyler, his wife and little boy playing on the floor. Since getting back from Kira's, her mind had been preoccupied after hearing all those women's stories. Now, she had to juggle that along with Alexander's cryptic phone call. She felt pulled in 1,000 different directions, as if the weight of the secret she'd been keeping for so long were about to crush her, frozen in place. She stared at a seemingly happy family playing in front of an elaborate Christmas tree. Envy trickled through her veins. That should have been her laughing with her little girl, watching Christmas movies and talking about Santa's visit in just a few days. Instead, she was alone, unsure of whether they'd be a family again by Christmas, or ever. "Mrs. Burnham," Agent Long said, approaching Olivia, snapping her out of her thoughts. Colleen and Tyler looked at Olivia, finally noticing her. Their eyes were full of compassion and unease, silently asking her if she knew anything. She didn't know what to say. How could she possibly tell these people, this family who took her in and treated her like one of their own? It was her fault Melanie was taken. These were good people who didn't deserve things like this to happen to them. But Olivia, she never knew what love was until Alexander all but forced his way into her heart. These people loved unconditionally and without hesitation. Now, she wasn't sure she deserved it. "Is everything okay?" Agent Long asked, placing a hand on Olivia's shoulder. She met her eyes, searching. Olivia felt exposed, as if Agent Long were able to cut through the lies and see the truth of what she had done. Agent Moretti most likely told her what they found at Malik's house. It was only a matter of time until it all unraveled. "Alexander's on his way home," she replied, avoiding Agent Long's question. Nothing was okay. Nothing had been okay since she had heard about Misha's death. She doubted whether anything would ever be okay again. "He called to tell me Malik was found dead, but Melanie wasn't there." Tyler stood from the couch and headed toward her, wrapping his arms around her. She allowed herself this one moment of sympathy. When Alexander returned and the truth revealed itself, she doubted she'd get any compassion from this group of people. They would never understand why she got involved, the importance of what Misha was doing. After hearing what was going on and what Landon wanted to do, Olivia felt compelled to help, to do everything within her power to give these women who had suffered a traumatic event at the hands of those who should have looked out for and protected them, a second chance. "It'll be okay, Libby," Tyler comforted her. "You know Alex. He won't stop until he gets Melanie back and makes the person who's behind all of this suffer for the rest of his pathetic life." Olivia closed her eyes, Tyler's words like a knife to her heart. He was right. Alexander wouldn't stop until he had all the answers and found Melanie. She had a feeling she was the one who held the key to getting her back. She'd always done what she thought was right, constantly giving her time to causes she believed in. Now, she feared she would have to choose between saving one life and 12. But that one life, she treasured it more than her own. When footsteps rang out, Olivia released Tyler, both of them turning toward the door leading to the garage. Olivia's heart caught in her throat when Alexander stepped into the kitchen, their eyes meeting. Feeling like a prisoner awaiting her sentence, she remained motionless as she stared at her husband, chewing on her bottom lip. She didn't know what to expect from him. Disappointment, anger, frustration. Instead, there was something completely unanticipated etched in the lines of his face. Respect, admiration, understanding. He strode toward her, his steps deliberate, His eyes cut into her soul, ripping her open, leaving her secrets bare for the world to see. Only he could read her fears, her regrets, her personal demons, assuring her with just one look that it was okay, that he would chase them away. Pausing mere inches away from her, the heat from his body warming her skin. He locked his gaze with hers. Their chests rose and fell in near synchronicity. In an instant, his strong hands grasped her face and pulled her toward him, his lips crushing against hers. Olivia stilled, caught off guard by the moment of sorrow-filled passion. Then she melted into the kiss, molding her body against his, allowing them to become one. The world disappeared around them. Nothing else mattered at that moment. Not the lies and secrets of their past, not the troubles and heartache of their present, not the uncertainty of their future. For that one brief sliver of time, all that mattered was the love they shared. In that one kiss, Olivia knew they would get through this, that their devotion would help navigate through the stormy waters, and the sun would eventually shine on them again. Alexander pulled away and stared down at her, not saying a word. "You know," Olivia stated softly so no one could overhear, remaining mute. He folded Olivia's hand in his and led her down the hallway and into his office, pulling her onto the leather sofa in front of the large windows. When her eyes caught the snow falling, the dread and unease she'd been able to chase away momentarily returned, facing her. Alexander ran his fingers across her knuckles. It comforted her, reminding her of their early days together when a simple touch like this would send shivers throughout her body. Despite the passing of years, his touch still had that spark. Malik killed Misha. Alexander informed her. She closed her eyes, allowing the truth of what she'd already assumed to wrap around her. The second he shared that he was an Afghan national, she knew he had killed Misha. "How do you know?" "Did Dave tell you?" she asked. He narrowed his gaze at her, as if unsure how to respond. She could sense he was waiting for her to finally admit to what he already suspected. But she couldn't. Not yet. She needed more information first. "There was a room in his basement," he said, in an unsteady voice, briefly closing his eyes. He bit his lip, and Olivia knew he had seen something he wished he hadn't. There was a chair with blood on it. In the corner was a bucket full of rocks. The FBI and local LEOs are probably still there, but I'm sure we'll find a match to her blood type. Olivia covered her trembling chin. "Why?" She shook her head. "Why would he?" He fished his cell phone out of his coat pocket and handed it to her. He thought she knew where these women were and tortured her to make her talk. With shaky hands, she took the phone from him and began to scroll through images of a dozen women she had just visited. With each face, she recalled their unique story, reaffirming her belief that what she had done was right, was good, was necessary. "All of these women lived at my company's shelter in Afghanistan at one point or another. After the explosion, they disappeared." Alexander explained when Olivia failed to show any signs she recognized them. "Landon came to see me several weeks before that." Olivia met his eyes, remaining silent. She knew the story. She was an unspoken part of it. Until now. It was a week or so after the first attack on the shelter. He continued. "He asked me to use my resources to help smuggle these women out of Afghanistan and establish new lives for them here in the States. He was convinced it was the only way they'd be free from their pasts." She dropped the phone onto the couch and grabbed his hand in hers, squeezing. She didn't know if she could ever admit she went behind her husband's back to help Landon when he wouldn't. "I refused, told him it wasn't our place to interfere. Landon never did like taking no for an answer." "Did he?" she commented, releasing her hold on his hand. "He didn't." His eyes remained glued to hers. When he believed in something, he would stop at nothing to see it through to the end. "Just like his sister," Olivia added, narrowing her gaze at him, hoping he would understand. His sister. He drew in a breath. Of course. Running his hand over his face. He turned to Olivia once more. looking at her in a way he never had before. I only agreed to help with the financial side of it all, she finally admitted. Misha told me about your conversation with Landon. When that didn't go the way he hoped, he reached out to her. Her organization had clinics and aid workers in Afghanistan, but it didn't have much in the way of funding. To arrange something of this magnitude would pretty much deplete their resources. So they turned to you. She nodded. She didn't fill me in on the specifics, just that something else needed to be done. Up until that point, I was pretty clueless about what your company did over in Afghanistan anyway. I didn't tell. You usually don't talk about anything work-related with me. Olivia, it's okay. I understand a lot of the stuff your company does is classified. And, to be honest, I don't find it all that interesting anyway. But this, I had no idea. When Misha told me a few of their stories, my heart physically hurt. Alex, these women had no one. They were scared to go home. They were scared to stay in the shelter. No matter where they went, they would always have to look over their shoulder to make sure no one was coming after them, always wondering if everything would come crashing back down again. Some of these women were pregnant, for crying out loud, and the person who should be keeping them safe, their husband or their father, was the one who wanted to harm them. Alexander's expression remained fixed, absorbing her story. So I agreed to help them with the financial part of it. All those girls who we believed were abducted from the shelter around the time of the explosion. He looked at her, questioning. Landon and Misha relocated them. There were too many to move all at once. Of course, from what I was able to glean, it appears they moved one girl at a time, waiting several days between transports. I don't know where they hid them, but Misha was finally able to get all the girls out and resettle them here. So you were just the money behind it. You weren't involved in any other way. She began. Then the door opened. I apologize, sir, Martin said, stepping into the office and heading toward where they sat on the couch. Agent Moretti is here and has requested to speak with Mrs. Burnham regarding what was said on the FaceTime call earlier. He raised his eyebrows. Olivia looked at Alexander. What FaceTime call? He sighed. When we were at the house, one of Malik's computers started ringing with a video call. He took a deep breath, placing his hand on her leg. It was Melanie. What she cried, tears filling her eyes. She's okay. She's alive. After seeing that room in the basement, I feared. He swallowed hard. But she's okay. Just really scared. Before I could get her to tell me where she was, the camera shifted, and I spoke to whomever is behind all this. His face was obstructed, and he spoke into a voice modulator, which leads me to believe I know him somehow. What did he say? She leaned closer, hanging on to every word. That I'd get Melanie back when I returned what he was after. He narrowed his eyes at Olivia. He didn't have to spell it out for her. She knew what this guy wanted. Closing her eyes, she let out a slow breath. Her stomach churned at the thought of willingly handing over a dozen lives to a man she assumed wanted to return them to their families so they could carry out these barbaric traditions. She didn't know if she could live with that knowledge on her conscience, knowing she could have done something to prevent it, but sent them to their graves instead. There was no guarantee this guy would keep his promise to return Melanie. How could she be certain he would be true to his word? He'd already killed. What was stopping him from doing it again after he got what he wanted? Olivia wasn't an expert in these types of situations, but she was smart enough to know he was using Melanie as leverage. She had a purpose. But once he had what he wanted, and she no longer served that purpose, Olivia didn't want to think about what he would do to her. She was certain it didn't involve returning her. He made it sound like you know where they are, but it appears he was wrong, Alexander said, breaking through her thoughts. She opened her eyes, remaining stoic, her back straight. Or was he? He raised his brow. Olivia, talk to me. Was it more than just giving them money? No. She exhaled, avoiding his eyes. He grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his determined gaze. Well, yes. At first, it was just money. But Misha knew getting them here wasn't enough. They needed to be a completely new person on paper. She gave him a knowing look, with wide eyes. He turned from Olivia and stared at Martin, who remained impassive, then met her gaze once more. I knew I couldn't go to you with it, not when you had already turned Landon down, so I guess I went to the next best thing. She shrugged and glanced at Martin, smiling slightly at their odd arrangement. She didn't know what had compelled her to trust Martin with everything. All she knew was something had to be done, and he was the first person she thought of. He'd always been fiercely loyal to Alexander and her. He knew how to get things done discreetly. When she'd approached him with her plan, she had expected some hesitation on his part, but was instead met with enthusiasm. He was a man willing to do everything within his power to keep those women safe. Without Martin, these girls wouldn't have been able to work, to better themselves. Some of them have started taking college courses. One of them is even in nursing school, and none of this would have been possible. I know. Alexander interrupted, his face turning red. I apologize, sir, Martin said in an even tone. I shouldn't have gone behind your back. But these were special circumstances. He lowered his voice. If one of these women were my daughter, I'd hope someone would stick their neck out for her. When I asked you to look into whether any of these girls were smuggled out of the country, I withheld the truth from you, sir. Again, I believe these to be extraordinary circumstances. Where are they now? Alexander sighed. In a temporary safe house. Together. Yes, sir. It's not ideal. But when Mrs. Burnham raised her concerns regarding Misha's death, we thought it best to get all the girls into a safe house until we could figure out what was going on. Where Martin and Olivia shared a look, she had a feeling Alexander wasn't going to like this. She didn't like it much, either, but it was the best she could do on such short notice. Kira and Mo's guest house, she replied sheepishly. Are you out of your mind? Alexander roared, standing from the couch and pacing the room. They have kids, and another one on the way. Did you not think? Of course I did, she shot back. We needed someplace safe and fast while we looked into other options. Kira and Mo were more than willing to help. We used every precaution to ensure we didn't raise any suspicion. Martin assured Alexander. They're in the guest house. Their boys have no idea the girls are even there, she added, although it didn't ease his worry. Why didn't you just use one of the company's safe houses, he asked. That's what they're there for, and are set up for this kind of thing. The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't want any of this coming back to the company. Martin replied, It's a little too late for that now, isn't it? It appears so. Exhaling, Alexander ran his hands through his hair, tugging at it in obvious frustration. What are we going to do? Olivia asked, looking up at her panicked husband. It was clear he hadn't expected her to be this involved. She wouldn't have expected it if she were in his shoes, either. He stopped pacing and addressed both Martin and Olivia. We'll do the right thing, he stated. We'll tell Moretti everything we know. From the beginning, we'll get Homeland Security involved. These girls aren't exactly here legally. Olivia shook her head. It's not as simple as that. Alex, you know as well as I do it won't end well. Martin intervened. They'll be in the system. Anyone will be able to track them down. We'll make sure they get put into protective custody while all of this gets sorted out. Martin approached Alexander. With all due respect, sir, I understand you're willing to do anything to get your daughter back. But have you lost your mind? Protective custody. People come to us, to your company, because they don't feel safe in protective custody. A lot of these government agencies are stretched thin and have limited resources. Sure, they may feel safe for a minute, but after a while, there will be more important cases, And that's assuming Homeland Security doesn't ship them back at the first opportunity, just for them to meet the same fate Landon, your friend, your teammate, tried to save them from. He took a breath, steadying his voice. If you do this, it will all be for nothing. Landon's death, Misha's death, Rain's death, all these people you once held dear. Their sacrifice would have been useless. It wouldn't have been for nothing, he replied. Always stubborn. If we do this, maybe we'll get Melanie back. How can we get her back if we have no bargaining chip? Olivia interjected. All this guy wants is to know the location of these women. We turn the information over to the authorities and let them deal with it while we find Melanie. That should be our focus. Nothing else. You're right, Olivia responded. It should be, but it's not. Does my heart ache from her absence? Of course. Have I wanted to scream and cry and wail every minute since she's been taken? Yes, she's my daughter. The love I have for her, the bond I've shared with her, no one in this room could possibly understand. She looked from Alexander to Martin, then back at her husband. He would never be able to truly comprehend the spectrum of emotions she was going through. Yes, Alexander was a wonderful father. He grew into that role with an excitement she never expected, but he didn't have that connection to Melanie like she did. She grew inside me for 9 months, she continued, placing her hand on her stomach. I would do anything to get Melanie back, but I can't, in good conscience, sentence a dozen women to death in doing so. She grabbed Alexander's phone off the couch and scrolled through it, landing on a photo of a woman with dark hair, dark skin, and deep chestnut eyes. This woman's name is Hope. She held up the phone, forcing Alexander to stare into those haunting eyes, wanting him to see the person who would suffer from his plan. I don't know what her name used to be, but the name she chose when she came here was Hope. Her uncle raped her. When she reported it to the authorities in her village, instead of arresting her uncle, the town elders came after her for no longer being a chaste woman. She was damaged goods and had brought dishonor on her family. Her mother helped her escape. She believes her father most likely killed her mother when he found out she was missing. She scrolled through photo after photo, relaying each woman's chosen name and story, each one more horrifying than the last. Alexander needed to see the scars of their past on their faces. Although some had faded with time, still, the emotional scars of what these women had endured would never fade. This woman, she held up the phone. She goes by the name Selena now. She has a son, a 6-month-old little boy she named Landon, after the man who saved her life. Her fiery gaze bore holes into Alexander. She was pregnant when she ran away from her abusive husband. Her father was a teacher who was killed by the Taliban. Her brother became the patriarch of the family and sold her to a man 50 years her senior when she was only 13. 13. Melanie will be 13 in a few years. Could you imagine anyone forcing her to marry a man 50 years older than she is? Once Selena turned 18, she finally had the courage to run. Now, she works at a daycare where she can spend all day with her son and not live in fear that either one of them will be killed. Tears she had held at bay began streaming down her face. Look at these women. Look into their eyes, she sobbed. Look at their scars, their bruises, the burns on their faces. This is what their future holds if we do what you're suggesting and get Homeland Security involved. She took a steadying breath. I want my daughter back, she said through her tears. I want to hold her in my arms. I want to tell her how sorry Mommy is and assure her I'll always be there for her. She shook her head, wiping tears from her cheeks. But not like this. Not knowing I've sent a dozen women to their deaths, apart from the ticking of the clock. Silence rang in the room as Olivia waited to see how Alexander would react. After a protracted moment of uncertainty, he took a step toward her, his expression softening. Olivia, love. He soothed, pulling her body against his. tilting her head. She looked into his eyes. These were the arms that always provided her comfort after a bad day. They showered her with love and affection on a daily basis. They were her home. Have I ever told you how frustrating you can be? She allowed a small smile to cross her lips. Perhaps once or twice. She'd heard those words out of his mouth at least once a week for the past decade. Alexander let out a long breath, his irritation and unease with their predicament clear in his rigid stature and distant expression. Grabbing his cheeks, she forced his eyes back to her. "You're better than this," she reminded him. "We'll find another way to get her back, one we won't regret for years to come." Chapter 33, December 20th, 1:00 p.m. Agent Moretti ran his hand over his face, weariness etched in the lines around his tired eyes. Alexander had a feeling he had never been lead on as complicated a missing persons case as he had on his hands right now. "First and foremost, I'm in agreement with Mrs. Burnham," he stated, meeting Alexander's eyes, then glancing at Olivia to his right. "We shouldn't get Homeland Security involved until we can guarantee your little girl's safety. That's our priority right now, not the illegal status of a bunch of women who ran away from home to save their lives." Alexander nodded. At first, he wanted to jump at the opportunity to get Melanie back and didn't care who was hurt along the way. But Olivia was right. She was always more methodical than he was, always looking at the big picture when he had a tendency to act on instinct. Consequences be damned. She couldn't live with the thought of being responsible for their deaths. He couldn't either. He'd been living with the guilt of Landon's death for a year now. He didn't want any more blood on his hands. Now, we need to move these women to a secure location. They can't stay where they are. I'm already on it. Alexander informed Moretti. "I have my team arranging their relocation as we speak." "All of them?" Moretti raised his eyebrows. "It's risky, but it's too dangerous to keep them all together. My company has several safe houses in the area. We've split them up into groups of 3 or 4, and are moving a few girls at a time using different agents, automobiles, and routes so as not to raise any suspicion. It's not foolproof, but it's better than not doing anything." "Agreed." Moretti answered. "Where exactly are these safe houses located?" He grabbed his pen, about to make notes in his pad, the rest of his team also anxious for Alexander's response. He glanced around his office, feeling as if his own personal secure space had been invaded by this team of law enforcement agents. "It's my company's policy not to give out that information. It would defeat the purpose of having a safe house." "Yes, but it's part of my investigation. The location of where my company is keeping these women is irrelevant to the investigation. All you need to know is these houses are incredibly secure and well protected. There will be a team of at least 2 agents keeping an eye on each house around the clock. No one gets in or out without an agent knowing about it. That's all I'm comfortable saying." Pinching his lips together, Moretti flipped his notepad closed. Alexander wanted to ask him why he took copious notes of his investigations if he had a so-called eidetic memory, but stopped himself. "Well, I suppose that's all for now then. We've received information from your contact at the Ministry of Women's Affairs in Afghanistan about a few of these girls' family members who were named Malik. We're looking into each of them to see if it's our guy. That may get us closer to finding out precisely who put a bullet in his head and took Melanie." Moretti stood from the couch and signaled for his team to follow him. His sudden departure caught Alexander off guard. "Where are you going?" "Back to Malik's house to see if we can find anything that will give us a clue as to where your daughter could be." Alexander sprang to his feet, ready to go with them. Moretti held his hand up, stopping him. "Mr. Burnham, I hope you can understand that it's our policy to only allow agents working for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to visit crime scenes," he said, a smug look on his face. Alexander opened his mouth to argue. He'd already been at the crime scene, but Moretti cut him off. "I'm just not comfortable letting someone I'm not familiar with into my crime scene where he could potentially contaminate evidence." His smug expression turned severe. "Not so much fun when the shoe's on the other foot, is it?" He spun on his heels as Alexander's nostrils flared, He could show him he wasn't willing to back down and head over to Malik's house anyway. But what good would that do? He doubted the FBI would come across anything that would help find his daughter. But he potentially had something that could... "What are you going to do?" Olivia asked once she, Martin, and Alexander were alone in the room once more. "I'm going to use what I know about this guy to find Melanie." Alexander shook his head. "There was something about that voice. I thought you said he disguised his voice." She interrupted. "And he did. But I don't know. Something about it was eerily familiar. I can't explain how. But it was. And the fact that he disguised his face and used a voice modulator leads me to no other conclusion than that I know him. So I'm going to listen to the audio over and over again and see if anything stands out. How I thought." When the rest of the FBI agents were preoccupied with how to trace the call, I made sure to record the audio with my cell phone so I could reference it later. Alexander smirked. "You really think you'll be able to find Melanie with just that audio?" Olivia asked. Alexander shook his head. The truth was, he had no idea, but it was better than nothing. "I'm not going to make you any promises I can't keep, but I refuse to believe this audio holds no clues as to where our daughter is." "What can I do to help?" Olivia asked. He placed his hands on her arms, rubbing her soft skin. "Go relax. Try to forget about all of this." She rolled her eyes. "I'm not going to just sit here while you're off trying to save the world. Alex, I'm part of this, and I'm going to remain a part of this whether you like it or not. I know it's dangerous, but I've been putting my life on the line without you knowing for months. I know you want to help, and I love you for that." "Olivia." He brushed a curl that had fallen in front of her face behind her ear. "I thought I knew the woman I married, but I was wrong. You've surprised me today." She looked away, pulling her lip between her teeth. "In a good way." He grabbed her chin, forcing her to gaze into his eyes. "You did what I was too selfish to when Landon came to me. I should have helped him. Maybe if I had, none of this would have happened. Maybe the shelter wouldn't have been attacked and Landon wouldn't have been taken." "You can't think like that, Alex," Olivia said, running her fingers over his cheek. "It'll eat you up if you go back and say, 'What if?' Don't torture yourself like that. You don't deserve to go through that. But you can learn from it. This is no one's fault, other than whoever this guy is. I'm not to blame, and neither are you. So be the Alexander Burnham I fell in love with and do everything within your power to find our daughter." Stepping back, she grabbed the lapels of his jacket, straightening them. "And you'll stay here." He raised his brow. "I don't like being a prisoner in my own house. I know you're worried about something happening to me, too. But you don't have to be. I can't just sit around and do nothing when I can do something to further Misha's and Landon's legacies." Alexander hesitated. The thought of Olivia leaving the house, completely unprotected, didn't sit well with him at all. He knew he'd never be able to focus on finding Melanie if Olivia wasn't safe. Martin stepped forward. "If you don't need me, sir, I'm more than happy to accompany Mrs. Burnham anywhere she'd like to go. I will not leave her side." Alexander looked between Olivia and Martin, an unassuming pair of co-conspirators. He was still having trouble wrapping his head around the knowledge that they had been working together on hiding these women for months and never let on. Alexander knew his wife. She was as stubborn as he was, if not more so. If she wanted to leave the house, she was going to. No matter what he did to prevent it, the best he could do was give her a way to do so as safely as possible. If Alexander couldn't be with her, Martin was the next best thing. "Stay with Olivia," he ordered, the reluctance obvious in his voice. "I'm heading into the office to work with Simpson on this audio. The snow is supposed to pick up and become heavy after 8 tonight. You'd better believe I fully intend on having Melanie in her own bed by that time." He turned and headed toward the door. He could hear Landon's voice in his head saying, 99% of achieving something is believing you can. That was what he had to do at this moment. He needed to believe he would find Melanie in the next 6 hours. Chapter 34, December 20th, 2:30 p.m. The parking garage beneath Alexander's building was practically vacant when he pulled his SUV into its usual spot among the fleet of company cars. After swiping his keycard for access, he stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 29th floor. Leaning against the wall as the car ascended, he dug his phone out of his pocket and replayed the audio of the FaceTime call. The quality wasn't great, but it was the best they had. He just hoped Simpson could work his magic and make the voice less distorted. When the doors opened, he walked through the reception area and past the security door leading to the offices, expecting to be met by silence and relative darkness. Instead, it was a beehive of activity, agents coming and going, phones ringing off the hook. Alexander stopped at one of the receptionist's desks outside the conference room. "What's going on here?" The blonde receptionist jumped up from her chair, coming around to greet him. "Mr. Burnham, I apologize. I wasn't expecting you today. Your secretary didn't mention you would be here." He furrowed his brow. "Did I miss something?" She pulled her lips between her teeth. "No, sir. We've all been working pretty much around the clock. It's been all hands on deck." "For what?" A small smile crossed her face. "To help find your daughter." "Of course." His mouth agape. He turned from the desk and stared at a dozen men who worked for his company in various investigative capacities. It was a Sunday, just days before Christmas. Instead of spending time with their families, all these people had come into the office to help him. For the first time in recent history, Alexander found himself speechless. He didn't believe he had done anything in his life to deserve having people so caring and selfless working for him. He'd never been one to get to know his employees very well. Hell, he couldn't even remember the receptionist's name, and she'd worked for the company for at least a year. But none of that mattered to them. The second they heard about Melanie, they sprang into action, doing what they felt was right and just, something he should have done months ago when Landon came to him for help. He approached one of the agents, silence falling in the halls. When he held his hand out to him, the agent took it. "Thank you," Alexander said. "Of course, sir. If it were my daughter, I'd hope people would do the same for me." Alexander nodded, overwhelmed by their kindness. A year ago, even a few days ago, if this had happened to one of his agents, he doubted he would have done more than offer his condolences and perhaps use of company resources. Then he would have simply headed home and forgotten about it. For too long, he had let the company's bottom line consume him. Instead of making decisions based on what he knew was the right and selfless thing to do, he had weighed that against the success and profitability of the firm. That all ended now. He continued down the row of people, shaking hands as they offered him words of encouragement. "We'll find her, sir. Whatever you need, boss. We'll get the bastard. Mr. Burnham." All he could do was shake their hands and offer them his thanks, even though it was completely inadequate for what they had given him. They gave him hope in a cloud of despair. "Mr. Burnham," Simpson called out. Alexander snapped his head up to see him rushing down the corridor. "A moment of your time, please." Nodding, he gave his agents an appreciative smile, then turned and followed Simpson toward his office. Glancing over his shoulder, he observed his employees continuing with their work, the hallways full of commotion once more. He didn't know how he would ever repay these people for all the time and effort they were putting into finding his daughter. "When did all this happen?" he asked Simpson. "What all this? Everyone working on a weekend to help find—" He swallowed hard. "They've been here since yesterday. After the press conference, people began trickling in, offering help. They've been pulling their contacts, calling in favors. We've got eyes everywhere. Sir," he rubbed his temples, fighting off his exhaustion from running on fumes. "I hope it's enough. Nothing's come of it yet," Simpson said, and Alexander met his eyes. "But I think I might have something." He narrowed his gaze at him. "From the audio I sent you." Simpson nodded and unlocked the door to his office. allowing Alexander to enter in front of him. Monitors filled a large desk that took up 3 walls of the darkened room. Computer units were stacked against one wall, cables and wires going every which way. Simpson sat down in a chair, then typed feverishly at a keyboard in front of him. The monitor directly in the center sprang to life. Now, it took a bit of work, but I was able to isolate some of the background noise. The quality isn't great, but if you listen closely enough, I think you'll hear it. He handed Alexander a pair of headphones. Sitting in the chair next to Simpson, he pulled them over his ears. The noise of whirring computers eliminated. All he could hear was his own breathing and heavy heartbeat. Simpson hit a button on the keyboard and the audio from the FaceTime call played in his ears. Alexander listened to the sound of cars whooshing by. Then his voice cut through. "I am nothing like you. I would never target an innocent little girl and use her as a pawn in whatever sick game it is you're playing. Melanie has nothing to do with this. You want me? Stop being the coward you are and come face me." Alexander closed his eyes, hoping it would help him focus on listening and nothing else. The ding-dong of church bells sounded. Then he heard something he hadn't noticed before. He had been so focused on the intonation of this guy's voice. He had ignored what was going on in the background. It was barely audible, but it was there. JFK, UMass, next stop North Quincy, transfer here for commuter rail. He flung his eyes to Simpson, removing the earphones from his head. "You heard it?" Simpson asked. Alexander nodded, his mind racing. "Good, there's more." Alexander put the earphones back on as Simpson continued the video. I know. His voice cut through. "It's about the girls." Then the sound of a train grew closer, as if passing by, before the clacking of steel against metal diminished. Removing the headphones once more, Alexander looked at Simpson, who brought up a satellite image of the JFK UMass stop. "That's a red line train headed toward Braintree. They've got to be pretty much on top of the train station to hear the conductor's announcement." Alexander nodded, scanning the map. "It looks like it's all a bunch of retail locations." "Yes, mostly. Except right here." Simpson circled a building on the map. "It's a warehouse. I got the address and did some digging. It's been vacant for the past year or so. Before we go in there, we need to know this is the place. It could just be a coincidence. It could be a different location close by. If they see us storm this building, they'll leave and we'll be back to square one. I need something concrete. How's this for concrete?" Simpson zoomed in on a white building across the street from the warehouse. "What is that?" Alexander squinted his eyes. "Looks like a church." Alexander jumped up, dashing from the room. "Text me the exact address." Running down the corridor, he brought his phone to his ear. He hated the idea of pulling Martin away from Olivia, but he needed every agent he could get, and he trusted Martin more than anyone else working for him. The line rang several times, but Martin didn't pick up. A knot formed in his stomach, but he couldn't dwell on it, not when finding his daughter was within his grasp. Approaching the conference room where a handful of agents pored over piles of papers, Alexander stormed in. "All of you, gear up, let's go." Without questioning it, they jumped into action, grabbing their jackets and checking their pistols before holstering them. Alexander hurried out of the office and into the elevator, his agents following closely behind. "What's going on?" "Sir," one of them asked. "We have a possible location," Alexander answered. "Warehouse on Morrissey Boulevard near the JFK UMass Red Line station. 2 of you will come with me. The rest of you will be in a separate vehicle. We don't want to do anything to raise suspicion. No one makes a move until I say so. There's no telling what this guy is capable of." "Sir," the agents said in unison. Once the elevator arrived in the garage, they all filed out and into 2 separate company SUVs, Alexander at the wheel of one. Peeling out of the garage, he merged onto the empty streets of Boston, snow beginning to cover the pavement. "What's the plan once we get there?" "Sir," one of the agents asked. Alexander glanced at the man sitting in the passenger seat. He thought his name was Andrews or something like that, but couldn't be sure. He hated the idea of working with a team he wasn't familiar with. He picked up his phone and tried Martin again, still not getting a response. Sir Andrews repeated. Alexander tapped the steering wheel, scanning the streets. There were only a few cars on the road, most likely people running last-minute errands before the city shut down because of the storm. The truth was, he didn't know what they should do when they got there. He ran through 1,000 different scenarios regarding what he was about to walk into. He had absolutely no idea what to expect, who was behind it. He hated the thought of walking into the unknown with a group of complete strangers, more or less, without someone he trusted. I don't know yet. Pulling onto the interstate, he continued to glance at his phone every few seconds, hoping to see a message or incoming call from Martin. It wasn't like him to not answer. Hell, he could call him in the middle of the night and he'd still pick up. His gut told him something was off, so he grabbed his phone and dialed Simpson. Burnham here. He barked into the phone when he answered. Run a trace on Martin's phone and his company SUV. See if you can get a location for me. He's not answering his cell. Copy, Simpson said. Alexander could hear him typing in the background. It'll take a minute or two to come back. Sir. In the meantime, I wanted to let you know I did some digging on Malik Abdar. Anything come back, surprisingly. Yes, turns out that's not his real name. Up until 5 years ago, Malik Abdar didn't exist. No paper trail, no hospital records, nothing. I didn't think it too strange, considering it is Afghanistan. But I ran his face through facial recognition on the off chance I got a hit. I was surprised when one came back. Malik was arrested 5 years ago for assault. Back then, his name was Azar Faraj. Faraj Alexander repeated. Turns out Azar Faraj is the younger brother of Aliyah Faraj, one of your contacts at the Ministry of Women's Affairs. Shaking his head, Alexander furrowed his brow. You don't think she used her position in the ministry to gain access to these girls' location, do you? Why would she put her life on the line to protect these women if she was involved? Perhaps she's not, sir. Perhaps her brother used her access without her knowledge. According to information I was able to pull up about Ms. Faraj, she's spoken publicly about her brother disappearing from the jail where he was being held after he was arrested. The family had no knowledge of what happened to him until a few years later when he reappeared in some propaganda video for an extremist group. Alexander nodded. It was a story he had heard time and time again. Extremists preying on those most vulnerable to further their twisted mission. You said it was 5 years ago. Yes, Simpson answered. According to my records, Ms. Faraj had already been with the ministry for several years at that point. My guess is someone in the union targeted Malik, or Azar, because of his connection to Aliyah, figuring they could use that to their advantage. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Alexander tried to absorb this new information. Right. Well, we can't be sure she's not involved in some way. I'll try to get in touch with her to feel her out, but right now, I'm just a few blocks from the warehouse. He trailed off, a sinking feeling forming in the pit of his stomach as he sped past the JFK UMass train station and came to a stop just short of the warehouse. He swallowed hard, not wanting to believe what he saw. Oh, here we go, sir, Simpson said. It appears Martin's SUV is at the warehouse, Alexander answered. Have you spoken to him and told him where I was going? No, sir, he responded gravely. I haven't made contact with him at all. Alexander's shoulders slumped forward as he put the SUV into park. That's what I was afraid of. He was supposed to be keeping an eye on Olivia, find out where she is and make sure she's okay. Alexander hung up and opened the car door, jumping onto the street. He was torn between wanting to make sure nothing had happened to Olivia and wanting to know why Martin's SUV was suspiciously parked in front of the warehouse where he believed Melanie was being held. He tried not to worry about Olivia. He couldn't, not when he was so close to holding his daughter. He ran to the back of his SUV and opened the hatch, unlocking a large chest containing a small arsenal of weapons. Grabbing a shotgun, he gestured for his agents to follow as he ran up the street toward the warehouse. He was flying by the seat of his pants. He had no plan, curiosity forcing him forward. Why was Martin's SUV here? Did Martin figure it out before he did? Or was he really involved from the beginning, like Moretti suspected? And where was Olivia? Slowing to a stop outside a metal door, he held up his hand at the team of agents following him, signaling them to keep back. He brought his hand to the knob, expecting it to be locked. Instead, as he slowly turned it, the door creaked open, adrenaline coursing through him. He looked at his agents, gesturing with his hands in which direction each pair was to go once they breached. They nodded in understanding. Alexander held up a finger, mouthing, 1, 2, 3, then pushed the door wide. They poured into the warehouse on nimble feet. 2 agents going left, 2 agents going right. Alexander and another agent pushing straight ahead toward the light. The huge space in front of them was filled with row after row of empty shelving racks. Keeping his gun raised, he headed down one row, constantly checking behind him for any sign of movement. He felt like a sitting duck with a target on his back, but he couldn't stop. He needed to push further. He needed answers. He needed to find his daughter. Reaching the end of the aisle, he met up with the rest of the agents, all of them shaking their heads to indicate they hadn't found anything. A hand tapped his shoulder. When he looked at one of the agents, the man gestured behind Alexander toward a set of metal steps leading up to a loft, a lone lamp hanging from the ceiling. Alexander turned toward the stairs, motioning for the rest of the team to stay where they were for the time being. His heart in his throat, he climbed the stairs, trying to subdue the sound of his shoes against the metal. Stepping onto the landing, his eyes fell on a chair beneath the lamp, a figure holding an open laptop strapped to it, bruises and cuts marring his face, arms, and hands. When Alexander rushed toward him, the man's eyes grew wide in fear, moaning through his taped mouth. He halted in his tracks. He had spent the last few decades working beside Martin. When he indicated not to take another step, Alexander knew he needed to follow his command, no matter how difficult it was for him to see his colleague and friend so helpless and vulnerable. Absolute horror etched in his eyes. "You thought you could outsmart me?" A distorted voice cut through. Alexander shot his eyes to the laptop, a video feed of a house he knew all too well on the screen. A line of men dressed in black with their faces covered, except for their eyes, stood against a set of bay windows. He didn't know how it happened, but they had found one of his safe houses. "What are you talking about? What do you want from me if I were you?" "I'd choose my words very wisely. Mr. Burnham." The camera panned down, showing a line of 5 girls on their knees. "No," he bellowed when he noticed 2 people who shouldn't have been at that safe house. Olivia and Melanie. He shook his head, trying to fight off the lightheaded feeling washing over him. "I'll always be one step ahead of you." "Mr. Burnham," the voice said, becoming clearer and more feminine. Then a figure came into focus. "Aaliyah," he muttered through a clenched jaw. When Simpson told him of Aaliyah's relationship to Malik, he couldn't think of any reason she would be involved. Not after everything she had done for him and his company to help keep those girls safe. None of this made sense. What? How could I do everything within my power to uphold the traditions you Westerners don't agree with? These women brought dishonor on their families. It's my job to make it right." She approached one of the women and held a gun to her head. His stomach rolled when he noticed she held a baby in her arms. From Olivia's stories, he knew exactly who this woman was. "Selena, no, please," she begged, tears streaming down her face as she knelt on the floor, clutching the baby to her, trying to shield her son from what was going on. But he knew, his cries becoming loud and desperate. Closing her eyes, She kissed the baby's forehead, then glanced at the woman to her left. "Olivia, please don't kill me," she begged, looking back at Aaliyah. "Oh, shut up!" Aaliyah barked, her tone cold. Without blinking, she pulled the trigger. Selena's body slumped forward. Olivia reacted quickly, grabbing the baby. As the other women screamed and cried, she stared straight into the camera, trying to soothe the baby. During his time as a SEAL, Alexander had been through countless situations where his life was on the line. He had seen more horrific things than most people could even fathom. But this, watching a woman, a mother, lose her life in front of her own small son, this was more than he could bear. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Melanie's trembling body as she held the hand of one of the women. It broke him just thinking about what she had witnessed. Parents are supposed to shield their children from the horrors of the world, but Melanie was witnessing some of the worst of the human race with her own 2 young eyes. "What do you want?" Alexander hissed, his nostrils flaring. "You know exactly what I want," she replied. "And every hour that passes that you don't bring the rest of the women your wife took from me, I'll kill one more girl. Who should be next?" "Your darling wife," she smiled maliciously. "Or your daughter." She grabbed Melanie, dragging her in front of the camera, holding a gun to her temple. Her little screams and cries forced an unbearable ache to pierce his heart. "No," he shouted. "Don't you dare hurt her." His nerves were shot. He was in a vacuum. The only thing that mattered was getting Melanie back home safe and never letting her out of his sight again. Tick-tock? "Mr. Burnham. Speaking of which, you might want to watch where you step." Alexander's eyes widened as he looked at Martin bound to a simple metal chair, tape across his mouth. He glanced down at his feet and took a step back, noticing a plate beneath the chair. Releasing a breath, he met Martin's forlorn eyes, then looked back at the laptop. "Guess you figured it out, huh? That's a pressure plate, but we've wired it to work in reverse. The second the weight shifts where dear old Martin is sitting, and I mean anything that causes him to shift in that chair at all." A malicious smile crossed her red lips. Boom. The video cut out. Alexander simply stared at the laptop, wishing this were all just a nightmare he was about to wake up from at any minute. "Boss," one of the agents said, climbing the stairs and stepping onto the landing. "What do you want us to do?" "Stay back," Alexander ordered. "Get out of here and go back to the cars. Call the bomb squad. Get in touch with Agent Moretti of the FBI. He should be at a crime scene right around the corner from here." "Sir," he said, then rushed down the stairs. Careful about where he stepped, Alexander reached for the tape and ripped it off Martin's mouth, holding his breath. "Get out of here," Martin said firmly, sweat beading on his brow. Alexander met his gaze. "This won't end well and you know it. Alex, we'll get someone up here to defuse it. It'll be okay," Alexander said. Frantic, "I'm not your priority right now. Olivia and your daughter are. So are all those women. But go. Alex, I don't know how much longer I can sit perfectly still." A look of peace fell over his face as he cracked a small smile, at complete odds with the stoic man who had been at Alexander's side since the day he took over the company. "I'm an old man. I've lived my life. I don't have a wife or a daughter to make it home for. You do, but my mom will understand." Alexander shook his head, swallowing through the lump in his throat. He refused to believe this man was willing to give up so easily. "Alex, stop being stubborn and get the hell out of here. I didn't do everything I should have to protect your father from getting killed on a job. I won't make the same mistake with you. So go. Now. That daughter of yours is counting on you." He pulled his lip between his teeth, glancing between the stairs and Martin. He hated not being there for him when he needed him most, like he should have been for Landon, like he should be for Melanie right now. Alexander met his eyes and paused for a moment. There was so much he wanted to say to him. Not a day had gone by over the past several decades that he didn't speak to Martin at least once. He couldn't imagine doing his job without him. He wasn't just his assistant, his right-hand man. He was his mentor, his advisor, the man he looked up to. He was family. Uncle Leroy. He trailed off, unsure of how to put his feelings into words. A calmness fell over Martin's face. I know, son. With a heaviness in his heart, Alexander turned toward the stairs, aware that time was not his friend. Alex, yes. He faced him, hopeful he had some brilliant idea that would get him out of this. Don't make the same mistake I've made, that your father made. Family first, always. Blinking back his tears, he replied, always. Martin took an unsteady breath. And tell your mom I love her. I should have told her that every day. His voice wavered, and Alexander knew. He wasn't expecting to make it out of this. I'll let you tell her yourself, he choked out, giving him a comforting smile, then ran down the stairs, taking breath after breath to settle the tears that wanted to fall. Dashing out of the warehouse, he continued down the block, past an FBI perimeter that had been set up, and toward his parked SUV. What's going on here? Moretti bellowed, running up to him. Your men said there's someone strapped to a bomb. He raised his eyebrows. Alexander opened his mouth to tell him exactly what was going on, just as the sound of a blast filled the air. Instinctively, everyone threw their bodies onto the ground and covered their heads. Shrapnel falling onto the pavement echoed in the distance as Alexander looked over his shoulder. He expected to see flames billowing out of the windows. Instead, there was just a little smoke, the result of a small, targeted blast. This bomb wasn't intended to do mass damage. It was just to send a message. Alexander sprang to his feet and dashed to his SUV, racing against time. Where are you going? Moretti called after him. Stopping outside the SUV, Alexander met his confused eyes, holding his gaze. To get my daughter and wife back, he replied, trying not to allow Martin's death to consume him. He had to stay focused on the mission. He couldn't let the sacrifice he just made be for nothing. He needed Martin's death to mean something. Just as Moretti opened his mouth to most likely berate him for interfering with a federal investigation, Alexander asked, Aren't you coming? Grinning mischievously. Moretti jumped into the passenger seat of Alexander's SUV. Are we good? Alexander asked, glancing at Moretti. I mean, with me following up on a lead and not telling you. Yeah, we're good, Moretti replied. I get it. Sometimes you need to take justice into your own hands. He gave him a knowing look, gripping onto the door handle as Alexander sped off. Chapter 35, December 28, 4:15 p.m., with shaky hands. Olivia brought the baby closer to her chest, trying to keep him from looking at his mother lying in a pool of her own blood. He cried louder. She wanted to cry with him, but she couldn't. She needed to keep it together, needed to stay strong for this sweet, innocent child in her arms and her own daughter trembling beside her. They didn't deserve to be exposed to the cruelties of this world at such a young age. Shh. She patted his bottom, soothing him. Her heart broke as she listened to his little cries. He had no idea what was going on. All he knew was he wanted his mommy, not some complete stranger. It's okay. Landon, she whispered. I'll take care of you. You're going to be okay. She wrapped her arm around Melanie's shoulders and pulled her against her chest, snuggling her close. I'm scared. Mommy, she muttered. It's okay, baby. Olivia kissed the top of her forehead. Daddy's coming. How do you know? She tilted her head and Olivia met her eyes. Those same green eyes as Alexander's, since she was taken less than 48 hours ago. Olivia wanted nothing more than to hold her in her arms, to stare into those green eyes once more, but not like this. She didn't know how it happened. It was all a blur. 1 minute, Martin was driving her through the tunnel toward the Prudential Center in Boston. The next, the SUV was surrounded. She tried to fight, but they were outnumbered. The last thing she remembered was someone pointing a gun at her head, ordering Martin to tell them where they were hiding the girls. If it were anyone else, she knew he'd never disclose that information. But it wasn't. He would have taken that information to his grave, but he wouldn't let Olivia do the same. She had felt a stabbing pain in the back of her head, then blacked out. The next thing she knew, she was opening her eyes, staring at the living room of her old house on Commonwealth Avenue, now one of the security company's safe houses. Despite Olivia's connection to Alexander, it was impossible to trace the safe house back to either of them. "You know your father loves you very much, don't you?" she asked her daughter. Melanie nodded. "Because of that love, he'll stop at nothing to keep you safe, even if that means putting his own life on the line. But I don't want Daddy to get hurt because of me. That's what daddies do, Princess. They sacrifice everything they hold dear to keep those they love safe. And mommies, too." She looked at Olivia. She met her eyes, becoming more aware of the little baby in her arms. Glancing down, Olivia studied his peaceful face, having finally fallen asleep, completely oblivious to the armed men standing watch. "Yes, sweetheart. Mommies, too. Are you going to be the baby's mother now?" "Selena will always be little Landon's mother, but I'll try to keep him safe as long as I can. Just like a mother would," Melanie said. "Yes, love. Just like his mother did." She pulled Melanie back to her, wishing she could use her arms to shield her from all the horror she had witnessed in the past 48 hours. Closing her eyes, she tilted her head back. She couldn't remember the last time she actually prayed. She couldn't say whether she believed in God or not, but she did believe there was some higher power. For the first time she could recall, she pleaded with that higher power to watch over her family. It was all she could do. Chapter 36, December 20th. 5:05 p.m. Alexander threw the SUV into park just outside an FBI perimeter that looked more like a construction zone. He glanced to Moretti. "Are you sure about this? Do you think your wife would really want you to trade those girls' lives for hers?" "No, but this will work," Moretti assured him, narrowing his gaze. "I'm damn good at what I do. I know you're damn good at what you do. Together, we'll take this group down, but we'll do so without putting any more civilian lives at risk." Alexander nodded, taking a deep breath. He'd never felt so nervous and unsure of an operation before in his life. There was always a human factor to what he did, but this time, he could lose everything. He'd already lost Martin. He couldn't stand the thought of losing Olivia and Melanie, too. Opening the door, he stepped onto the snow-covered pavement. The usually busy Boston street alarmingly quiet. Commonwealth Avenue was typically a main thoroughfare of the city. The lack of life was a little distressing. A team of agents have advanced the area and were able to evacuate all the residents within a 5-block radius of the safe house. They told them some bullshit story about a gas leak, Moretti explained, walking with Alexander, handing him an earpiece and radio. "And you weren't worried about it raising any suspicion. I'm sure they expected us to evacuate. This woman wanted you to know exactly where she was, that she was able to outsmart you. The warehouse was probably a setup, probably part of her plan all along." Alexander briefly closed his eyes. Knowing Moretti was right, in investigations like this, it was sometimes difficult to see past what was a trap and what was a viable lead. He had been so anxious to finally get Melanie back. He should have known it was too good to be true. Now, Martin was dead. It was probably all part of her plan to Kay trying to shake it off. Alexander followed Moretti to a staging area that had been set up in Boston Common Park, fire personnel and paramedics on standby in case it all went to shit. Moretti's plan was dangerous, particularly with no way to communicate with the girls in the house, but it was the best they could come up with on such short notice. As they approached a pop-up tent, silence fell over the chatter between several agents armed with Benelli M3 shotguns, making it readily apparent that Moretti wasn't messing around. This wasn't an operation to simply disarm and detain. He wasn't anticipating any of the perpetrators to walk away with their lives. Checking his watch, Moretti addressed the team. "We have 5 minutes. You've all been briefed." "Yes, sir." One of the agents responded, catching Alexander's attention. He turned, noticing Agent Long. Then he surveyed the rest of the agents. Every last one of them was female. Now it all made sense. Mr. Burnham will do his best to lure the captors out. Based on the video, we believe there are 5 heavily armed militants, gender unknown, and 1 woman. Once the girl is safe, I'll give the signal. Let's move out. What about the rest of the women they're holding captive? Alexander asked, running to catch up with Moretti as he strode through the park. My priority is getting your daughter out safe and in one piece. I'm hoping if you do as you've been told, we'll be able to take down the perps, then extract the rest of the women. Your daughter needs to be our priority, but they have my wife, too. Alexander bellowed over the wind, and I'm sorry about that. We have a plan in place to get your daughter out with no further trauma to her. If this woman takes the bait, it will increase our chances of getting the rest of them out unharmed. As well, you were given 1 hour. Mr. Burnham? He raised his wrist, showing him the countdown on his watch. Time's almost up, so let's go. I sure as hell don't want to find out what happens if you don't show up. He spun around and got behind the wheel of a large passenger van. The armed female agents, along with a few emergency medical personnel, filing into the rear compartment. Alexander hesitated, wishing there were some way to guarantee everyone would get out with no further harm, but he knew Moretti was right. His priority needed to be getting Melanie out in one piece. Then he would worry about the rest of the women. Jumping into the passenger seat of the van, he looked at Moretti. Ready, he asked, raising his eyebrows. Let's do this. Alexander answered. Moretti cranked the ignition and headed toward the safe house. As they were waved into the FBI perimeter, Alexander prayed this would work. That by the time Aaliyah realized the agents weren't the women in question, it would be too late for her to do anything about it. The van seemed to move at a snail's pace, the sound of tires crunching on snow grating on Alexander's nerves. They passed block after block of darkened houses, the only lights those of Christmas decorations the homeowners hadn't turned off before evacuating. Alexander had driven down this same street countless times, even in snowstorms like this one. It had always been full of warmth. Today, in the darkness of night, it was barren and haunting, no sign of life to be found. When the van slowed to a stop a block away from the safe house, the agents jumped out, long dark cloaks worn over their body armor, hiding their guns. They wrapped scarves around their heads, their faces all but hidden, except for their eyes. Unease crossed Alexander's face, and he felt as if he had aged years in the past 2 days. What if Aaliyah figured out it was a trap? He prayed these women were as good a draw as Moretti claimed they were. It's time. Moretti glanced at him. Alexander pulled his pistol out of his holster and made sure a round was chambered, then returned it to its hiding place. Even if they ask you to surrender your weapons, we'll have your back. Letting out a breath, he opened the door to the van. I hope so. Making his way up the block, the team of agents followed behind him, their heads lowered. As he treaded carefully in the snow, he couldn't ignore his gut telling him this was a bad idea. From watching him work with persistence and complete disregard for anyone and anything in his search for the truth, Alexander knew Moretti was a good agent. That still didn't alleviate his fears that something horrible was about to happen. He hoped. For once, his gut was wrong. Facing the 3-story brick building, where he had kissed Olivia for the first time all those years ago, Alexander pulled his phone out of his jacket, his pulse racing as he found Aaliyah's contact and dialed. He gripped Agent Long's arm as they all stayed huddled together, feigning terror. Just as Aaliyah answered, "Mr. Burnham," she said in her accented voice, "I was beginning to think you would leave your wife and daughter to fend for themselves, just like you failed to come save your friend. Oh, what was his name?" He pinched his lips together, glaring at the front door of the house with venom in his eyes. "Landon," he muttered. "Yes, that's it. Landon." She laughed a vindictive laugh. Her voice had taken on a malicious quality, at complete odds with the warm, compassionate woman he thought her to be. He had 1,000 questions about how she could have been involved with all of this, given everything she had done at the ministry, but none of that mattered. All that did was getting his family back. "I brought the girls, just as you asked," Alexander said, not wanting to dwell on the past. "So glad to see you finally came to your senses." He could almost hear the smile in her voice. "Send them in, then you'll get your daughter back. It's not going to work that way," Alexander replied. "Look out the window. You can see I brought the girls. They're all here and accounted for. Every last one of them. I've held up my end of the bargain. Bring Melanie out, then you and your men can take the girls inside. I'm not so sure you have a leg to stand on, Mr. Burnham. You do realize one of my men is holding a gun to your wife's head at this very instant." The lights in the living room of the house sprang to life, and Alexander saw Olivia standing in the bay windows, holding that poor baby. A man dressed all in black stood next to her, a gun to her temple. But she wasn't crying. She didn't look scared at all. She looked strong, fearless. Their eyes met through the window. 1,000 memories rushed back in an instant. He'd spent so many nights in his car, staring at her through those windows after an argument, wondering if he'd ruined his chances with her. But he hadn't. They'd made it through it all, staring into those beautiful brown eyes. He knew they'd somehow make it through this, too. That's fine. Two can play this game. Alexander pulled Agent Long toward him. She made sure to keep her eyes down as he retrieved his weapon, holding it against her temple. "You already killed one of the girls. I have over a half dozen out here with me. Each minute that passes that you don't send Melanie out, I'll kill one. Alex, what are you doing?" Moretti's voice muttered in his ear. Something just clicked. Alexander had a feeling there was more to this than just upholding age-old traditions. He was taking a huge risk, but they'd overlooked one of the biggest motivators there was: money. "You've already shot one of the girls to make a point. I don't care if they live or die," Alexander said harshly, hating to say the words. But he had to. Hell, until this morning. I didn't even know they were still alive. No skin off my back if they're dead. He cocked his weapon so Aaliyah could hear the clicking of the gun over the phone. "Isn't that what you want anyway?" "No. Don't." "Interesting," he continued slyly, allowing a smile. "It appears you do care whether they're still alive. How much are you getting per girl, or is each family different? Did you shoot that poor girl because she was worth less? Do you still get paid if you return them in a body bag?" He placed his hand on the trigger, praying he was right, that he hadn't misread the signs. "Fine. You win," Aaliyah bellowed. "I'll bring your daughter out, just as soon as you lower your weapon and throw it in the snow." Hesitating at the thought of being unarmed, he tried to find comfort in Moretti's assurances he would have his back. Tossing his weapon to the side, he stepped away from Agent Long, their eyes meeting. He gave her a silent apology and she nodded slightly. "Done. Now send Melanie out." "Fine, fine." She shouted some orders in her native Pashto as the phone went dead. Alexander widened his stance, his eyes focused on the red door of the safe house, drawing in steadying breaths as snow fell around him. Finally, the door opened and Melanie's frame appeared, just as Moretti had hoped. Aaliyah and one of her men stayed in the house while the rest of her militants filed out the door and down the steps, one of them pushing Melanie in front of him, his hand gripping her shoulder harshly. Melanie's face seemed to lack the innocence it did just a few days ago, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her curls had grown limp, her vivid, innocent eyes showing the terror she had been forced to witness firsthand. Rage filled Alexander, his face burning, despite the snow and low temperatures. He didn't care about answers anymore. He wanted Aaliyah to suffer for what she had put his little girl through. It took every ounce of resolve to not pick up his weapon, march into that house, and put a bullet through her heart. But this would only work if he kept his head. He needed to focus on getting Melanie to safety. The rest would fall into place. Melanie's shoeless feet crunched in the snow as the man kept a hand on her shoulder. Finally, after several tense moments, the man released his grasp and pushed her toward Alexander. He quickly fell to his knees, wrapping her in his arms, soothing her sobs. He kissed her head, savoring the warmth of her, not wanting to let go for anything. Despite everything he had done over the past 2 days, there were moments he didn't think he would ever be able to hold his daughter again. Now, he never wanted to let her go. "Daddy, what about Mama?" Melanie cried as he cocooned her, rising and rushing down the block toward the van. "Don't worry, Princess. She's going to be okay," he assured her, opening the door of the SUV. He glanced over his shoulder at the bay window of Olivia's old house. Aaliyah's attention was entirely devoted to what was going on outside, completely oblivious to the sole FBI agent now padding lightly into the hallway from the basement entrance to the house. He remained just out of sight. Hovering against the wall around the corner from the living room everyone was assembled in. Outside, Aaliyah's men approached the group of cowering women. They didn't even bother bringing to bear the automatic weapons they wore slung over their shoulders, apparently assuming the girls wouldn't put up a fight. How Melanie pushed. He met her fearful eyes once more. "Because I'm here." He placed her in the back seat, one of the paramedics immediately wrapping her in a blanket and doing a preliminary examination. "I need you to do me a favor. You remember the fireworks we saw during the 4th of July? How loud they were." She nodded. Alexander caught motion out of the corner of his eye. Aaliyah's men were within arm's reach of the undercover agents. "It's about to get just as loud, so cover your ears, sweetheart. And no matter what you do, keep your eyes facing forward. Don't look back." He slammed the door shut. The sound of its tires turning up snow met Alexander's ears as Moretti's voice crackled into his earpiece. "Go." A barrage of bullets erupted. The agents who had their heads down just moments ago drawing their shotguns in one swift motion, firing at the unsuspecting men. Their bodies fell to the ground like dominoes, their blood bright against the white snow. Alexander rushed up the block toward the house just as more agents swarmed the front living room from where they had been hiding in the basement. Aaliyah's only man left raised his weapon, ready to get off a shot, but he was no match for the trained agents closing in on him. Without blinking, one of them fired, and the man in black fell to the floor. Retrieving his gun from the snow, Alexander dashed up the front steps and into the house, his weapon raised, ready to take Aaliyah out with no mercy. He was about to fire when Aaliyah pulled Olivia back to her, holding a knife to her throat. The baby Olivia held in her arms wailed as Alexander glanced down at their feet to see Selena lying in a pool of blood. "Don't come one step closer. Tell your men to lower their weapons and kick them over here, or I will cut her and you can watch her bleed." She shot her eyes from Alexander to the team of agents with their guns trained on her, then back at Alexander again, her expression almost maniacal, a woman desperately trying to hold on to the little she had left. Aaliyah pushed the long blade against Olivia's throat. "Tell them," she shrieked, "I'm going to put my gun on the ground." He slowly lowered his pistol, pushing it away from him. Raising his hands in surrender, he continued, "Let Olivia hand me the baby, and I'll order them to lower their weapons." Olivia met his eyes, slightly shaking her head as she pulled the bundle closer to her chest. "Fine," Aaliyah hissed. He gave Olivia an encouraging look, trying to tell her with his eyes that it would all be okay, that no harm would fall on the baby, that she would hold him again when this was all over. Reluctantly, She pulled the baby away from her chest, and Alexander took him from her arms, instinctively patting the crying baby's bottom to try to soothe him as he handed him to one of the FBI agents. "Don't even think about it," Aaliyah warned as the agent headed toward the front door. "No one is leaving this house. You take one step out that door with that baby and I slash her throat." She held the knife closer. "I've held up my end of the bargain. Now tell your men to lower their weapons." Alexander looked at the FBI agents, giving them a small nod. They immediately lowered their weapons and placed them on the floor, nudging them across the room toward Aaliyah. "Let's talk about this," he said. "I know you don't want to do this. If you did, you would have already killed her and the baby. Don't assume you know anything about me," she hissed. "All you Americans are exactly the same. You think by coming into our country, trying to impose your Western ideals and culture on ours, we'll all hug you and praise you with thanks. Well, I've got news for you, Mr. Burnham. Our customs were around for centuries before yours, and will thrive long after yours have perished." "Your customs," he repeated, raising his brow. He'd witnessed those very customs firsthand. Many of the people he had met during his time overseas were friendly and thankful to have them there. But there were always those few, a very vocal minority, who had nothing but disdain for the Western presence in their country. You're not trying to protect your culture or traditions. You're trying to protect what you deem to be important. Your laws have evolved over the years, giving women more freedom. But, apparently, you don't like that idea, even though it's clear you've benefited from it." "Have I benefited from it?" "Yes, I have. But I've only used my position to do everything in my power to protect the traditions too many people have forgotten about. Do you know how many families I've been able to reunite because of my ability to infiltrate the ministry? Countless. And it wasn't until Landon and his pal, Rahima, decided to take it one step further and hide these women, even from the ministry, that I knew I had to do more. So you killed Rahima and begged your superiors at the ministry to allow you to take her place." Alexander responded, all of it making sense. "Our cause is growing, Mr. Burnham, and you can't stop us. Maybe I can't. But I can do everything within my power to make sure these women—" He gestured to the women huddled together, watching with trepidation. "And everyone else in their shoes never have to live in fear of your traditions again. You don't get to play God," she bellowed, becoming more irate, as if she were on the brink of losing everything she had worked for. There was panic in her eyes, but also fear. This was bigger than Alexander thought. "And you do. You're just a pawn in their game, too." "Aaliyah," he said, his voice becoming passionate, trying to play on her own distress. "I know about Malik." He stepped toward her. "Of course, you probably knew him best as Azar. He was your brother, wasn't he?" Her eyes widened, her mouth agape. "How? And they made you kill him. Why? For what? They don't care about you, or your brother. They brainwashed you, made you think you'd have everything you've ever dreamed of once the Islamic Union extended its rule around the globe. Isn't that right? Probably even guaranteed you a portion of the bounty these girls' families had placed on each of their heads." Correct. He had heard the story a few times before. People turning to a rogue extremist group to seek so-called justice in exchange for a large fee, all under the guise of some higher morality. They didn't. "It's a bit duplicitous, don't you think?" he interrupted. "You stand there and claim our Western way of life is wrong, that it goes against everything you've been taught. Yet what's your big motivator here, money? What would have happened if you didn't get the job with the women's ministry in Afghanistan?" he pushed, staring into her eyes. "You speak of these people as if they're monsters. They're not. Yes, they may have agreed to help families enforce certain traditions for a small fee, but they're still people who believe in a cause, who see the wrongs in the world and want to right them, who help people." "Help people," he scoffed. "Tell me how terrorizing your own countrymen is helping them. Tell me how murdering innocent men, women, and children is helpful. Tell me how being forced to kill your brother, your own flesh and blood, is righting the wrongs in the world, because her face grew red, the vein in her forehead throbbing as she held the knife closer to Olivia's throat. It had to be done. He failed on his mission and needed to face the consequences. He brought dishonor on me. He was given one assignment. One. All he was supposed to do was find these girls by any means necessary. But my brother always had a morbid curiosity with death, even as a young boy. We could never have any pets because they all ended up dead by his hand. After recruiting him to the cause when he was arrested, I thought he would have gotten his fill of bloodlust, but I was wrong. He drew attention to himself by killing all those men and women he needed to pay for this serious misstep. I know what I've done, but I have faith I'll be rewarded. Maybe not in this life, but certainly in the next. I've had time to make my peace with Allah. She narrowed her gaze at him, a sinister smile crawling across her lips. Has your wife? In a flash, she raised the blade, swiftly bringing it back toward Olivia's throat. Without a weapon, Alexander rushed toward her. A gunshot rang out as screams filled the room. He feared they hadn't eliminated all of Aaliyah's men and one had made his final stand. Disoriented, he looked over his shoulder toward the hallway leading to the basement, letting out a small breath when he saw Moretti standing in the shadows, his pistol raised. He looked back at Aaliyah, blood staining her shoulder where the bullet had entered. She had stumbled, releasing her grasp on Olivia. Clutching Olivia's arm, he pushed her toward Moretti, keeping her out of harm's way. Able to regain her footing, Aaliyah charged toward Alexander, the blade raised over her head. Reacting quickly, he bent down and ripped his own knife out of his leg holster just as she approached, running right into the blade, piercing her stomach. Surprise crossed her face as her knife fell from her grasp, the clanging of it hitting the ground echoing in the room. Alexander lowered her to the floor, keeping his knife firmly planted in her stomach. His face reddened, his mind a rage-filled cloud. She deserved to suffer, to feel excruciating pain. Out of the corner of his eye, Alexander caught Moretti's gaze as FBI agents escorted Olivia and the rest of the women from the house, passing him a knowing look. Moretti nodded, then tore his eyes from Alexander. Clear the room, he ordered. The few remaining FBI agents gave him an inquisitive look, their brows furrowing. Now Moretti demanded, looking from their boss to Alexander, his knife still dug into Aaliyah's stomach as she struggled to breathe. They nodded, then retreated from the living room and out the front door, Moretti following behind them, leaving Alexander and Aaliyah alone. Returning his attention to Aaliyah, his nostrils flared, his chest heaving as he twisted the knife piercing her stomach. He grunted as her eyes widened, and she let out a noiseless gasp. Not so much fun when the shoe's on the other foot. Is it? He hissed. I'm not scared of dying, she replied, her voice barely a whisper. I lost everything years ago. My parents, my home, everything. Because of you Americans. You came into our country promising democracy, a world free from terror. But I have news for you. Democracy doesn't work everywhere. Mr. Burnham, there will always be people who see what's wrong with the world and will sacrifice their lives to make it better. Better. He clenched his jaw. How has anything you've done made the world a better place? All you've done is murder innocent people. Your friend, Landon, said the same thing before I killed him. She strained. That was you, Alexander asked, his expression faltering. She narrowed her eyes at him. He never even expected it, didn't even put up a fight. He was so thankful I warned him about the explosion. He willingly came with me. Stupid, stupid man. His back tense. He trembled with hatred. Where is his body? You expect me to remember where I buried one insignificant little man? She scoffed, the unbearable pain she was enduring evident on her face. Alexander twisted the knife again, and she let out a grunt, gasping for air. He wasn't insignificant. Now, tell me. Her face scrunched up in agony as Alexander dug the knife deeper. I can do this for hours. Bring you to the brink of death, then pull back. The longer you refuse to tell me what I need to know, the more pain I'll inflict on you. That's a promise, he growled. You wouldn't. She swallowed hard, the color leaving her complexion. I know you. You have too much respect for law and order to break the rules. A rabid expression crossed his face and he leaned into her. You don't deserve the protection of our laws, he hissed, twisting the knife, causing Aaliyah to scream out. In the village of Malistan, she breathed finally. At the edge of town, there's a roped-off area, warning the residents of possible landmines. That's where his body is. A devious look passed her face. If you're lucky, you may find his body and his head. Ripping the knife from her stomach, he reeled back, his eyes wild. He didn't do enough to come to Landon's aid after the explosion, but he had an opportunity to make it right, to make sure justice for Landon's and Misha's deaths would be served. He wasn't going to let it slip through his fingers again. Alexander would never forgive himself if Aaliyah ever saw the light of day again, only to terrorize another innocent child. Letting out a loud grunt, he brought the knife back down, piercing her heart. She clutched onto his hands holding the knife, blood trickling from her mouth. Then her body went limp. He remained completely still as he stared at her dark, lifeless eyes, his hands still holding onto the knife with all his strength. Taking a breath, he closed his eyes, relief that it was all over flowing through him. I'm sorry, Landon, he whispered, taking a moment to mourn his fallen friend. On shaky limbs, he stood up, finally able to fully take in what had happened here over the past few hours. Two of his female agents who had been stationed to watch over the safe house lay slumped in the corner of the room, a pool of blood surrounding them. Selena was just a few feet from them, her eyes still open. Pausing, he walked toward her body and knelt beside it. She had been through hell trying to escape the horrors she faced in her home country. This was supposed to be her new start, her chance at freedom. It wasn't supposed to end like this for her, for any of them. With a heavy sigh, he smoothed his hand over her eyelids, closing them, then stood up and headed toward the front door. Moretti waited just outside. Without saying a word, they exchanged a look. Then Alexander continued down the steps. Crime scene technicians hurrying into the house to begin their work. Daddy, a voice yelled. Alexander swung his head in that direction, his eyes falling on Melanie clutched in Olivia's embrace. Relief washed over him as she dashed toward him and flung herself against him. He lifted her into his arms, kissing the top of her head, and walked toward where Olivia stood comforting Landon, resting his forehead against hers. He closed his eyes, thankful to have his family back. For too long, he took them for granted, took everyone for granted. Never again. Chapter 37, December 24, 10:30 a.m. Olivia and Alexander held Melanie's hands as they walked up a cleared path. The sun was shining, and there was a happy and joyful feeling in the air all around town, children counting down the hours until Santa's big visit tonight. Alexander usually loved celebrating the holidays with his daughter and the rest of his family. However, this year, it was bittersweet knowing one very important part of their family would no longer be at the table, would no longer be sitting on the couch by the tree, would no longer be doting on Melanie as if she were his own granddaughter. In the 4 days that had passed since they were able to put an end to all the ugliness, Olivia and Alexander had been asked and answered more questions by Homeland Security and the FBI than he cared to think about. Even the Secretary of Homeland Security had shown an interest in the girls' futures. Alexander didn't know what was going to happen to them, but for now, they were still safe, returning to the lives they led before Misha's death as best they could. Given everything they had been through, he couldn't help but see his wife in a whole new light. feeling a sense of pride in everything she'd done to save these women's lives. If it weren't for her, they would have probably all perished in their home country. Instead, they led the lives they always dreamed of, all because she did what she believed to be the right thing, regardless of the consequences, something he should have been doing all along. I feel like I've spent all my time lately at churches or in cemeteries, Olivia muttered, meeting Alexander's eyes as they followed the long parade of people up to the open-air chapel in the center of the cemetery swarming with people. A lot of faces were familiar, many of them agents and employees of the security company, but there were some he had never seen before, men and women Martin had served with as a Marine. Decades had passed, but they still found it in their hearts to come and pay their final respects. That's because we have. Alexander replied with a heavy sigh. This marked the third funeral in so many days, having already said their goodbyes to Misha and Rain. The two funerals had been on opposite ends of the spectrum. Misha's funeral had been a joyful event, a celebration of her life and accomplishments, attended by several hundred people, all lives she'd touched in one way or another during her time on Earth. Rain's was in stark contrast to that. Besides Olivia and Alexander, her parents were the only other people in attendance. It made him realize how one event could have a devastating impact on a person's entire life trajectory. As he watched them lower her casket next to the son she had lost after only being on this planet for a few hours, he thanked his lucky stars for everything he had. When Olivia insisted on attending the funeral, he thought she had lost her mind, given everything Rain had done. But she reminded Alexander that Rain wasn't to blame. She was a woman at the lowest point in her life, eager to do anything she could to be happy again. She was depressed, vulnerable, and easily manipulated. He couldn't help but think if he had pushed harder, if he had insisted on seeing her, she would have still been alive today. This way, Mr. Burnham, one of his agents said as they approached a police perimeter. Several agents escorted the family through the throng of mourners, doing their best to shield them from the cameras and reporters. Alexander shook his head at the audacity. Some reporters would do anything for a story, even showing up to a funeral just to get a soundbite or a few seconds of footage to air on the 6 o'clock news. Over the past few days, they hadn't been able to leave their house without another reporter shoving a microphone in one of their faces. It took all his resolve not to snap a few of their necks when they began targeting Melanie, asking her questions no 8-year-old should ever have to answer. He had always shielded her from the spotlight his position put him under. Now, she was front and center of a news story. The public wanted to hear from her, but Alexander wasn't ready for her to talk about what she'd gone through. He doubted he ever would be. Drawing in a deep breath, he approached the front row of chairs in the small chapel. A beautiful mahogany casket sat in the center of the room, an American flag draped over it. "Ma," he said as she stood to greet him. He wrapped her in his arms, planting a kiss on both cheeks. She met his eyes and they shared a look. He wanted to tell her how sorry he was, how he wished he could turn back the clock and prevent this from happening. But no amount of apologies and condolences would heal her heart. For the second time in her life, his mother was forced to bury the man she loved. Alexander hated the pain he saw in her eyes. He prayed Olivia never had to experience that. "I know, Alex," she said, her chin quivering. He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and handed it to her. She dabbed at her eyes. "He was a good man," she said with a shaky voice. "He loved you like a son." Reaching up, she tousled his hair. He caught her hand in his, squeezing it. "In many ways, he was more like a father to you than your own dad." Alexander nodded. He never really knew his father that well. He had some memories of spending time with him during his younger years, but his work monopolized his time later on. Martin was always there when his father wasn't, checking on Alexander's mom, making sure they were all okay. Alexander knew it was his job, but after a while, even if his father never ordered him to check in on the family, Martin still would be there. I don't want to make the same mistakes Dad did, Alexander whispered, wondering if he already had. After everything he had endured this past week, he was forced to come to terms with the stark reality that his job and professional responsibilities had always come first. Yes, he was physically present at his house, but even then, he seemed to spend most of his time in the office, answering phone calls, never truly just spending time with Olivia and Melanie. He felt a squeeze on his arm and looked to his right, meeting Olivia's eyes. Then he glanced down at Melanie by her side. He never wanted her to see him the way he viewed his father. He was well aware that his father's devotion to his security firm had saved countless lives, including several lives he held very dear. Still, he shuddered at the thought of Melanie holding a grudge because her daddy was never around. He'd missed so many of her firsts because of work, her first word, the first time she rode a bike, her first lost tooth. He didn't want to miss any more of them. He wanted to be there the first time she scored a goal in soccer. He wanted to see her first home run in softball. He wanted to look the first boy she brought home in the eyes and remind him that she was his baby girl and no one was good enough for her. He had devoted his life to his country, then his father's company, wanting the legacy he'd left behind to live on, staring into his wife's and daughter's eyes, surrounded by the men and women who put their lives on the line every day to further that legacy. He knew the decision he made earlier was the right one. "We're ready to begin, sir," one of his agents informed him. "Thank you." He gave him a slight smile, then turned toward the podium set off to the side of the casket. "Wait, Daddy?" Melanie tugged at his arm. "Where are you going?" Alexander crouched down to her level, meeting her concerned eyes. Ever since her ordeal, she'd suffered from separation anxiety. She didn't want to leave Alexander's or Olivia's side for fear something bad would happen. It was going to take more than just a few nights for her to come to terms with what she had been through. He was thankful to have his daughter back in one piece, even if it meant the bed he shared with his wife was just a little bit more crowded these days. Grasping her arms, he said, "You see all the people who are here." She glanced over her shoulders, her brown curls springing with the motion. "Yes, they're all here to say goodbye to Uncle Martin, too." A sadness washed over her face, her bright eyes growing dull. "Do we really have to say goodbye to him?" He nodded, thinking how being a parent was a strange thing. He'd been dropped into some of the most dangerous places on Earth and survived. But he hated having to teach his daughter about death. It was too dark, too bleak. She was joyful and vivacious. She deserved to keep living in her world of fairy tales and make-believe, not in a cruel world where death could take a loved one at any moment. "Yes, Princess. We do. Grandma said he died trying to save those girls." She looked down at her feet, fidgeting with the skirt of her black velvet dress. "And me. He did." Alexander answered honestly. Grabbing her chin, he forced her eyes back to his. "And he would do it again in a heartbeat. That's how much he loved you, Melanie. How much he loved all of us." "I miss him," she choked out. He brought her into his arms, kissing the top of her head. "I do too, but remember what I told you the other day." She pulled her head from his chest and nodded, wiping her eyes. "That he's not really gone, that he'll live on, that he will. Princess, he's touched all our lives with his devotion, his loyalty, his love." Sensing a presence hovering, he glanced up and saw his mother standing just over Melanie's shoulder, tears flowing freely down her face. "And because of him, our lives are infinitely better than had he never touched them the way he did. If you ever find yourself missing him, all you have to do is look in the mirror and you'll see him. How all I'll see is me. And in you, he'll live on. Melanie, dear," Olivia said, approaching her. "Daddy has to go make a speech to say goodbye to Uncle Martin now." She nodded slightly. "Okay, Mama." She took Olivia's hand and they walked to the front row to sit with the rest of Alexander's family. Closing his eyes briefly, he made his way toward the casket. Glancing at the large portrait of Martin that sat on an easel, Alexander paused, taken aback by the finality of it all. The past few days had been a whirlwind of interviews, phone calls, and trying to find some new normal. He never had a chance to let Martin's death really sink in. Until this moment. Stepping behind the podium, he looked at all the faces in attendance. Martin had touched each and every one of them in one way or another. He feared no words would do justice to his bravery, loyalty, and kindness. Taking a breath, he addressed the assembled mourners. On the day I came back to run my father's security firm, Leroy Martin had a few words of wisdom for me. He said, "The best day in a man's life is the day he finally makes his life his own. No more excuses, no more apologies, no more acting like the world is out to get him. That's the day he finally becomes a man and proves his worth." He paused, remembering that day like it were yesterday. He could almost hear Martin speaking those words to him. He got up from behind my father's desk and walked over to me. He shook my hand, then said, "I'm proud of you, Alex. Now it's time to prove your worth." His eyes roamed the chapel. Everyone dressed in dark colors and wearing heavy coats. This wasn't how he wanted to spend Christmas Eve. He should have been at home with his family baking cookies, watching Christmas movies, not saying goodbye to the person who had molded him into the man he was today. That was the last time he called me Alex. Until recently. He'd always followed protocol, never straying, no matter what. It didn't matter that he was the person who taught me how to swim or showed me how to tie a tie. At that moment, I was no longer that little boy in his eyes, but I still looked up to him. I still needed his guidance, his advice, and sometimes his approval. And up until he took his last breath, I still did. He devoted his entire life to his country, then to the company, sacrificing everything so many people took for granted: friends, family, a normal 9-to-5 job. Martin was a permanent fixture in my house growing up. I remember wondering why he always spent time with us when he should have been with his own family. Alexander looked down briefly, then returned his eyes to the faces in the crowd. But now I know he was with his family. Blood makes you related, but loyalty makes a family. And Martin was as loyal as they come. I stand here and look around the room, able to see his influence in the face of every single one of you. He was a man of few words, but when he spoke, you damn well better listen, because those words had impact. So I want to share with you some of Martin's last words. Alexander clutched the podium, drawing strength from the sturdy wood. He said, "Don't make the same mistake I've made, that your father made. Family first, always." He paused, allowing those words to sink in. It's so easy to get caught up in the business of making a living that we forget to actually live. Our lives revolve around our work, and I know I'm not the only one who's guilty of this. When was the last time anyone here sat down to a dinner with their family, without their cell phones, and actually talked, and I mean really talked, not just about work or things that needed to get done around the house, but talked about your hopes, your dreams, your fears, because that's where the beauty of life truly lies. It's hidden in the little things, in the Saturday morning pancake ritual. He glanced at Melanie, seeing tears falling down her cheeks. It's in the family dinner at your ma's house where she makes enough lasagna to feed a small army. He met his mother's eyes, wishing he had the words to tell her how sorry he was that she was back here, having to say goodbye to the man she loved again. And it's in those quiet moments you spend with your wife. He looked at Olivia, a warmth radiating through him, despite the chilly temperatures. It's in falling in love all over again, each and every morning you wake up and can stare into her eyes. It's in the way sharing a simple cup of coffee in bed makes your day complete. It's in the way you feel like the luckiest man alive because you get to fall asleep next to the woman of your dreams every single night. He returned his attention to the rapt crowd, men and women alike dabbing at the tears falling freely down their cheeks. "Don't take any of that for granted," he said in a soft voice, fighting back his own tears. "For too long, I took my family for granted. Never again." Clearing his throat, he continued, "From this moment forward, I will be fulfilling the promise I made to Martin. I will be putting family first. Effective immediately, I will be stepping down as president of Burnham and Associates security firm." A gasp echoed from the crowd. Then he looked to Tyler, who simply nodded in agreement. "My brother, Tyler, has agreed to take over temporarily while we vet a replacement. He doesn't want the job permanently. Unlike me, he's always put family first. I will be keeping my place on the board of directors, but will no longer be involved in the day-to-day operation of the company." He drew in a deep breath and looked at the portrait of Martin in a black suit sitting in front of an American flag. Family first, Uncle Leroy, always, Semper Fi. A Marine appeared next to the casket and played taps on his bugle. 6 more Marines approaching, folding the flag with meticulous precision. Outside the chapel, the boom of rifles echoed, sending chills through Alexander. As the sound of the bugle diminished, one of the members of the honor guard approached his mother with the flag, slipping the traditional 3 rifle casings inside and handed it to her. The Marine stepped back and saluted her. As she stared down at the flag in her hands, sobs consumed her. Over the past few days, Alexander had wavered on whether stepping down from the company was the right decision. Now he knew it was. He didn't want his family to have to sit through another 21-gun salute anytime soon. Chapter 38, December 24, 6:00 p.m. The lights of the Christmas tree twinkled as Olivia sat on the couch, her arms wrapped around Melanie. The smell of fresh baked cookies emanated from the kitchen, the fire in the hearth warming her. From the outside, it was the picture-perfect Christmas Eve. Inside, it was anything but. A somber feeling invaded their home. Last year, this day had been filled with movies, eating, and celebrating with friends and family. This year, it was marked with uncertainty. "Have you heard anything yet?" she murmured to Alexander as Melanie slept, cradled in her embrace. Her strong, independent girl had transformed into a child frightened of the smallest noise. It was understandable, and something they knew would take time to overcome. One of the best psychiatrists in the country had been to their house every day to work with her. Olivia wasn't going to pretend what her daughter had endured wouldn't affect her. She knew it would. She also knew it was okay to need help to overcome it. Melanie was a beautiful, spirited girl. She would get through this and be stronger because of her experience. For now, Olivia was enjoying the snuggles again. "No." He shook his head. Moretti said he was going to try to do everything he could with the connections he has, but he has to fight the bureaucracy. Sighing, Olivia returned her eyes to the tree in front of her. She still found herself thinking of all the women she saved. She knew they would be okay, especially considering the Secretary of Homeland Security had taken an interest in their well-being. In the hours following the FBI's rescue, the story of why Melanie had been abducted hit the news. Despite the rhetoric of politicians wanting to ban Muslims from this country, there was much public outrage at the thought of these women going through removal proceedings and being sent back to Afghanistan, where they faced almost certain death. This pushed the Secretary of Homeland Security to grant them all asylum status just a few hours ago, even though they didn't exactly meet the standard. Still, Olivia couldn't help but worry about Landon. He was so little and had no one left. The Department of Children and Families had to get involved, taking him into their custody, frantically trying to find a foster home to place him in right before Christmas. According to Moretti, it wasn't going well, and he'd yet to leave the children's hospital. Olivia hated the thought of that poor baby being all alone. Landon needed to be surrounded by people who would love him every second of every day, not just a nurse or foster care worker who had too many other kids to tend to. "It'll be okay," Alexander assured her. "I promised you I would never stop fighting for him. And I won't." "Olivia, I failed his mother, Alex." I did." "Olivia," he said sternly, then softened his voice. "All of this has made me reevaluate my priorities. It's no longer about following the rules or protocol. It takes a strong person to never deviate from the rules, but it takes an even stronger person to know when to bend them." He squeezed her hand, placing a soft kiss on her head as they settled in to watch Bing Crosby sing White Christmas against the backdrop of World War II. "This movie again," Melanie groaned. She stretched, then snuggled back between Alexander and Olivia. A small smile crept across Olivia's lips, thankful for this moment. For a time, she wasn't sure whether they would be able to celebrate Christmas together. She would never take anyone for granted again. "Yes, this movie. Again." Alexander nudged her. "Don't even try to pretend you don't like it. I see you moving your lips along to all the songs." "Whatever, Dad." She rolled her eyes, then closed them. Alexander caught Olivia's gaze and she stifled a laugh, grateful to see snippets of the Melanie they knew before all of this happened. She would never be the same again. No one would be after seeing and enduring what she had. As time went on, Olivia knew they would see more and more pieces of the girl she used to be. "Did she become a teenager overnight?" he joked. Olivia shrugged. "She is your daughter, and that includes her snarky behavior." He reached toward the coffee table, then handed Olivia her glass of champagne. "I'd argue she got that from her mother." Olivia rolled her eyes. Smirking, Alexander said, "I rest my case." The sound of a dog barking rang through the house, followed by Runner bolting from his bed in front of the fireplace, barking at the window, then at Olivia and Alexander, then the window again. "Runner," Melanie scolded. "Where were you the night that crazy woman broke into this house? You couldn't be bothered then, could you? Boy, some guard dog you are." He stopped his barking and came up to Melanie, placing his paw on her leg and nuzzling against her. When headlights from a car shined into the window, he raced toward the foyer. "Did your mother change her mind?" Olivia glanced at Alexander. "I don't think so. I told her she was more than welcome to come over, but she said the last thing any of us probably wanted to do tonight was pretend we were happy." "Then who do you suppose is here at 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve? There's lights on one of the cars," Melanie observed. Olivia shot her head toward the window, able to make out a familiar silhouette trekking up the stone walkway. Seconds later, the doorbell rang, setting Runner off once more. "I'll go see what he wants." Alexander pushed himself off the oversized couch, heading down the hallway. "Is that the FBI agent who helped find me?" Melanie asked as she and Olivia continued to watch White Christmas. "It is. Sweet pea. What's he doing here? I'm not sure." She glanced toward the foyer, then returned her attention to her daughter. "Doesn't he have a family? Shouldn't he be with them on Christmas Eve?" Olivia shrugged. "Some people make work their family, like Daddy used to." "Yes." She met her daughter's eyes, but not anymore. Melanie snuggled against her. "Does this mean we can have pancakes every morning from now on?" She laughed at her. "Always the opportunist. You'll have to take that up with your father." Olivia sensed rather than heard Alexander enter the room and look toward him, seeing Agent Moretti at his side. Extracting herself from Melanie, she stood up. "Mrs. Burnham." He nodded a greeting at her. "Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, as well. Is everything okay?" She walked toward them, stopping in her tracks when her eyes fell on a woman accompanying him, but it wasn't the woman who surprised her. It was what the woman held in her arms. "What's going on?" she asked, swallowing hard. "Mrs. Burnham. My name is Jacqueline Pierce. I'm a social worker at the Department of Children and Family Services. Nice to meet you. Ms. Pierce? She said, her eyes glued to the baby she held, trying not to get her hopes up. What can I do for you? You must have friends in very high places. The director got a call from the governor himself, telling us this child wasn't to spend another minute out of your care. Olivia exhaled a short breath, relief washing over her. Tears welled in her eyes as she caught Alexander's gaze, a content smile on his face. This is certainly a huge breach of protocol. But like I said, this came all the way from the governor. It's my understanding you have everything you need. Formula, clothes, diapers, a crib. Yes, of course. One of my friends seems to pop out a kid every other month. All her husband has to do is look at her and she's pregnant. She joked, "We have plenty of baby stuff here for when they stop by." Okay. She stepped toward Olivia and handed her the little boy. Her heart nearly burst with happiness. For days, she'd been living with the thought that it was her fault Landon no longer had a mother. The blame tore her apart. She hated to think she was the reason he would grow up to be just another statistic, no one to love or care for him. It ate away at her. But now, as she gazed into those dark eyes, she knew that was the furthest thing from the truth. She prayed Landon would never have to face the cruelties of the world that took his mother from him. She would do everything in her power to make sure he would only know love and happiness. There will be quite a few home visits while Landon is in your care, Ms. Pierce continued, both announced and unannounced. You and your husband will have to attend regular meetings with a caseworker, as well as submit to routine drug checks and psychological evaluations. Yes, that's all fine, she said hurriedly, caressing Landon's brow, not even looking up. She didn't care what she had to go through to keep Landon safe. She would do it and then some. Well, then, I guess that's all for now. We'll be in touch after the holidays to schedule an initial meeting. She handed Alexander a diaper bag, then stepped toward Olivia. Merry Christmas, Mrs. Burnham. Thank you. Ms. Pierce. Agent Moretti. She nodded at him, smiling her first real smile in days, maybe even months. Of course, ma'am. Merry Christmas to both of you. Moretti gave them a small smile, then turned on his heels. Just one thing. Agent Moretti, Alexander called after him. He spun around. Please, call me Vincent. Okay, he answered. Vincent, you said you have an eidetic memory. Why do you always write everything down? Moretti beamed a wide smile. I can remember everything I read, not everything that is said, so that's why I write everything down. He allowed that to sink in. Merry Christmas. Winking, he disappeared into the foyer. A wiggling baby brought Olivia's attention back, and she kissed Landon's forehead. For years, she had prayed for another child, but those prayers had gone unanswered. Now she knew there was a reason for all that, so she and Alexander could open their home and hearts to a little boy who desperately needed them. Like Alexander said earlier, blood makes you related, loyalty makes you family. Epilogue. 1 year later. Gandhi once said, "Terrorism and deception are weapons not of the strong, but of the weak." What instills fear in someone one day only makes them stronger the next. And that was true of Melanie. As Alexander sat on the couch, a fire burning before them, Christmas music playing in the background, the sound of Olivia in the kitchen, he marveled at how much difference a year made. It hadn't been all good, but the happy times certainly outnumbered the bad. True to his word, Alexander stepped down from his position in the security company after overseeing an operation to retrieve Landon's body from Afghanistan. It was bittersweet to finally watch his friend's casket be lowered into the ground with an actual body inside. It took a while to find a sufficient replacement to head the company. After turning down hundreds of qualified candidates, Alexander offered the job to Moretti. His gut told him he was the perfect person for the position, that he would run the company with his head and his heart. And that's exactly what he wanted. Alexander was called to consult with his firm and even the U.S. government on occasion, but spent the rest of his time with his family. Watching little Landon grow made him realize how much he had missed when Melanie was a baby. He thought he was around a lot back then, but he realized that couldn't have been further from the truth. Even when he was physically home, he wasn't there mentally. He was always too engrossed with work issues, failing to pay attention to the thing that really mattered in life: family. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A little voice squealed, and Alexander smiled, beaming with pride as Landon stumbled into the room on unsteady legs. Chasing runner. His vocabulary consisted of 3 words at the moment: dada, moo, his word for milk, and vroom. He loved everything to do with cars, and now traipsed around the house wearing a plastic fire engine hat he got when Olivia and Alexander took him to see the fire trucks a few weeks ago. Landon Melanie called, following him. Despite the nearly 8-year age difference, they were 2 peas in a pod. Landon loved his big sister, and Melanie doted on him to no end. Her therapist believed having Landon around actually helped in her recovery from the trauma she had endured. He spun around, shrieking with delight when he saw Melanie coming after him. Vroom! Vroom! He pointed to the television, jumping up and down when he saw a Jeep on the screen. Yes, Landon, Melanie said. That's a vroom, 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 vroom. Melanie picked him up, kissing him on the cheek. Come on, let's watch a movie with Mommy and Daddy. Vroom, vroom. He looked at her. Yes, there's a vroom, vroom. She brought Landon to the couch and placed him beside Alexander, then sat next to him. Olivia came out from the kitchen, carrying a tray of cookies and 2 flutes of champagne. Cookies! Melanie jumped from the couch, running toward Olivia. She grabbed the tray and placed it on the coffee table in front of them. She shoved a few cookies in her mouth, looking at Alexander. Can Landon have one? She asked around a mouthful of cookie. Dada, he said excitedly. I think he wants one, Olivia commented. Go ahead and give him one, but only one. I'd like for him to get some sleep tonight. She fell onto the couch, handing Alexander a glass of champagne. Girls are so much easier than boys. She met his eyes. Melanie had been a dream compared to Landon. She started sleeping through the night when she was less than 2 months old, sleeping over 12 hours straight. Landon was a completely different baby. Up until he was about a year old, he still woke up every 4 hours. It made for some very long days, but Olivia wouldn't trade that time for anything. Neither would Alexander. This time around, he actually got up with Landon at 3 in the morning, allowing Olivia to get some rest. Being this involved in Landon's upbringing gave him an entirely new appreciation for everything Olivia had done with Melanie. He'll sleep, Alexander said, tousling Landon's hair, because Santa won't come if he doesn't. Dada, he bounced on the couch, cookie crumbs falling out of his mouth. Presents. Can we open a present? Melanie asked excitedly. Is it Christmas yet? Alexander asked. Well, it is in England, so, technically. Yes, it is. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, giving him a smirk. He looked at Olivia, who just laughed. She's your daughter. Fine, he conceded. One present. It is tradition, after all. Yay! Can I pick getting up from the couch? Alexander shook his head. You know the drill. He approached the tree and grabbed 3 boxes, handing one to Melanie. Grinning a wide, toothy grin, showing where she was missing a few teeth, she shook the box with excitement, even though she knew what was inside. Dada Landon slid off the couch, pointing to the box in Alexander's hand. Come here, buddy. He dropped to the floor, pulling Landon onto his lap, placing the box in front of him. He tore into the wrapping paper as best as an 18-month-old child could. Finally, he ripped all the paper off. Alexander helped him open the box. pulling out a pair of pajamas with trucks all over them. Vroom, vroom, he squealed, running around the room, his pajamas in his hand. Thanks, Dad. Melanie came up to him and placed a kiss on his cheek. Pajamas. What a surprise, she said sarcastically. It's tradition. I know. I love it. She smiled. What's that? She nodded to the final box in his hands. It's a gift for your mother. Well, for everyone, but mostly your mother. What is it? Olivia got up and joined him on the floor, crossing her legs in front of her. Open it and find out. He handed the shirt box to her, eyeing him suspiciously. She looked at the box and tore into the wrapping, tossing it to the side. With slow hands, she pulled the tissue back, her eyes scanning a piece of paper, her mouth moving as she read the words. Then she shot her gaze to Alexander, shaking her head. Is this real? She asked in a quiet voice. He nodded, beaming. But the judge said he wouldn't be making his decision until he clarified a few things in the home study. I guess he was able to do that. She held the paper in her hands, tears falling down her face. Having a baby was a lot of work. The 9 months leading up to the birth nerve-wracking every step of the way. Adopting a child was a whole different type of anxiety neither one of them had expected. They'd gotten to know Landon. They loved him. They couldn't fathom ever having to give up custody of him. They wanted him to be a Burnham. But for the past year, they didn't know if that would ever happen, based on concerns regarding what Melanie had been through. The thought of him being taken away from them was constantly in the back of all their heads. What's that Melanie came up to them, Landon in her arms, and plopped down beside them? Adoption papers. Olivia answered, a smile on her face as she tore her eyes away from the papers and gazed lovingly at Melanie and Landon. We just have to go to court next week to make it official, placing a kiss on Olivia's head. Alexander wrapped his arm around her and pulled Melanie to his side. He glanced at his 2 girls and the son he never thought he'd have. His heart filled with more love than he thought possible. It didn't come without sacrifice and heartache. Though, regret can torture a man. But his mistakes don't define him. What does define him is how he learns from those mistakes. Alexander Burnham had made more mistakes in his past than he cared to admit. For the longest time, he let those mistakes wear him down. But as he sat surrounded by his family and soaked in their unconditional love, all his mistakes, his failings, his shortcomings rolled off him. Life wasn't about his job, the amount of zeros in his bank account, or owning the latest gadget. It was about the little moments. Alexander vowed to never take the little moments for granted again.